In an illegal chimera lab, scientists discover that our MC, a powerful S-rank chimera known as number 17, is losing functionality. Deciding it's no longer useful, they discard it by sending it to the demon realm with a group of hunters, assigning it to protect them but forbidding its return. Inside the realm, countless monsters attack, but 17 effortlessly destroys them, ensuring the hunters' survival. When the mission ends and the gate begins to close, the hunters abandon him as planned. With no orders left and his body failing, 17's human memories resurface. He was an orphan kidnapped and turned into a chimera after being injected with over 500 monster cells. As his life fades, his core releases a massive explosion, and in a shocking twist, number 17 is reborn. Not as a monster, but as his original human self once again. 17 is left in awe as he tries to process what just happened to him. He realizes that the monster cells in him are still active, meaning he is not a regular human. He figures out that the lab is already done with him, which is why they have not come to retrieve him. In addition to the changes on his body, the experiment number on his wrist is gone. 17 believes that he was able to return to life thanks to the ability of the fire-type monsters that reside in his body. Apparently, unless the core is destroyed, the creature can survive up to 3 times. However, there is a saying that the phoenix doesn't fuse with human cells, which basically concludes that his own case is a special one. 17 figures out that everything the lab did to keep him under their leash has absolutely disappeared, and since his life as number 17 is over, he thinks of living as a regular human. In his quest to start a new life, he thinks of a name for himself, and he concludes on Cheon-Dawoon. Cheon initially thinks of getting revenge, but he trashes the idea, since he doesn't even know who he is supposed to target. Nonetheless, he is confident that he will eventually run into his targets one day. When Cheon realizes that his body is bare, he figures out that getting clothes will be the first step in becoming human. He starts walking around the demon realm and soon finds a river, which he thinks would be helpful. He looks around and suddenly finds a dead bird monster that died from poisoning. Since he happened to need leather, he figured out that the bird's hide would do. He transforms his arm into a blade, and with what he learned in the lab, he gets down to skinning the bird. The moment he sinks his blade into the bird's skin, a large smell of poison fills the air. Nonetheless, Cheon continues with skinning the bird, and eventually, he renders the dead bird bare. He now has a large hide that he can use as cloth, but he is disappointed that the hide is very stiff, and in addition, it has not been treated. Just then, he remembers that he can actually tan the hide himself. He gets down to it and starts pounding the hide until it becomes very soft. Cheon is proud of what he achieved, and he wastes no time cutting the hide into shape. While he is doing this, the bird has suddenly come to life behind him. Using his fists, he tears the hide into the perfect shape that he wants for it to become a caveman cloth. He notices that not all of the poison has been dissipated, but he is too lazy to work on it, and he decides to just let it be. Just then, he hears the bird's chirp, and he turns around to be met with the surprise that the bird was not actually dead. Cheon notices that the bird is moving according to his words, ultimately suggesting that it might understand him. Cheon is more surprised that the bird is already showing all signs of death, but for some reason it was still alive. Without thinking too much about it, he figures out that it is one of the immortal-type monsters. He knows that his old self would have killed the bird without thinking twice, but since the bird is already too weak to move, he doesn't see any reason why he has to kill it. He considers them both lucky beings, and he urges the bird to live its second life well, just as he also plans to. As he walks away, Cheon mentions that they might eventually meet somewhere again if fate wants it. After he has solved his clothing problem, he figures out that the next thing on his agenda is to get himself a house. Cheon starts looking around, and the first place he finds is a cave, where he runs into a giant centipede-type monster. Uninterested in living in such a dark place, he ditches it, but before leaving, he relieves the monster of its head. Upon leaving the cave, he wanders till he reaches the snowy mountains. He encounters some ice monsters, but he easily takes them out too. He considers the snowy mountains a no-no because it is going to be hard for him to find food. He continues his search for the perfect home, and after so much effort, he finally finds a location that suits him. There is a lake in the area, and the vegetation is green, with a hill circling the area. He checks out the lake and realizes that it is filled with fish that he can use for food. Everything that makes for a perfect home is present in the area, and without much debate on it, Cheon figures out that he has found where to build his new house. Elsewhere, a mechanical-type chimera just found itself in the demon realm. Since Cheon has decided to build a house at the location, he finds a suitable plot, and he turns his arm into long, sharp blades. With just a swing, he cuts down timbers and arranges them. When he places the foundation timbers on the ground, he notices bumps, and he fixes this by clearing the land until it becomes level. After he is done with this, he grabs the trees, and he starts driving them into the 4 corners that will serve as the house post. After this, he laid planks on the house floor, and for the walls he couldn't get his hands on nails, so he used slime from snail-type monsters. Apparently the slimes are always very solid, but he doesn't know if it is going to be waterproof or not. For the finishing touches, he uses cocoon silk from silkworm larvae. Cheon is pleased with what he has built, but he notices that something seems to be lacking. He starts thinking of what other human homes have that he is currently lacking. He thinks of a garden or even a dog, but he dismisses the idea, since he can't raise a dog in the demon realm. He concludes that he is going to make a vegetable garden, but even this leaves him conflicted, because he needs to think of something that will grow in the demon realm. Suddenly, it dawns on him that there is a snowy mountain close to him, where he can get a particular plant called mandragora. Cheon immediately heads to the mandragora's habitat, which is the snowy mountains where the demonic energy is thickest. The thick snow on the mountains made him remember when he was kidnapped as a kid and sent to the lab. Even though he went through pain, he can't deny the fact that becoming a chimera has its perks. Some of the perks of being a chimera are that he doesn't have to worry about the cold or hunger. Momentarily, he finds the mandragora's plantations. Apparently, the mandragoras are extremely stress-sensitive, and they are like a sunfish-type monster. They basically can die from even the slightest environmental changes. Since he is planning on relocating the mandragora, he figures out that picking out the younger, more adaptable ones will be the best. The first thing he does is remove the roots, and he also thinks of covering his ears, since they are notorious for screaming when disturbed. He pulls one of the mandragoras out, but to his surprise, it remains silent. He assumes it's a fluke, and he pulls out another, but the result remains the same. In fact, the mandragoras are having a nice nap and couldn't care less. He pulls out several more, but none of them scream like he expected them to. Apparently, the scream happens when the plants are artificially grown by humans. Since the human world has low demonic energy, they are often stressed out, which is why they scream like hell. If they are forcefully pulled out, they also scream, and they end the sequence by dying. Since they are in the demon realm, the mandragoras have no reason to scream. However, Cheon is confused as to why the plants are not trying to run from him, because they should at least be trying to run away. Suddenly, it dawns on him that he actually has mandragora cells in his body, and they probably see him as one of them. He believes that this is a good thing because it is less stressful for him. Cheon is already thinking of the nice things he can get by growing the mandragoras, like tea, and even eating them as snacks. However, forcefully taking their fruits makes them poisonous, and Cheon figures out that he has to find a way to convince the plants to trust him. Just then, he notices that there are hunters in the vicinity, and he decides to check them out since he is curious to know what they are doing in the dangerous snowy mountains. Meanwhile, 2 hunters are facing off against a horde of B-rank rabbit-type monsters after they are left behind by their comrades. The 2 hunters are barely surviving thanks to their barrier, but even this is about to shatter. The 2 start regretting their actions of becoming hunters among all the other jobs available to them. Just as they are about to be killed, something suddenly appears out of nowhere and hits the ground in front of them. This catches their attention and that of the rabbits too. When the dust from the impact starts to clear off, they are surprised to see the image of a person approaching them, and it is none other than our MC. Cheon realizes that the monsters are engaging snow bunnies, and the moment the rabbits sense the aura coming from his body, panic sets in, and they all vanish into thin air. The hunters cannot believe that B-rank monsters just ran away at the sight of Cheon. The 2 thanked Cheon for saving them, and they introduced themselves to him. He also does the same, but the hunters are genuinely confused because they have never heard such a weird name before. Cheon then asks the hunters why they are in the demon realm, because he can clearly see that they are low-rank hunters. The hunters confess that they did it because of money. Apparently, there was a task to capture a chimera alive, and the promised reward was very tempting. The moment they mention a chimera, Cheon becomes defensive, assuming that they are talking about him. Just then, the hunters mention that the chimera escaped from a lab, and it is said to be a mechanical-type chimera. Since he is not a mechanical type, he figures out that he has nothing to worry about. He plans on getting his hands on a gate crystal and then going back to his new house. Cheon then asks the 2 where their gear is because he is pretty sure that they have gate crystals. The hunters then reveal that the dudes who betrayed them have taken all their gear with them. The hunters then ask Cheon if he has any plans to return to the human world soon because they are almost at their limits. Basically, humans can't stay long in the demon realm because of the demonic energy that will kill them. However, this has no effect on Cheon again. The hunters start begging Cheon to save them, but just then, Cheon locates the traitorous hunters. He immediately flies in the air and heads for where the hunters are, while the 2 hunters almost crap their pants because their savior just disappeared right in front of them. Elsewhere, the hunters have managed to corner the chimera and are prepared to take it down. The moment they start converging on it, the chimera angrily activates its battle mode, ready to take on the hunters without fear. Momentarily, Cheon arrives at the last location where he sensed the chimera, only to find nothing but blood and the hunter gear. In addition to this, there is a child's footprint mixed with beast tracks, suggesting that the chimera was changing form while fighting the hunters. Since the chimera was made of liquid metal, it makes sense that it can freely change shape. However, the material used in making it is quite rare, which is why they made it small, not more than the size of a kid or a dog. Cheon is impressed that the chimera was able to take on 5 B-rank hunters, who were after it. On the other hand, the two hunters are already at their limit, and one of them even has a baby on the way. They are expecting their certain demise when Xian shows up on the scene, carrying their gear on his back. The hunters start begging him to save them, and just when he was about to ignore them, he remembers that the two have no gate crystals left. One of the hunters whips out 2 million won in cash, telling Xian that they are ready to buy the stones if he has them. It is apparent that they are going to die if they don't get out of the demon realm, and fast. Xian is blown away by the amount of money that he is being offered for the gate stone, even though he really doesn't need it. Nonetheless, he decides to take the money because he might need it when he finally decides to visit the human world. Xian then opens a gate for them, and the hunter bows to him, assuring him that he is never going to forget the favor he just did for them. The hunter grabs his already exhausted friend so that they can leave. And this is when Xian mentions that gate stones were always around 200,000, but the hunter tells him that prices have changed ages ago. The hunter asks Xian why he is interested in this, and he reveals he feels kind of bad that he extorted them. To get rid of this guilt, he decides to do something for them in return. He taps the exhausted hunter on the shoulder and starts infusing mana into his body, ultimately shocking the hunters. The technique is something that even A-rank hunters don't want to get involved with. This is because the manas might clash and tangle, which will rupture their mana holes, ultimately causing death. The hunters assumed that Xian was going to fail and they were going to die, but to their utmost surprise, he pulled it off, and he purified the demonic energy. The hunters hugged each other tightly because they thought they were already dead. After he is done helping them, Xian decides that it is time for him to leave. The two start thanking him, while wondering just how powerful his mana is for him to have easily infused it into the exhausted hunter. After the hunters are gone, he returns to his house, and he is pleased that his trip went well. He notices that mandragoras are already awake, and he figures that it is time to plant them. He finds a spot on the land where he plants the mandragoras, but they seem unhappy. Xian wonders what is wrong with them, and he tries feeding them some mana to make them feel better. Just as expected, their mood actually changed, leaving Xian relieved. Meanwhile, the mechanical chimera is hiding the bush behind him, and even though he can sense the chimera's energy, Xian decides not to make a move until it actually wants to connect with him. Xian steps into his house, and he pours out everything he got from the hunters, including the cash. Among them are a portable burner, 8 gate stones, spare clothes, and sleeping bags. Xian is glad that everything is just what he needed, and luckily for him, there is ramen in the bag too. He remembered that the last time he had ramen was when he was at the orphanage. Since he is hungry, he decides to make ramen for himself. Following the instructions on the ramen pack, he grabs a pot and steps outside to get water. However, a fish comes flying out of the water to attack him. Since he is going to need other ingredients for the ramen, he smacks it to death and stuffs the fish into the pot. To add more ingredients to the ramen, he finds wild eggs, herbs to serve as onions, and stuffs everything into the pot. Meanwhile, the mechanical chimera is watching, and its stomach grumbles for food. Xian turned on the gas and started preparing the ramen, but the terrible smell from the ramen almost choked the mandragoras to death. Even though the food obviously smells really terrible, the mechanical chimera is really interested in it. Since it wants to eat out of the food, it thinks of a genius idea and transforms into a dog. It learned that humans like dogs, and in addition, they feel more sympathy toward wounded animals. It approaches Xian like a dog, but Xian can easily sense that it is the mechanical chimera. Xian assesses the situation and realizes that the mechanical chimera is still young and learning. He wonders how the chimera was able to escape the lab and make its way into the demon realm. Since the chimera is willing to join him, he offers it the terrible-looking ramen that he made. The two sit together to eat, and it reminds Xian of when he and his fellow orphans enjoyed eating ramen in the orphanage. After they are done enjoying their beautiful meal, Xian tells the chimera that it can leave, since he has to clean up. The dog turns around to leave, but as it walks away, Xian reminds it that it was limping on its left foot earlier. The chimera is shocked and realizes that it has been discovered, but it changes its supposedly affected foot and continues moving. Shortly afterward, he decides to try out laundry and packs out some of the clothes he got from the hunters. He figures out that he needs to do it since he can't be wearing leather clothes for the rest of his life when he is not a freaking caveman. He places the shirt on a rock, and he figures out that he is just going to follow the instructions of how to do laundry that he already knows. He grabs a short stick and carefully hits the shirt, but to his surprise, even his gentle strike shatters the rock and shirt. Xian is hit with the frustration of what comes with being strong, but he finds solace in the fact that he has one more shirt to try. However, he notices that the mechanical chimera is still stalking him even though it has refused to make contact. It is basically transforming into anything that fits its disguise, and it's watching his every move. With everything he has seen so far, Xian figures out that the mechanical chimera is still under the age of 5. In addition, it has an awkward mechanical speech, which Xian thinks is okay since it is just a side effect in young chimeras who had knowledge forcibly implanted into them. After a really tough moment, he finally pulls off doing the laundry and it comes out nice. However, it was after washing the shirt that he realized that it was too small for him. But instead of ditching it, he decided that he was going to just hang it on the line and leave it there as a trophy. After this, he figures out that checking on the mandragoras is the next thing on his list. Just as he left the cloth on the rope, the mechanical chimera grabs it and puts it on just because it is imitating what he has seen in other humans. The mechanical chimera declares that the shirt is finally its own, and to rock it better, it transforms into a young girl with beautiful long hair. While looking at the mandragoras, Cheon realizes that they are acting really weird, which is not supposed to be so. The leaves on the plants are already wilting, and the roots appear to be dry. Cheon is confused because he pulled out all the weeds when he was making the field for the mandragoras. Cheon then carefully investigates, and this is when he finds out that there are parasites underground that have been making life difficult for the mandragoras. He faults himself for not checking thoroughly, which almost led to the death of the plants. He figures out that he needs to make a proper garden, which is about the size of his house. Just when he's about to start, the chimera shows up and greets him. Cheon is shocked to see that the chimera has changed into a girl, and is even trying to talk to him. The girl asks Cheon if the structure behind him is his house, and Cheon says yes. She then asks if he is a native of the land, and the moment Cheon hears this, he decides to mess with her a bit. Cheon says he is a native, and he asks the chimera which tribe she's from. The chimera is stunned by the question, but after giving it a quick thought, she mentions that she came from across the waterfall, which is quite far away. She adds that it is so far that it is basically impossible for Cheon to find. Cheon decides to play with her further by asking if it is from the coconut tribe, which is by the waterfall. The chimera quickly agrees to this, saying she is from the coconut tribe. Cheon then mentions the outfit she is putting on, saying it obviously belongs to him. The girl argues that what they find in their tribe automatically belongs to them. Cheon decides to back off, telling the girl that she is free to have it. Cheon asks her why she is in the area, and she explains that she was kicked out of the tribe, which is why she has a favor to ask. The girl tells Cheon that she would like to live at his house, and she begs him to agree. Cheon plays the role of a fool by asking her what she meant about living there, and she reveals that it seems to be safe. Cheon figures out that she needs a place to crash, and he agrees, but he lets her know that she has to prove her worth. The girl agrees, and she suggests that Cheon give her a job to do. Cheon then tells her that he is going to need her to till the field because he wants to build a new home for the mandragoras. The girl wastes no time grabbing the stick from him while assuring him that she is good at using her strength. She immediately trashes the ground, shocking Cheon because the girl is not even trying to hide her own strength. Cheon then figures out that she is not used to being a normal kid, so she doesn't understand how they behave. Suddenly, the girl is hit with the "what is your name" question. The girl is shocked, since she doesn't have one, but she decides to make a new name for herself. Judging by the flowers she saw earlier, she declares that her name is Kim Nari. Cheon figures out how she coined the name, but he is not ready to argue with her. Momentarily, she finishes up with the garden, and Cheon sets up the stone fence. Cheon then places the mandragoras there, and they obviously love the new setting. Cheon notices that Kim Nari is crying, and he asks her what the problem is. She mentions that seeing the mandragoras reminds her of her friends, leaving Cheon shocked because he doesn't expect the lab to allow their products to be social. Suddenly, Cheon senses a strange aura in the air, and he figures out that monsters are fighting each other. Nari then tells Cheon that she saw a chick monster earlier, and judging by the aura in the air, the chick monster is being attacked. Cheon is not moved, but he notices that Nari is uncomfortable, shocking him. Surprisingly, Nari wants them to save the monster, but she's having a tough time expressing it because of the commands that have been instilled in her. She basically has no free will of her own, but Cheon decides to help out. He tells Nari that the chick might actually survive if they help it, and this suggestion triggers Nari into charging toward where the chick monster is being attacked by a group of other annoying monsters. Nari angrily hits the monsters, telling them to stop bullying the chick. Switching to Nari's backstory, it turns out that she was bullied by her fellow experimental buddies because she was always diligent, and she does everything asked of her. They basically gang up on her and beat her to a pulp, which is why she hates bullies. Fueled by the anger from the past, she beats up all of the monsters without mercy. Cheon is tending to the mandragoras when Nari returns with the white chick in her hand, but the chick is unconscious from the attack it suffered. Cheon is about to tell her what to do when he suddenly realizes that the chick is very familiar. Nari bursts into tears, begging Cheon to save the bird, and Cheon offers to help. He places his hand on the chick and transfers mana into it since there are no signs of fatal injuries. While doing this, Cheon easily figures out that the chick was the immortal-type monster that he took the hide from. However, Cheon is confused as to why the monster shrank to a small size, but he assumes that its regeneration method is different from his. After he is done feeding it with mana, Nari asks if the monster is facing any serious threat, but Cheon mentions that it is basically malnourished. It was starving because of its small size, and Cheon assures the girl that the monster will recover on its own since he has fed it some mana. Surprisingly, Nari is scared to leave the chick by itself, and she begs Cheon, asking if she can raise the monster. She promises to train the monster properly and even feed it. Cheon tells Nari that the chick monster might end up being gigantic when it matures, but Nari doesn't mind, assuring Cheon that she is going to feed it just a little. Cheon is not ready to start going back and forth with her again, and he agrees for her to take care of it. Cheon believes that it will also come in handy if they just leave it in the yard to guard it. Momentarily, the bird monster wakes up, and the moment it opens its eyes, it recognizes Cheon. While Nari is celebrating that the monster is awake, the monster, on the other hand, is staring cautiously at the tough dude standing in front. The monster is also disgusted with the fact that it is being grabbed and thrown around by a little girl, leaving it to wonder how a little girl found its way into the demon realm. While Nari is hearing a goo-goo sound, Cheon can hear the bird monster screaming for its life. Cheon is shocked by the realization that he can understand what the bird is saying. Nari is excited to have a pet, and she wastes no time bathing it. And she has even decided on a name for it. The best name she could come up with is Goo, since the bird makes goo-goo sounds like a pigeon. The monster bird cannot believe that they are basically picking out trash names for it. Goo gets on his feet and starts screaming at Nari, forcing the girl to believe that Goo is crying and wants more water. She doesn't hesitate before splashing it with more water, but this only makes life harder for Goo. Goo lies on the table begging for Nari to stop with all the water splashing. Since Nari can't understand Goo, Cheon steps in, and he tells Nari to hold off on the water splashing. Nari then decides that what Goo needs is food, and she steps out to get food. Later on, Cheon figures out that he is going to need a storage space, and he sets down some trees so he can cut them into the sizes he wants. However, the tree breaks apart with the slightest touch, leaving Cheon confused. He knows that he followed all the instructions that he is aware of, but Goo lets him know that he is getting everything wrong. Goo mentions that trees have different textures, and the one Cheon is trying to cut is basically softwood. Cheon is surprised to learn that trees have different hardness, and Goo cannot believe just how dumb the guy is for not knowing. Cheon then asks Goo what color signifies the hardest wood, and Goo reveals that red-colored wood is the strongest. Suddenly, it dawns on the chick monster that Cheon can actually understand him, but to confirm, it decides to create a telepathic bridge to get into Cheon's head, but Cheon blocks it the instant he notices it. Goo then asks Cheon how he is able to understand it, and Cheon mentions that he is basically feeling human words popping up in his head. Cheon, on the other hand, thinks it is more weird that a monster can understand human words. Goo is hesitant to reveal how it can do this, but Cheon figures out that it is one of the rare intelligence-type monsters born from low probability. Cheon has always heard of it, but it's basically his first time seeing one in person. Cheon then points out the fact that he and the monster have met before, and Goo doesn't deny this. In fact, Goo has been waiting to meet him again because he actually saved its life when he removed its poison-infested hide. Goo had already promised that whenever they met again, it was going to help Cheon, even if it was once. Cheon finally figures out that its immortality core remained because he got rid of the poison ravaging Goo's body back then. Since it is offering to help, Cheon asks if it is ready to render the help at that moment, and he says yes. Goo tells Cheon to follow it, and it will lead Cheon to where the red trees grow. They are about to leave when Nari comes rushing back with a hunter hot on her tail. The hunter uses fire-type attacks, which scare Nari. The hunter is not pleased with the fact that he has to attack a little girl, but at the same time his whole life and career are on the line if he doesn't retrieve the mechanical chimera. The hunter catches up to Nari, who has crashed to the ground in tears. He shoots a powerful flame attack to try and overwhelm Nari, but Cheon blocks the attack. Cheon looks absolutely pissed with Goo sitting on his shoulder as they aura farm their way into the scene. Goo tells Cheon that he will tell Cheon about the trees after they have saved Nari. Cheon notices that Nari is acting totally out of it because she is afraid of fire, and he decides to put out the fire first. Goo is pissed that the hunter is bullying a kid, and the hunter, on the other hand, is pissed that someone he doesn't know is preventing him from carrying out his duties. Cheon basically tells the dude to keep his mouth shut because he talks a lot. This pisses the hunter off, and he angrily unleashes more firepower from his body, but Cheon does something easy to subdue him. He hits the hill behind him with an energy blast that causes it to come crashing down on the hunter. The hunter realizes this very late, and before he knows it, he finds himself trapped under a bulk load of sand. Cheon then checks on Nari to tell her that she has nothing to worry about again. He assures her that all she needs to do when she's scared of something is to knock it out. Cheon then decides to check on the hunter. He grabs his head and tries pulling him from the sand, but to his surprise, the hunter's hair comes off. Cheon is surprised when he sees this, but he is totally blown away when he sees the hunter's ugly bald head. The entire team is surprised because the hunter looks so young, but he is already bald, which is why he is hiding his insecurity by wearing a wig. Nari forgets that she was crying herself to death some moments ago, and she starts laughing at Mr. Baldy. Cheon, on the other hand, tries to assess the situation, and judging by the hunter's strength and Nari's strength, Cheon doesn't think she should be losing to the likes of him. Since he wants to know what is going on, he resorts to the use of telepathy, which can help look into someone's memories. He senses that Nari is still scared of the evil scientist who worked on her, and Cheon pats Nari on the head for being a strong girl. Cheon figures out that the trauma might not disappear immediately, but it will get better as time progresses. Cheon is then left with what he is supposed to do with Mr. Baldy. and with a bright face, Nari says she has an idea. Momentarily, the hunter wakes up to find himself hanging from the waterfall. They have tied a big rope to a big stone, and he is strung to the rope. The hunter sees this and starts regretting all of his life decisions. Nari is in the distance, is having a laugh while Cheon tries to stop her from making fun of someone else's appearance. Cheon then grabs the pot and fetches water from the river, claiming that it is for ramen. Nari is excited when she hears this because she believes that Cheon's fish ramen is the best in the world. Cheon teases her by asking her if the coconut tribe eats fish ramen, and she excitedly says yes. The hunter, on the other hand, is trying to understand his situation, and judging by Cheon's appearance, he figures out that he is A rank at least. However, he doesn't rule out the idea that Cheon might even be stronger than he thinks because there are reports of hunters who are pretty strong, but they operate from the shadows. While Cheon is getting water for the ramen, Nari is busy catching fish left and right. Cheon then tells her that they only need one fish so she can let the rest go. Nari excitedly agrees with this, and Cheon urges her to drop the fish in the pot. The hunter is horrified by what he is looking at as he cannot believe that the huge amount of water that they are fetching into the pot is what they plan to use in cooking the 3 packs of ramen. The hunter cannot stand the abomination that they are about to commit and he screams at them, telling them to let him go so he can cook the ramen. Cheon agrees and cuts him down from where he is so he can cook the ramen. Even though it is just ramen, the hunter can sense the immense pressure coming from the two, ultimately pointing out that he is dead meat if he messes it up. With sweat dripping from his face, he decides to go with the standard form of cooking ramen that he knows. He figures out that the amount of water that he needs will depend on what his sixth sense says it is. Since he is cooking 3 packs of ramen, he adds the sauce and noodles to the boiling water, and he figures out that he needs just a little over 4 minutes to get it done. To get the exact minute, he starts counting his heartbeat, and the moment he reaches 200, he starts implementing all the noodle techniques that he knows. The hunter wishes that he had some kimchi, but since he is in the demon realm, he can't. Nonetheless, he did his best, and he has no regrets about what might come after. Once he is done, he calls the group to ask if they are interested. They stare at the noodles, and Nari is the first to point out that the noodles look absolutely different from those Cheon cooked. Cheon and the group decide to try it out, and the moment they take a spoon out of it, they are sent into a foodgasmic state because of the tasty ramen. Nari jumps off the table telling Cheon how delicious the ramen is. Even Gu is entirely blown away as he asks if humans are always eating such delicious food every day. Cheon mentions that he's actually surprised, but he suggests that they finish the ramen first. Shortly afterward, they finish the food and deep down, they wish the ramen hadn't finished. The hunter nervously asks them if they liked the ramen, and the first thing Cheon asks him is what he actually wants. The hunter is confused by the question, and Cheon mentions that the ramen is too delicious for him to eat for free. Cheon then urges the hunter to tell him what he wants, and if it is something within his power, he promises to grant it. The hunter, Nam Kiseok, is happy to hear this, and he immediately falls face first, telling Cheon to teach him how to be strong just like him. Cheon is shocked to hear this as he asks Kiseok why he is asking him to teach him when he is not his master. Kiseok confesses that Cheon is the strongest hunter that he has met. In addition, Kiseok can see that Cheon has settled down in the demon realm, which is why he built a house there. Kiseok tries to point out the perks of having him around, and the standout perk is that he can cook. In fact, he is ready to become a delivery man who helps Cheon get things from the human realm. Kiseok is very desperate to learn from Cheon so he can be promoted to A rank. Cheon then asks Kiseok if he attacked Nari because of the bounty. The hunter is surprised that the mechanical creature has gotten a name, and Cheon whispers in his ear, telling him to go with the flow that Nari is from the coconut tribe. Kiseok mentions that he went after Nari because of personal reasons that are difficult for him to say, but he assures Cheon that it is definitely not because of bounty. Kiseok then mentions that as long as he passes the hunter promotion test, he is not worried about anything else. After hearing his plea, Cheon agrees to help him, since he also made a delicious meal for him. To start the training, he suggests that they start with a sparring match first. Kiseok is glad to hear this, but Nari cuts in, saying she wants to be the one to spar with Kiseok. Cheon asks her if she is confident about what she just said, and she reminds Cheon that he was the one who said scary things are to be knocked unconscious. Fueled with determination, she wants a chance to put out Kiseok's fire too. Cheon then points to a black rock, asking Kiseok if he can break it. The rock is known as Black Iron Stone, which is a stone that is said to be several times harder than diamond. Kiseok is stunned by the request, and while he is still making up excuses of why he can't break the stone, Nari shatters it and demands that they engage in a sparring session. The next scene dives into Kiseok's backstory, who was a naturally awakened hunter and considered a prodigy at that. He awakened his abilities when he was 8, which is a bit early since regular people awaken their abilities when they are 10 or older. Because he was hardworking, he was able to grow at a really fast rate, and he reached B rank plus before the age of 20. Everything was going so perfectly for him until he realized that his hair had fallen out. In his early 20s, the crown on his head reduced drastically, and by the time he got to his mid-20s, he developed a receding M-shaped hairline. Kisiok started visiting pharmacies just to try and get a solution to the problem. However, the pharmacist told him to give up on trying to get a transplant because it would eventually fall out. He was once a handsome dude who had so much talent, but the hair issue made him lose his light. Because of this, his growth as a hunter also came to a full halt until one day he saw a research program hosted by Dr. Han Myong-do of the Hanbit Research Institute. The doctor was talking about how he accidentally spilled the rare liquid material all over his head, and surprisingly, his hair grew a whole lot. Apparently, he is nearly 90 years old, but he has full hair on his head. This caught Kisiok's attention, and he got up from where he was rotting on his couch. When Myung-do is asked about the remaining liquid metal, he mentions his plan to use the remaining liquid metal to create a mechanical life form and challenge for the big prize. Kisiok has a valid crash out when he realizes that the doctor has no plan to make a hair loss cure, which is considered the real use for humanity. A few days after this, Kisiok reads in the news that the mechanical life form created by the Hanbit Research Institute has escaped into the demon realm. Since there are no laws in the demon realm, Kisiok got out of his slumber and decided to find the mechanical life form so he could keep it for himself. He plans to pour all the metal there on his head, but now that he is in the demon realm and sparring with Nari, he is getting beaten up. Kisiok cannot believe that Nari is way stronger than him because he couldn't even land a single hit on Nari. Cheon is disappointed and lets Kisiok know this. However, Kisiok is not a quitter, and he assures his supposed master that he is going to do better. Later on, Cheon manages to get the storage cabinet done thanks to the tip he got from Gu about the red wood. Even Gu is proud of Cheon's creation, and it tells him that the cabinet will definitely last a long time. While everyone is busy with their own thing, Kisiok is training really hard. Even though he is suffering in Nari's hands, he doesn't feel any sense of embarrassment. Instead, he feels a sense of freedom. He believes that this is because he has taken off his wig. Gu is impressed with Kisiok's ability to control fire, but he is disappointed that he can't even beat a kid. Cheon then tells Gu that Nari is not just any kid, which makes it understandable. Because of his refusal to give up, he asks for another sparring match with Nari. This time around, he goes after Nari with a flame shaped in the form of a blade. He manages to land a hit on Nari, but she liquefies her body, shocking Kisiok. This leaves him in awe, but at the same time totally open to Nari's attack. Nari easily returns to her human form and kicks him so hard that he crashes into the nearby hill, leaving a noticeable crack in the wall. Nari confidently mentions that he is no longer scared of fire, and this is all thanks to Cheon. While lying there in shame, Cheon wonders if he has reached his limit as a B rank and no longer has any skill to boast of. However, Kisiok has an admirable trait of not giving up, and because of this, he gets back on his feet with an excited look on his face. He asks Nari for another session, but suddenly, he notices that he has a nosebleed, and Cheon asks him how many days he has spent in the demon realm. Kisiok replies that he has been in the demon realm for 9 days, and Cheon suggests that he return to the human realm because, at his current rank, he is going to die if he stays any longer. Kisiok agrees with Cheon even though he wants to stay longer. Cheon then tells him that he has the potential to become an A-rank hunter, and by this he urges him to continue working hard. Kisiok is shocked to hear this, but he no longer has any hope in himself because he has been failing the A-rank exam for 6 years straight. Apparently, there is a saying that if one can't pass the same rank exam in 3 years, the person is nothing but a lost cause. And for him to have failed 6 times already is just unprecedented. Cheon then tells him that he can do it because his mana hole hasn't fully developed. Cheon urges Kisiok to make sure he purifies the demonic energy once he returns. Kisiok thanks Cheon for the advice, and he assures him that he is going to do his best. Momentarily, Kisiok prepares to return, and he asks Cheon if there is anything else that he needs because he can see that he is out of ramen already. Cheon doesn't ask for anything else aside from the ramen, and Nari wishes him a safe trip. Kisiok urges Nari to continue training while telling her that he is going to win their fight the next time they clash. Before stepping off, Kisiok asks Cheon if he has seen his wig, but he says no, that he hasn't. Once there is nothing else to do, he finally leaves, and after he is gone, Gu calls Cheon's attention to the risk of Kisiok betraying them. Cheon then asks Gu what he thinks Kisiok would do since he can also read people's minds. Cheon can see that Kisiok is not joking around with his quest to become stronger, and in addition to that, Cheon likes the fact that he is sincere. Just then, Nari asks Cheon if he can understand Gu, and he says yes. Cheon then takes Nari into the house to show the cabinet he finished. He is proud of his creation, but Nari points out that the house is a bit dark. Cheon agrees with her and decides that making a window should help solve that. Using his abilities, he cut out window spaces in the house, leaving Nari very excited. Since Nari likes everywhere when it is bright, Cheon points out the need for them to have lights at night so that everywhere is not dark. Cheon says there is a stone known as glowstone, which emits light in the dark, and putting up a few will brighten things up. Gu then asks Cheon if he even knows where he has to go to find the glowstones, and he says yes. Apparently, they can be found in the volcanic region, and this is a region that is considered to be one of the most dangerous places by hunters. Gu then mentions that this place is his hometown, but while saying it, he looks dejected. Cheon is surprised to see this, since he expects him to be happy because going home is a good thing. Nari asks Cheon what Gu is saying, and Cheon simply reveals that Gu is upset about something. Since Gu is worried about the volcanic region, Cheon says he will be going by himself, so the two are free to stay at the house. Nari refuses, saying she has to go with Cheon because she has overcome her fear of fire. Cheon is impressed that the girl managed to overcome her fear pretty fast. Cheon then asks Gu if he is interested in going. Reluctantly, he replies that he would, and this is because he has some unfinished business back there. Since they are all in agreement to go, Cheon reveals that he is going to make some equipment for Gu to use in the volcanic region. Meanwhile, in the Mandragora plantation, they are busy playing with Kiseok's wig that they stole. Apparently, the volcanic region is largely avoided because of the volcanic ash that tears against the skin, the concentrated demonic energy that is liable to kill from just a single breath, and the toxic gas. It is also one of the reasons why it is almost unknown to the human world, but the moment the team arrives there, Nari is already playing around with fire, literally. Gu understands why the girl is acting all weird, and this is because she is a mechanical life form. However, he is more interested in what Cheon is. Cheon simply replies that he is a chimera hunter, but this surprises Gu, since he knows that chimera hunters are not always in human forms. Cheon mentions that he was always like that, but the moment he regenerated, his form changed. Cheon then asks Gu if he is fine hanging out with them, since he is a monster and might not be too comfortable around a hunter. Gu assures Cheon that he has nothing to worry about with them, since he enjoys having someone he can talk to. While the two are discussing, Nari shows up to complain about the fact that she can't hear Gu, unlike Cheon. Cheon then tells Nari that all Gu wanted to know was his origin. Nari quickly cuts in, saying she is a native, but Gu knows better. They continue exploring the hot and boiling land, and Cheon mentions that they should be able to find the luminous stones near the lava sprouts. Momentarily, they get to the summit and can see the stones in front. However, they notice a male fire toad that appears to be crying in the distance. Surprisingly, there is a dead female fire toad in front of it, which is why the toad is crying. Apparently, the female was transporting their eggs when she died. Gu mentions that only the females can carry the eggs, and since it is already dead, there is a high chance that all the eggs will die too. In addition, the temperature inside the crater is too hot for the eggs to survive. As expected, Nari feels pity for the toad, and Cheon decides to step in. Cheon jumps toward the toad, while Gu tries warning it not to go near it because the toad is clearly agitated. Just as predicted, the toad attacks Cheon with its fire breath, but Cheon blocks it with just one finger. Before the toad knows it, Cheon has reached him and he taps its head with just one finger. It turns out that Cheon hit the toad with a paralytic poison when he tapped it on the head. This causes the toad to lose mobility, but Cheon is quite aware that the toad will wake up soon, since he only used a bit of the poison. In addition to that, the fire toads are quite resistant to poison. From the summit, Nari screams at Cheon, asking him if he is okay. Cheon replies that he is fine because he actually has fire toad cells in his body. Cheon says they might not be able to do anything about the dead toad, but he believes that they can still save the one alive. Cheon then gathers the eggs and places them on the back of the male toad before tying it securely to make sure it doesn't fall off. The male toad is shocked when he comes back to his senses to see that he is now carrying the eggs. It moves over to its dead partner and says its goodbyes before leaping off a great distance. Before making his final leap away from the area, the fire toad looks back to briefly stare at Nari, and she concludes that the toad was trying to thank them. Since they have finished with the toads, Cheon tells Nari to come down so that they can get the stones. Nari excitedly grabs the stones off the volcanic pit, but Cheon warns her to be careful because she is going to hurt her foot if she drops them. Nari giggles jokingly, saying the stone is nothing compared to her strength. Gu, on the other hand, is struggling to carry the stones, and he blames this on his little body. Cheon then urges him to go take care of his business while he takes care of the stones. Cheon believes that Gu even brought gifts for his friends, but Gu retorts, saying monsters don't have friends. In fact, he is not planning on meeting them, but he just wants to drop the gifts and leave. Cheon is impressed that Gu is missing his kin, which makes him a very intelligent monster. Gu, on the other hand, deludes himself by saying he is not missing them but regrets not saying goodbye to them when he left. Cheon then asks Gu why he left his pack. Gu then mentions that there were good things that came with his intelligence awakening, and there are bad things too. Apparently, Gu felt he never would have felt the emptiness that is currently ravaging him if he hadn't learned the language. Gu felt superior and alone, since he couldn't properly relate to anyone, which is why he left the pack. In fact, his pack doesn't know he is gone, but he doesn't blame them, since they really don't have the sense of kinship. In the process of removing the stones, Nari suddenly stumbles upon an egg, which is obviously a monster egg, but she has no idea which one it is. However, there was a slight crack on the egg when Gu almost fell and dropped the stone he was carrying. Cheon is worried that the hatchling might have a problem because it actually needs to break out of the egg on its own to be able to grow strong and healthy. Nari is concerned, and she suggests that they take the egg with them so it doesn't cook. Gu is against this since they don't know what type of monster will hatch from it. Cheon, on the other hand, is thinking about a perfect solution. He has a place that he believes would be perfect for a nest, and in addition to that, he is a bit curious about what is inside the egg. After careful consideration, Cheon decides that they will be taking the egg back home. Gu remains adamant that they should leave the egg because he has never seen an egg like that before. Cheon then uses the guilt trip card on him, asking him why he dropped the stone to crack the egg in the first place. Gu accepts the blame but reminds Cheon that Nari might get hurt because of the stupid decision he is about to make. Cheon then tells Gu that they have nothing to worry about as long as he is around. Gu takes into account what he said and he agrees for them to take the egg home. Since they have all agreed to take the egg back home, Cheon suggests that they continue with their stone mining. Soon afterward, the group returns home to see that Kiseok is back. Cheon is surprised that the dude returned early. Kiseok then offers to carry Cheon's bags for him, and Cheon decides to hand him the bag, since he claims that he is strong. Kiseok collects the bag, but he immediately drops it as if he were handed Thor's hammer. Just then, Cheon notices that Kiseok's face is covered in bruises, and he asks him what happened to him. Back at the volcanic region, Gu's gift to his kinsmen is the ramen packs that he left for them. Cheon figures out that Kiseok must have gotten beaten up somewhere, but this is a shock to him, since Kiseok doesn't appear to be the type of guy to be bullied. Kiseok tries to defend his aura-reducing moments by saying Nari usually beats him, but Cheon can't believe that the dude is actually proud of it. To avoid getting questioned by Cheon, Kiseok runs off, saying he needs to prepare food for them. Moments later, Nari finds Cheon working on the stones, and he asks him what he is doing. Cheon mentions that he is working on the lamp by cutting and shaping the stones. Cheon tells Nari that he is going to hang the glowstones on the ceilings, and he assures her that it will turn out nice. Nari commends Cheon for being a smart guy, and the fact that he explains things in detail too. In addition, Nari believes that Cheon is a kind-hearted person just like her father. Cheon milks the opportunity by asking her if she is talking about her daddy, who is in the coconut tribe. Nari tries to play along too by saying yes. Shortly afterward, a fight breaks out between Gu and the Mandragoras because he believes that they invaded his territory. Later on, Kiseok finishes making one of his special dishes, tofu pockets. He serves the dish and urges the group to dig in. Even though Cheon is interested in the food, he tells Kiseok that he would like to know what actually happened to his face. Kiseok mentions that he went to the Hunter Association to apply for the promotion exam, but he ran into some A-rank hunters, and they teased him for failing 7 years in a row, which eventually led to a fight. Before he even finishes his story, the group has finished their food and is asking for more. Kiseok mentions that the hunters told him to stop hanging around, since he is nothing but a total failure. Kiseok says they kept teasing him about his hair, which was why he fell for their taunts and ended up fighting them. Cheon then asks him if he is totally bald or if he shaved his head. Apparently his hair loss remains a medical mystery that no one has been able to get a solution to. Cheon then asks him when the next promotion exam is, and Kiseok says it's in 90 days. Since they have little time left, Cheon suggests that it is time for them to engage in special training. Kiseok is eager about the training, and he assures Cheon that he is going to do anything he asks him to. Cheon shocks him when he says the first thing he is going to do is to take over the dishes from Nari. Kiseok is still crying about the dishes when Cheon tells him that he has to wash the remaining glowstones to get rid of the volcanic ash on them. Kiseok is shocked by this, leaving him to remind Cheon that he mentioned something about special training. Cheon then tells him that he is free to ignore the training if he wants to live the rest of his life as trash. Cheon then turns to Nari, telling her that they need to go fishing to aid their digestion. Nari is excited about this, and Kiseok, on the other hand, figures out that Cheon must have a reason to tell him to wash the dishes. Instead of complaining, Kiseok gets down to the dishes because he is a man who worked really hard to get to B class. Kiseok doesn't waste any moment in glazing himself about all the good qualities that he has. Kiseok runs after Nari and Cheon, and he joins them at the river. While Nari and Cheon are trying to catch fish, Kiseok is busy doing the dishes, but he is having a hard time with the fish. Apparently, his type of power makes it hard for him to deal with aquatic animals. Cheon is utterly disappointed in Kiseok, and he tells him that his mana has its uses. He tells him to put up a shield with his mana, and Kiseok mentions that he is always trying to, but it has never worked. Upon hearing this, Cheon grabs a glowstone and tells Kiseok to hold it. Kiseok is surprised that he is asked to hold a glowstone all of a sudden, but just then, the stone drops from his arm. This is when it dawns on him that the stone is basically demonic energy at its core, and he can't put enough strength into holding it. Cheon says Kiseok is right because some glowstones contain condensed demonic energy, and the demonic energy from the demon realm is raw, unrefined power. Cheon explains that he has to use refined mana to push it out before he gets to properly use his power. Cheon lets Kiseok know that he has a lot of mana in his body, but he is just unskilled on how to control it. Cheon taps a point on his chest and asks him if a path has opened in his body. Just as Cheon said, Kiseok can feel mana surging through him, and Cheon urges him to follow the path that he just opened. Cheon then tells him to focus on his mana while trying to lift the glowstone. Kiseok does as instructed, and after struggling a bit with the stone, he is finally able to lift it up. Kiseok is impressed that doing the dishes and washing the stones were all part of Cheon's plan. Since Kiseok is happy doing it, Cheon tells him to continue channeling his mana while also taking care of the dishes. Excited about the whole situation, Kiseok assures Cheon that he is ready to do everything he mentions. Cheon is also impressed by his determination and sheer will because deep down, Cheon is confident that Kiseok is capable of doing it. That night, Cheon hangs the glowstone in the ceiling, and it makes for a good lamp. While everyone else is sleeping, Gu is the only one with the egg, because he slept earlier in the day, and there is nothing like sleep in his body again. Suddenly, he sees Nari stand up from her sleep like a zombie, and she starts walking out of the house. Surprisingly, Nari walks out of the house to take care of her clothes because it is dirty. Cheon and Gu stays in the distance to wonder why the girl is doing laundry in the middle of the night. Gu believes that she needed to do it since she is a girl and doesn't have any other clothes. Momentarily, Nari walks out of the water with happiness that she has done her laundry and it is now clean. She is celebrating her small win when Cheon steps out, acting like he is out to get fresh air. When Nari asks him what he is doing outside, he claims that he's on a walk with Gu. Cheon also asks her if she is on a walk, and she nervously says yes. Cheon then tells Nari to stay still and he puts a belt and her flower on her waist. Nari loves the new addition because it makes her look cool. Suddenly, they hear something irritating from the forest, and this scares Nari. But Cheon assures her that she has nothing to worry about because it is just a grasshopper. They start walking back home, and Cheon asks Nari if there is anything else that she needs, like clothes and shoes. Nari then says she is pleased with the ones Cheon has given her already. Later on, Cheon steps out of the demon realm, wearing a nice outfit but with no shoes. He intends to go shopping because of Nari, and the passers-by look at Cheon like he is some sort of insane person. Cheon can't get Nari out of the demon realm since she has a tracking device embedded in her. And also, she is also suffering from trauma. Cheon never believed he would find himself in the human realm because of a kid's clothes. While he is standing around looking for the clothing store, he is approached by a rugged-looking kid who assures him that he can help him find the clothing store for 10,000 won. Since he can clearly see that Cheon is not from around there, he assures him that he can lead him to a store. Cheon is willing to pay, but he tells the dude that he doesn't have small bills with him and would only pay when he gets smaller change. The kid is not impressed that a hunter has no 10,000 won on him, and he assumes that Cheon is a rookie who got scammed. Nonetheless, he still asks Cheon to follow him, since he looks like he has money to buy clothes. As they are walking through the street, he introduces himself as Oh Bong-soo, and Cheon notices the police patrol cars stationed around, making him believe that the slum is now safe. Bong-soo then mentions that he can clearly see that Cheon has not awakened for long because he came out of the gate without any equipment. To Bong-soo, he believes that Cheon was robbed by other strong dudes, but he gives Cheon a word of advice that he should not give up. Cheon thinks the kid is wise for his age, but he argues that he is not a kid because he is 17 years old. Suddenly, they spot some thugs in front, and Bong-soo tells Cheon to avoid the district at all costs because it is the most dangerous slum out there. Apparently, the Space Gang was once in District 11, but they have expanded their territory to District 13. Bong-soo says the police don't even go there anymore, and this is when Bong-soo reveals that they are actually standing in District 12. This got Cheon worried as he wondered if the orphanage where he lived in District 13 was still there. Meanwhile, inside a children's clothing store, the owner is already regretting her decision to open a children's store inside the slum, and she is thinking of switching businesses when Cheon enters the store. After a funny interaction between Bong-soo and the store owner Park, he tells her that Cheon is there to purchase some clothes. Park angrily grabs Bong-soo by the cheeks, telling him to stop bringing broke hunters to her store because she has a lot of them owing her already. Park has already written Cheon off because of the way he is dressed. Apparently, she was the one who told Bong-soo to bring pitiful hunters to the store because they remind her of her late brother. Park admits this but says she will eventually run out of business if she continues helping. While the two are busy arguing like a couple, Cheon is checking the clothes in the room. Just then, Cheon cuts in, telling them that he wants to buy clothes and brings out a 10 million won bill, saying it is all the money he has. The moment they see this, their reception changes as Park starts acting like a good store owner while Bong-soo carries a plate of snacks and a drink for him. Park starts marketing all the clothes that she has in the store. Cheon then tells the store owner that he needs clothes for a middle-aged girl and himself. Park is glad to hear this, and she jumps right into her store to start bringing out the beautiful clothes that she has. By the end of the day, Cheon has bought out every piece of clothing he can from the store, and the store owner wishes that her day could just continue the way it is. After packing everything, she offers to get them delivered, but Cheon assures her that he can carry them by himself. Cheon then brings out 100,000 won for Bong-soo, and he tells him that he has another favor to ask him. After they step out of the store, Bong-soo stays silent until he leads Cheon to an inn that he had asked for. He assures him that the inn is safe because there is a police station nearby, and the owner is a nice person. After hearing this, Cheon steps in, telling Bong-soo to wait outside for him. Bong-soo stands outside thinking about what happened in the store. He believes something is off because Cheon gave him 100,000 won and also bought him clothes. He believes that Cheon is one of the guys who lures kids to kidnap them, leaving him with the option of whether to run or not. At the same time, he thinks about it and realizes that Cheon might actually be a good person. Momentarily, Cheon returns outside and says that Bongsu was right about the owner being nice. Suddenly, he hands Bongsu a key, saying he can clearly see that he is living on the streets. Cheon has paid a year's rent in advance so he can start living there, and in addition, he has paid for his meals too. Cheon tells Bongsu to make sure that he eats properly, and after sorting everything, he tells Bongsu that he is leaving. Just as Cheon is about to enter the gate to go back to the demon realm, Bongsu is forced to ask him if he has an ulterior motive because he just met him that very day. Bongsu cannot believe that Cheon did all the nice things for him, and Cheon tells him that doing all he did basically reminded him of how things used to be. Cheon mentions that he was once like Bongsu, even though it was a long time ago. With this, Cheon steps into the demon realm, and by the time he returns, Nari is already worried because Cheon stepped out without saying anything. Cheon then mentions that he went out to get Nari gifts. He drops the bag with her, and it is essentially filled with nice clothes. Nari is super excited about the nice clothes that Cheon bought for her, and he urges her to take them into the house to try them on. In a quick revelation, it was Kiseok's clothes that Cheon borrowed to go to the human world, and he didn't even get him anything when coming back. Later on, Cheon sits down to fold the clothes while Nari tries on some. Cheon is glad that Nari is excited about the clothes that he bought for her, and she also looks cute while wearing them. After trying out a few, she finally picks her best one, which is the one with the chick drawing in the middle, and she claims it looks like Gu. Gu cannot believe that he is being compared to a dull chicken drawing on a cloth. Cheon then offers her the chance to try folding the rest of the clothes herself, and she happily accepts it. Gu then mentions that there is no room in the house for all the clothes that Cheon brought back. Cheon says he's been thinking about this, and his solution is that they are going to expand the house so he can create a walk-in closet and then install a built-in wardrobe. Gu is worried that they need to start cutting trees for this, but Cheon tells him that he has the perfect person who would help them out. Just then, he summons Kiseok, telling him that he has another special training for him. Kiseok is excited to be called upon, and he informs Cheon that he has cleaned his training outfit, and by this, he is talking about Cheon's ragged outfit. Kiseok mentions that it was soaked in poison, and because he didn't know, he almost died just by touching it. Kiseok believes that Cheon intentionally left the poison on the outfit to train himself to get stronger. Unknown to Kiseok, Cheon was just too lazy to wash it, and suddenly, he tells Kiseok that he is free to wear it. Cheon plays the perfect card by telling Kiseok that it is going to make for the perfect training uniform. He tells him to put it on and go chop down some wood. Gu, the instigator, steps in, saying he will be the one to even pick out the woods for him. Kiseok immediately becomes worried because he might actually die just by wearing the outfit, and Cheon is making it harder by telling him to go chop down trees. Suddenly, Nari screams at them from inside the house, saying there is something wrong with the egg. The group enters the house, and Cheon believes that the egg is about to hatch, which is why the movements are getting violent. Kiseok is worried that a disaster-grade monster will come out of the egg, but Nari disagrees, saying it is going to bore a cute monster. The two are arguing when the egg starts to hatch, and what comes out first are some really sharp claws. The group remains curious until the entire egg hatches, revealing the creature inside, but Nari and Kiseok are entirely confused because the creature is not one they have seen before. It has the body of a snake while its feet look like those of a bird. The creature wastes no time jumping from the table onto Kiseok's face, and he almost dies from fear. Later on, Kiseok begins cutting down the trees as requested by his master. Gu sits on his head to monitor and supervise, and while cutting the trees, Kiseok is having a really tough time because of the poison present in the outfit. Kiseok cannot believe that Cheon was perfectly walking around in the damn outfit. Cheon, on the other hand, just had a good time after folding clothes. Nari then shows up with the creature in her hands, telling Cheon that it appears to be an obedient and nice creature. Cheon believes that the creature is loyal to Nari because it can figure out that she was the one who saved its life. However, the question of what they are going to name it remains. Cheon then suggests that they name it Sasa because it is part snake. Nari is still discussing this with Cheon when Sasa jumps off and runs toward the woods. Cheon is glad that the two are having a good time together, which speaks well for the family. Cheon then tells Gu that he has never seen a creature like Sasa before, and Gu says the same thing, which possibly means it's a rare species. However, Gu knows that it is certain that the monster is from the volcanic region, and because of this, they need to keep an eye on the mandragoras. Apparently, monsters from the volcanic zone consider plant-type species a delicacy. Basically, they munch on any plant that they see, since plants are scarce in the region. In addition to this, they like plants that are filled with strong demonic energy. Because of this, Gu is confident that the monster will try to dig up the mandragoras so it can eat them. Just like Gu predicted, the monster has already made its way to the mandragoras field, and a stare-down ensues between them. Nari wants to stop them, but Cheon says there is no need for this. He believes that they are monsters and they need to get a go at each other even once to sort out their differences. Since Sasa is still quite young, Cheon doesn't think it poses much danger to the plants. Just then, Sasa aims for the smallest mandragora, but the biggest one blocks it. The mandragora immediately jumps into a defensive then counterattack formation, and just as expected, the second mandragora launches the counterattack. However, Sasa blocks the attack with its tail, while looking like it's smiling. However, the third one already uses the opportunity to close down on Sasa. In the end, the mandragoras beat Sasa up, and it starts crying. Sasa ends up running away, and Cheon mentions that the mandragoras are the winners of the first round of the fight. Since the show is over, Cheon suggests that it is time they return to what they were doing. 2 days later, Kiseok completes the extension of the house, and Kiseok gladly dumps the outfit with tears of joy running down his cheek. He wonders if he did it well. But Cheon shows up, praising him for even doing it better than expected. Nari is also impressed because the house smells like flowers, and this is thanks to Gu picking out aromatic wood for the building. Cheon is confident that all the clothes stored there will also smell nice. When Kiseok learns that Cheon has given the new monster a name, which is Sasa, he proposes a supposedly better one. Cheon tells him to reveal his proposed name, and he ends up picking Snake Chick, which is the dumbest name a human can think of. Nari suggests her own name, but it turns out to be trash too. Gu wants to join the conversation, and Cheon decides to ask him for his real name, since he claimed he had one before. Gu then reveals that his real name is Rocky Mountain Hoof, which basically expresses his identity. Cheon heaves in disappointment, since he is living with a bunch of dull brains. Since no other person can come up with a better name, the group just sticks with Sasa. Since they are done with the house extension, Gu asks Cheon what their next plan is. Cheon then reveals what he thought about when he was in the human realm. He suggests that they build a sturdy fence around the house to stop monsters from coming in, even when he is not around. Kiseok stares at the house and doubts if anyone or any monster in their right senses would try to approach the scary house. Cheon then says an S-class monster or rogue hunters might show up. Since they are looking to keep people out, Gu says it has to be made from materials with dense demonic energy, and to get this, they are going to have to go to the coastal area. Apparently, there is a yellowish quartz there that is even harder than blackstone. Cheon already imagines how beautiful the fence is going to look if they attach glowstones to it too. While Nari and Gu are excited that they are going to the coastal area, Kiseok is having a nightmare about it. Kiseok is scared to death, but just then, he gets a nosebleed, which means he has to return to the human world. Kiseok cannot be happier because it happened at the right time. Kiseok immediately tells Cheon that he needs to head out to get meds for demonic energy, and Cheon agrees. He tells him to take care of the mandragoras just in case they come back late. Kiseok then tells Cheon to be careful of the coastal region because it is a dangerous place for A-rank hunters and below. Basically, the region is being ruled by 2 disaster-grade monsters. This is the first time Cheon will hear this, and Kiseok explains that reports said that they are chimera hunters who escaped the lab a long time ago. Apparently, they have the heads of birds, but their bodies maintain their human form. Meanwhile, some hunters are practically going up against the said disaster-class monsters. They land a direct tracking hit, causing the monsters to turn in the opposite direction. They believe it is running away and suggest that they pursue it. However, one of them says they should wait until the monsters reach their shelter before taking them out. The hunters are surprised that even after 60 years, the monsters are not dead yet. They believe that the chimeras have completely turned into monsters, and the hunters are not ready to allow the monsters to tarnish the great achievement that came with the creation of chimera hunters. Suddenly, they notice that the monster is not even running away but aiming straight for them. The team leader orders his men to put up a barrier against the incoming attack. However, their barrier didn't do much against the monster as it shattered it with just a single blow. This is when it finally starts to dawn on them that they have misjudged the monster's strength. The monster comes at them again, and is about to finish them off when Nari appears on the scene to punch the monster, while telling it to pick on people its own size. The monster figures out that Nari is a chimera, and he leaps backward to reassess the situation. Nari then tells Cheon that the monster is bullying the hunters, but Cheon thinks it is actually the wrong way. Just then, the hunters get the wind that the mechanical chimera is around them. This is when it dawns on Cheon that Nari still has a tracking device embedded in her. In addition, Cheon seems to know the birdhead dude. Cheon then screams at him, reminding him that they were roommates, but he can't seem to remember his tag number. While Cheon is discussing with the birdhead, the hunters suggest that it would be best if they retreat and return to the human world. However, they plan to come back stronger, and the moment Cheon hears this, he knows that they are going to be a pain. Without hesitation, he suggests that he and the birdhead take care of the situation. It turns out that the bird was truly his roommate, number 33. Number 33 also recognizes the smell coming from Cheon, and he is able to figure out that he is number 17. 66 years ago, in a forest close to the TDA laboratory, number 33 was seen carrying a little girl on his back as they tried to escape the lab. Apparently, the little girl was named Gia then, and number 33 was struggling to get them both to safety. As they run through the forest, they suddenly run into little Cheon, who tells number 33 that he heard about his side effects and the fact that they are getting worse. Cheon told him that it would still end badly for him if he didn't return in 3 days because the detonation spell would kick into play and kill him. However, Cheon says his sister, Jia, is not scheduled for termination yet. Cheon suggests that number 33 stay back at the lab, where he can get suppressants for his side effects so he can live a bit longer, even if it is a day. Number 33 then tells Cheon that he is never going to know how they feel, since he has no side effects like the rest of them. Number 30 lies his sister down and tells Cheon that all he cares about is living freely, and to get this, he is ready to fight Cheon to get out of his way. Just then, Cheon opens a gate to the demon realm for him, shocking number 33 because he never expected him to have a gatestone. Basically, they know that there are 2 options for them if they step into the demon realm. It's either their human cells get poisoned by the demonic energy, or their monster cells absorb the demonic energy and get activated. Cheon lets number 33 know that the demon realm is the best option for him since he wants to live freely until he dies. Basically, the lab's detonation spell won't activate if they cross into the demon realm. Number 33 asked Cheon if there was a way to survive in the demon realm, and he told him that he would have to build up enough mana to protect his human body and mind from the demonic energy. Cheon admits that it might not be easy for him because of his current abilities, but he is pretty sure that the future holds uncertainty. Number 33 says he might not know why Cheon is helping them, but he is taking the help nonetheless. Before entering the demon realm, number 33 says they have been roommates for 4 years, but still do not know each other's names. This is when number 33 finally reveals that his name is Yubeom. Now in the present, Cheon puts the hunters in a state of mind control to erase their memories, and once he realizes that it is working perfectly, he lets them go. Apparently, Cheon has the cells of an oblivion herb transplanted into his body, and this causes hypnosis and memory loss. Yubeom cannot believe the number of things that were injected into Cheon's body just because he never showed side effects. Cheon lets the dude know that a lot actually happened after he left. Nari then drags Cheon's clothes to ask him if he knows Yubeom from somewhere. Since they are playing the native game, Cheon tells Nari that Yubeom is from the Sparrow tribe, shocking Yubeom himself. Cheon even makes it more fun by teasing Nari, asking her if the Sparrow tribe and the Coconut tribe are allies. Nari quickly answers that they are actually allies. While the two are saying this, Yubeom remains totally confused. Just then, Nari bows her head to apologize to Cheon, saying she attacked him because she thought he was a bad person. Nari immediately starts complaining about hunger, and Cheon asks Yubeom if he has any food at his house. Yubeom is still confused by the whole thing playing out in his presence because he doesn't want to believe the fact that Cheon is raising a daughter. Momentarily, Yubeom takes the group to his house, which is built like a real bird's nest. Cheon commends Yubeom, telling him that he actually built his house very well. Yubeom then brings out a plate of grilled clams that he made, which he even added demon butternut to. Just from looking at it, it appears to be delicious already, and the moment Gu and Nari taste it, they find themselves in food heaven. Even Cheon admits that the food tastes really good, even the red moss that Yubeom added to it. Yubeom takes pride in his cooking as he mentioned that the red moss is an all-purpose seasoning. Yubeom is about to tell them to eat slowly when he hears Nari screaming for more. Yubeom almost faints from a heart attack because he is out of ingredients. Since Nari enjoyed the food so much, she offered to go catch some clams so that Yubeom could make the dish again. Yubeom then mentions that it might be a bit dangerous for her to catch the clams, but Nari runs off, promising to catch as many as she can because she wants to eat to her heart's content. While the kids are gone, the elders are left to discuss the aftermath of his departure. Yubeom is impressed when he hears that Cheon actually came back to life thanks to the immortality cells inside him. Yubeom then asks Cheon if he plans on getting back to the laboratory. Cheon confesses that sometimes he actually feels like it, but he thinks he already has a good life, so he doesn't need to rush things. Cheon then asks Yubeom if he plans on getting revenge too. Yubeom then mentions that the spells in Cheon's body might have disappeared after he came back to life, but the same cannot be said for them. As for them, they still have the detonation spells in their bodies. Yubeom is pretty sure that they are going to explode the moment they return to the human world. Cheon notices that Yubeom can control his wings, but he asks him about his head and if it has ever returned to normal. Yubeom then mentions that he can actually change it back, but he is intentionally keeping it the way it is. Apparently his sister's face has changed, and if he looks normal, her sister will definitely feel bad. Just then, Cheon asks Yubeom a delicate question, which is whether he knows that he has just a month left to live. Yubeom is not surprised by this because he already knows too. Yubeom admits that it was tough when he first arrived in the demon realm, and he had to gather mana just to survive. Later on, he felt that his mana and demonic energy were at the same level, and because of this, Yubeom was at peace for a long time. However, something terrible happened sometime not too long ago. Jia's mana hole got tangled and her demonic energy started to run rampant. Yubeom says he tried to force it open, but this damaged his own mana hole in the process. Yubeom says he has been managing it, but Jia has been sleeping because she prefers to eat fruits with sleeping poison. Cheon figures out that Jia intentionally puts herself in a state of comatose to slow down the demonic energy ravaging her system. Just then, it dawns on Cheon that there is a potion that can be made with mandragora to heal the mana hole. Cheon figures out that Yubeom didn't know this, which is why he has not done it. Meanwhile, Jia is having a tough time in the cave where she is hiding. Yubeom is ultimately shocked when he learns that he and Jia can live. Cheon doesn't blame Yubeom's ignorance because he himself only knew everything because he studied pharmacology at the lab from age 15. Cheon tells him that all he needs is to drink refined water from a mana hole infused with the leftover roots of a mandragora. Cheon always thought the leftovers were insignificant, but they actually absorb demonic energy underground, then sprout into new entities, even multiplying into more. It is basically a source of vitality on its own. Because of this, any refined water made from its leftover roots shows remarkable effects in regenerating mana holes. Cheon never thought it would be of use to him, but he is thankful. He is actually raising mandragoras. Cheon then tells Yubeom that he will leave to get him some. Yubeom is shocked to hear that Cheon is willing to go to the human realm to get refined water. Cheon points out the obvious fact that Yubeom can't go because of the curse on him, which is why he needs to be the one to go. However, he urges Yubeom to keep an eye on Nari and Gu while he is gone. Since the alchemist who will make the refined water will demand payment, Cheon asks Yubeom if he has any money, but he says no. However, he has a load of other stuff that he collected from hunters. Cheon takes the items and assures Yubeom that they will be enough for what he wants. Cheon heads to the human realm, and he meets with Bongsu to tell him that he needs an alchemist. Thankfully, Bongsu has become a respectable guide, and he tells Cheon about a branch of alchemy that opened in the slums. He plans to lead Cheon there since it is their best chance at finding what he needs. Cheon notices that Bongsu is wearing sandbags on his arms and legs, and he asks him why. Bongsu mentions that he is building his stamina so he can become strong, just like Cheon. Cheon is surprised to hear this, and Bongsu tells him that he already figured out that Cheon is an incredible hunter because he basically enters the demon realm with nothing but his bare body. Momentarily, they arrive at the alchemy shop, and Bongsu tells Cheon that a new branch manager arrived not long ago, and it said that he is really skilled. In addition to his skills, he has a good personality. Just then, they spot the said manager in the distance, getting a call from the loan shark. Bongsu mentions that the manager originally worked at the Gold City branch for 20 years, but he was demoted and transferred to the slums, and in addition, they slashed his salary too. Cheon believes that the dude did something wrong, which is why he was obviously demoted. Bongsu then explains that from what he heard, one of his higher-ups was secretly taking money from the packages meant for the slums. However, when the alchemist Kim reported it, he was thrown out for being a troublemaker, which is how he ended up in the slum. Just then, Kim notices Bongsu's presence, and his sad face immediately goes bright. Bongsu then tells Kim that Cheon needs an alchemist. Cheon uses his power to access the dude, and he can see that he is clearly skilled. Once he is done pairing them together, Bongsu leaves, claiming that he needs to go and train. Inside the alchemy office, the attendant is complaining about the low returns when Cheon and the manager enter the room. Upon entering, Cheon immediately cuts to the chase, asking Kim if he can make refined mana holes using mandragora, since he is an A-rank alchemist. Cheon adds that he needs about 2 liters of the refined water. Kim believes that Cheon is saying trash because he knows that there are no mandragoras in the slums, and in addition to this, he wonders just how Cheon knows his rank. Kim is about to turn the offer down because of a lack of ingredients when Cheon pulls tiny mandragora roots that contain dense demonic energy, shocking Kim. Kim is totally blown away because the roots look absolutely fresh, like they have just been harvested. Cheon then mentions that he plans to pay for Kim's services with specialties from the coastal region. He gives Kim the bag, telling him to appraise everything inside the bag. Kim looks into the bag to see S-rank black pearls, leaving him blown because even the headquarters have never seen one. In addition to this, there are giant clams and red moss. Cheon then asks Kim if everything will be enough to cover the manufacturing fee, and he says yes. In fact, the whole ingredient is more than enough to buy the entire building. The attendant tells Kim that he needs to get the appraisal equipment since high-value items also need expensive equipment to appraise. After the attendant leaves the room, Cheon spots a mandragora in a tube, and he asks Kim about it, since he said they didn't have any. Kim mentions that the mandragora he is looking at is dead for about 10 years, which basically means all of its medicinal effects are gone. Kim only kept it around because of his interest in mandragora research. Just then, Cheon mentions that the mandragora is still alive, shocking the dude. Cheon then feeds it mana, and to Kim's surprise, the mandragora reacts to it. Cheon mentions that the mandragora is in a comatose state because it has exhausted its demonic energy. Kim doesn't want to believe what is happening because he has fed the mandragora lots of mana himself. Just then, Kim's evil boss, An, enters the room, and he wastes no time making fun of Kim and his trash office. Kim is surprised to see the man there, and he asks him why he came to the slums, and then mentions that he got a report that something good just entered the lab, which is why he came around. Kim is surprised to hear this, leaving him to wonder if his assistant has already contacted An, and then talks about his subordinates, a set of twins, who are ability users. and then turns to Cheon to introduce himself as An Jijong, the director of the Alchemy Association. He wants Cheon to come with him to Gold City, and he promises to take care of him. An continues by saying he is prepared to give Cheon an exclusive contract, which he will never get from Kim. Cheon then asks An about the wart on his nose because he wants to know his relation to An Bokdeok, and laughs out loud when he hears this, and he reveals that Bokdeok is his grandfather. Cheon can clearly see the trash resemblance between them both because Bokdeok was the person in charge of the experiments that made him a chimera. He was a trash scientist who never cared about the kids, and he even has a wart on his nose just like his grandson. The moment Cheon confirms that they are alike, Cheon hits An with so much aura that he falls to his knees. Cheon talks about how disappointed he is that An is just like his trash grandfather, who is a greedy and power-drunk person. An is genuinely confused, and Cheon decides that he has a simple question, which will determine whether he lives or dies. With so much fury in his eyes, Cheon asks if the TDA laboratory still exists, and answers that he has no idea what Cheon is talking about, leaving Cheon to ask him again if he truly does not know about the Chimera Research Lab where Bokdeok worked as a senior researcher. Kim is hiding behind something, and he is surprised to hear that Bokdeok, who won the Peace Prize, actually worked at an illegal lab. Still on the floor, An berates Cheon, telling him not to soil his father's name because he worked hard to nurture the next generation at the university. Even after retiring, he donated his entire fortune to the families of the Gate victims, which is what earned him the Peace Prize. Cheon figures out that Bokdeok decided to make a public repentance after killing so many people behind the scenes. Cheon was expecting him to still be alive since he was an awakened, but he died so quickly. Cheon then asks if it was an after effect of falling from a window, and this shocks An because the incident wasn't known to the public, and is curious about this, and Cheon mentions that he was the one who pushed Bokdeok from the window because he turned kidnapped kids into chimeras. He threatened to push them into a gate, but Cheon took action first, and he pushed the dude from the window. Cheon then tells An that he is going to give him just one chance. He wants An to go back and look into the TDA research lab. Cheon lets An know that he will be there to find him when the time is right. Cheon is surprised that he met Bokdeok's offspring in the slums. He remembers how they subjected him to the painful experiment when he was 9 years old, and the monster parts started to show on his body in his 20s. From that point onward, he really doesn't remember what happened. He figures out that he was basically following orders and instincts without being able to think for himself. It suddenly dawns on him that the lab's name might have changed because it's been a long time. Shortly afterward, Kim returns from his lab with the refined water that he wants. Cheon is impressed that he was very fast about it, even though he is an A-rank alchemist. Kim reveals that the ingredients were so good that everything went smoothly. Just then, Cheon asks Kim if he would be willing to sign a personal contract with him, and he promises to give him the remaining ingredients. Kim is shocked when he hears Cheon offering him an exclusive contract in addition to the expensive ingredients that he has. Tears of joy start falling out of his eyes when Kim hears this, leaving Cheon confused as he thinks he has offered the dude a bad deal. Kim then mentions that he was originally from the slums, and when he was young, his parents took a massive private loan. He promised he would pay it back, but no matter how much he tried, he was always stuck in the same place. What Cheon just did for him is considered the greatest kindness, leaving him to wonder just how much he can repay it. Cheon cannot believe that the dude is already thinking of paying him back. Cheon then tells Kim that all he wants is for them to continue working together. Cheon knows that there are things he will still need from Kim in the future. Since his business is done, he figures out that it is time to go back, but he hopes nothing has gone wrong in his absence. Just as he feared, Jia had gone on a rampage and had beaten Yubeom up. Even while getting beaten up, Yubeom is hellbent on keeping his promise to keep the kids safe. Yubeom finally decides to engage his sister in a fierce battle, and he dashes toward her at great speed. He knocks her to the ground, but suddenly, a strange barrier covers her. Yubeom is wondering what is happening when he finally realizes that Cheon was the one who put a jellyfish covering on her to restrain her. Everyone is relieved with Cheon's arrival, and Yubeom asks him if he got the medicine. Cheon assures him that he got it with him. He tells her to give Jia a bottle and take the other one for himself. After drinking the medicine, Jia calms down, and she later wakes up in the night with Nari sleeping beside her. Jia stands up, thinking it's a dream until he sees Yubeom and Cheon sitting together by the fire. When Cheon turns around to look at Jia, she almost passes out, as she screams, asking Cheon who he is. Jia's scream wakes Jia from her sleep, and she wastes no time acting all friendly with her. Yubeom then tells Jia to check her mana hole, and when she does, she realizes that it is completely healed. In addition to this, her face has returned to normal. Jia is blown away by this, and she asks Yubeom where he found the people at their house. Yubeom is surprised that she doesn't recognize Cheon when she is the one who has been crying to see him. Yubeom understands that it's been a long time, which is why she doesn't recognize him. However, after a good look, Jia finally realizes that Cheon is number 17. She runs over to his brother to confirm if she is really looking at number 17, and he says yes. Instead of acting all friendly, Cheon decides to aura by asking if there is any more red moss. Yubiom replies that there is no more red moss, but Jia is not surprised because Cheon was always the least empathetic person with empathy. Nonetheless, she takes off her mask to thank Cheon for everything that he has done so far. Suddenly, Nari notices something sparkling in the sea, and Jia explains that it is a sea fairy. Apparently, they are basically seahorses that live deep in the sea, but Jia and Yubeom gave them the sea fairy nickname because they look like fairies when playing with them. Apparently, the seahorses only come out at night and return when the sun rises. Jia reveals that if they follow the sea fairies, they can find a yellow glowing quartz. This is when it dawns on Cheon that he has totally forgotten his main objective. Cheon then asks when the sun will rise, and Jia says it will come out very soon. Since this is the case, Cheon decides that he needs to go for a swim. Meanwhile, on the outside, the scientists have recorded the last known location of the mechanical chimera to be the coastal region. The scientists are having a meeting when An calls Myung-do, asking him if he knows anything about the TDA laboratory. Myung-do says he has not heard of the lab, and An mentions that it was an illegal lab that was run a long time ago. Myung-do tries telling An that the Hanbit research lab doesn't do the kind of things he is looking for. Myung-do mentions that Bokdeok always told him to be an upright and honest researcher. After the call, Myung-do starts wondering how An knew about the illegal lab. Momentarily, one of his attendants enters the room, telling him that they have been successful in creating a liquid metal mandragora. Myung-do is glad about his new creation because the mandragoras are quite exceptional when it comes to kinship. He is glad that he left a little liquid metal behind. He is pretty sure that the metal mandragora will go after Nari and will be able to find her quickly. He then orders that they triple the bounty on Nari and also engage all A-class hunters. He is desperate to find Nari no matter what, because he considers her his life masterpiece. Back in the demon realm, Yubeom stands in front of the sea and remembers the conversation he had with Cheon about the quartz. Apparently Cheon had told him that he wanted to use it for his house, shocking Yubeom. Yubeom realizes that Cheon has been having a good time in the demon realm. Cheon then asks Yubeom if he would like to visit the human world, and Yubeom says he is not entirely curious, but he would like to see how things have changed. Cheon then told him that he could actually help him get rid of the curse on his body. Yubeom is curious about this, and Cheon tells Yubeom about the alchemist, saying Kim is pretty skilled. Cheon says he wants to get Kim to research spells, but he urges Yubeom not to get his hopes high. Yubeom starts crying while asking Cheon why he always helps them when they have never done anything for him before. Cheon reveals that looking at the siblings impresses him and makes him wonder if there is anything more important than surviving. Cheon says that by helping Yubeom and his sister, he believes that he is going to find an answer. Now, standing in front of the clear sea, his sister suddenly appears in the distance and throws a rope to him, telling him to pull it. Without knowing what it is, Yubeom pulls it but realizes that it is actually very heavy. Yubeom uses all of his strength to pull it hard, and he manages to pull the heavy item out of the water. It turns out to be a large quantity of quartz. Yubeom is absolutely blown away when he sees this, as he cannot believe that Cheon and his team mined something so large. Nari and Cheon had fun swimming in the water while mining the quartz. When they got to the Sea Fairy's palace, it was absolutely beautiful, just like a yellow palace. Nari tells Cheon that she would like them to visit the palace another time. Because of how many stones there are, Yubeom asks Cheon how he plans to move them to his house. Cheon then says he would have to start thinking about that. Suddenly, he spots a parrot-billed bird flying above them. He wonders why a bird that usually moves in a flock is suddenly flying solo. Nari is blown away by the sight of the parrot, and she says it looks very pretty, but Jia tells her that she is going to change her mind when she moves closer. Jia says the birds are over 4 meters long, and they are extremely vicious. Because of how terrible they are, Jia and Yubeom don't even mess with them. However, Yubeom already knows the wild idea going through Cheon's head. Cheon confirms this, saying he was basically looking for a truck and the bird showed up. Back at the house, Kishuk is still working on building up his mana, and he can see that his mana hole is actually getting bigger. He is impressed with what he has achieved, and he believes that his dream of becoming an A-rank hunter might actually come through. He's thinking about this when the metal mandragora appears behind him. He panics when he sees the weird creature, but his worries are not over because standing behind the mandragora are 3 scary A-rank hunters too. The hunters recognize Kisiok thanks to his bald head, and they waste no time making fun of him. Apparently, they were the ones who bullied Kisiok when he went to apply for the promotion exam. Kisiok is panicking when he suddenly realizes that 3 mandragoras in the garden are standing their ground, and they are doing it in the most fashionable way. The hunters are excited about the mandragoras because of how much they are worth. One of the hunters approaches the mandragora to try and deceive it. Kisiok is already preparing to lay down his life to protect the mandragoras when the biggest mandragora kicks the hunter so hard that he is sent flying into the distance. Surprisingly, Yubeom and Jia arrive at the house at the same time, leaving them to wonder who is causing trouble at Cheon's house. Apparently, the two had gone ahead of Cheon to get to his house because the parrot-billed bird was flying so slowly, thanks to Cheon beating it up while trying to tame it. Kisiok starts freaking out, wondering what is actually happening all of a sudden. He's trying to wrap his head around the fact that disaster-class monsters just appeared on site. He is also worried that something has happened to Cheon, since Yubiom and Jia came in the direction that Cheon went. He is still thinking about this when Yubiom and Jia dash toward him, telling him that they are Cheon's friends. Kiseok cannot believe the type of people that his master has been rolling with. It is at this moment that it dawns on him that he can actually use Jia and Yubiom against the hunters. He wastes no time revealing that the hunters are there to steal Cheon's mandragoras. The hunters hear this, and fear grips them, knowing that they are so dead. An hour later, Cheon arrives at the house, and the moment the bird offloads the quartz, it sleeps off immediately. Cheon understands how tired the bird is, and he pats the bird on the head, urging it to get some rest. Jia is shocked when she realizes that Cheon really tamed the bird, but Yubiom is not all that surprised, since he knows the kind of person Cheon is. Moments later, Cheon notices the A-rank hunters who have been disarmed and tied to a tree. He demands to know what happened, and Yubiom tells him that they were there to steal mandragoras. When Cheon hears this, he suspects that there is something more sinister to their plan. On the other hand, Nari is excited to have Jia at the house, and she offers to give her a tour of the entire area. After they are gone, Yubiom tells Cheon that the lab that is after Nari is the Hanbit Research Institute, which is why they hired the A-class hunters to find her. This immediately tells Cheon that Nari has some sort of tracker on her that still works in the demon realm. However, Cheon is confused as to how the hunters made their way to the house when he and Nari were in the coastal region. Yubiom then reveals how this was made possible by revealing the metal mandragora that the hunters came with. Yubiom explains that the liquid metals are drawn to each other, which is why they are able to track Nari. Cheon figures out that the mandragora ended up at the house because it was drawn to his kind in the garden. Apparently, their next plan was to go to the coastal region, revealing that they have no intention of giving up on Nari anytime soon. Realizing the severity of the whole thing, Cheon believes that coming up with a countermeasure is the way forward. Just then, the mandragoras in the garden walk over to Cheon, demanding that he hand over the metal mandragora, even though it is already a chimera. Cheon hands over the mandragora, but notices that the mandragora boss is still staring at him, as if it wants something else. This is when it dawns on Cheon that there is another mandragora in his pocket. He brings it out and hands it over, leaving Yubiom to ask where Cheon got the scrawny mandragora from. Cheon reveals that the mandragora was being cared for by an alchemist, but he was the one who agreed to look after it. In no time, the mandragoras dig up holes for the latest addition to the family. Yubiom is impressed with the social standard among the mandragoras, and Cheon is glad that there is no territorial dispute among the mandragoras. Moments later, Kiseok, Nari, and Jia return to the house. As usual, Kiseok rushes over to hug Cheon, but Cheon just pushes him aside to avoid his trouble. Kiseok then reveals his intention to cook something delicious for Cheon's visitors. Kiseok is running around until he suddenly spots the giant parrot, sending a wave of fear through his body. He demands to know what the bird is doing there, and Cheon assures him that he is going to explain to him later. While Kiseok is preparing the meal of the day, Nari makes her way to the garden, and the liquid metal mandragora connects with her. Moments later, Kiseok finishes preparing the meal of the day, and it looks sumptuous enough to catch everybody's attention. Yubiom and Jia are totally blown away as they analyze all the ingredients that Kiseok used in making the dish. They are impressed by how detailed he prepared the dish and the generosity of the ingredients he used. As the team is about to take their first bite, Kiseok prays deep down, hoping that they enjoy the dish. Yubiom and Jia take a bite each, and they find themselves in a foodgasmic state. Cheon is not surprised, since this is not the first time he has eaten Kiseok's dish. While everyone is enjoying the food, Nari is moody. Moments later, she leaves her food and enters the house, claiming that she needs to sleep. Cheon quickly figures out that she is being bothered by the chimera mandragora. Cheon starts thinking of what to do to help Nari, and he believes that giving her some work will settle her mind. Not long after they are done eating, a gate opens out of nowhere, and when Cheon looks back, he realizes that it is Nari. It turns out that Nari is trying to leave, believing that she is putting Cheon and the team in danger. Cheon rushes after her to grab her, only to see her bawling her eyes out with plans to bid Cheon farewell. Before she can step into the gate, Cheon stops her, letting her know that this is her home. Nari is taken aback by Cheon's care, and she jumps into his arms with tears in her eyes. Cheon then serves Nari a delicious plate of ramen to calm her nerves. Nari consumes the noodles with so much joy in her heart, but Jia lets her know that the next time she tries to run away from home, she is going to get a scolding from her. Once she is done eating, Kiseok gives her a drink to help quench the intensity of the spice. After she is done eating, Kiseok tells Cheon that he is going to clean the plates and finish up the task that he gave him. Yubiom also suggests that they return to cutting the quartz. Once everybody else has left, Nari apologizes to Cheon for making him worry. However, Cheon lets her know that she did nothing wrong because those who made her that way are to be blamed. Cheon then gets serious, telling Nari to tell him about her friends at the Coconut Tribe. Nari is surprised and shocked to hear this, but deep down, Cheon is planning to clear out the Hanbit research lab, and he doesn't want Nari's friends to get hurt in the process. Once Cheon is able to get her to talk, she starts spewing everything that Cheon wants to hear. After he is done hearing this, Cheon figures out that Kiseok would be the one to lead him to where the lab is. On the other hand, the task that Cheon gave Kiseok is to beat the hell out of the A-rank hunters that they are holding captive. Kiseok does this happily since Cheon has suppressed their mana, and there is nothing they can do while he is beating them up. Just then, one of the hunters offers Kiseok money, assuring him that he is going to give him enough money for him to live large. However, Kiseok is enjoying what he is doing so well that the money they are offering him has no value to him. In addition, he has a black card with him, which is only issued to the super elite, and he can get whatever he wants with this. The hunters are shocked when they see this, leaving them to question how Kiseok got it. Kiseok lets them know that how he procured it is not their business, but they should get ready for intense punishment, which is revenge for what they did to him during the advancement exam. The hunters realize what's coming to them, and they start begging, telling Kiseok that they are sorry for what happened in the past, but he lets them know that he has no intentions of letting them go. Kiseok reminds them how they bullied him just because he failed his exams. However, tables have turned, and he is finally in a position to deal with them. He shows them a bunch of balls that were given to him by Cheon, and because of how compact the balls are, Kiseok says he doesn't know how painful the effect will be, but it is definitely going to be painful. However, he lets them know that the ball is effective in wiping their memories. Enjoying the moment, Kiseok screams at them to open their mouths so that they can enjoy the balls. The hunters scream out in pain, knowing fully well that they are doomed. The next day, Cheon informs Yubeom of his plan to clear out the research facility, telling him to take care of Nari while he is away. Yubeom assures Cheon that he has nothing to worry about while he is away. Just then, Kiseok shows up, telling Cheon that preparations are done. Yubeom notices that Kiseok is smiling more than usual, and he reveals that Cheon has promised to let him meet an A-rank alchemist with the hope that his problem might be solved. Jia then suggests that Cheon wear a disguise, and he agrees to this. Without hesitation, Jia takes off her mask, revealing the stunning beauty under it. Jia hands the mask over to Cheon, but while they are doing this, Kiseok is stuck, staring at how beautiful Jia looks. Before he knows it, he realizes that his heart is beating very fast, which is an indication that he has fallen in love at first sight. Before Kiseok knows it, he goes down on his knees to ask Jia what her type is. Cheon and Yubeom are stunned to see Kiseok confessing his love without hesitation. Jia, on the other hand, cannot figure out what Kiseok means by her type, and she takes a moment to think about it. Once she figures it out, she tells Kiseok that her type must be flashy and should be able to dance. While she is saying this, she is busy imagining a peacock. She then caps it off, revealing that her type must have plenty of feathers, and this is when Kiseok finally loses all of his brain cells. Kiseok can no longer hold it in, and he screams out, telling Cheon that they should leave immediately to meet the alchemist. Cheon lets him know that they are going to stop somewhere on the way, but Kiseok doesn't mind as long as they get out of the demon realm at that very moment. Moments later, a huge gate opens in the slums, shocking the residents, as they wonder why a return gate is that huge. They are still trying to wrap their heads around the size of the gate when the big blue bird emerges from the gate with Cheon riding it. The residents scream out, suggesting that they report the issue to the Hunter Association. Kiseok is also confused about the whole thing, and he asks Cheon why he had to bring out the giant bird because the people are already freaking out about the whole thing. Cheon simply replies that there is no need for them to walk when they have a ride. Kiseok then asks Cheon where it is that they are going, and Cheon shocks him by telling him that he will be the one to tell him this. Since the sky is blue and they are riding a bluebird, Cheon decides that he is going to name the bird Blue. Meanwhile, the mad scientist is holding a meeting with his staff, and they tell him that the hunters they sent after Nari returned with amnesia. To make it worse, the tracking mandragora they used didn't come back either. The old man is pissed when he hears this because he knows how bad the organization is going to appear to the public eye if they can't account for the liquid metal in their possession. The old man is still freaking out about what the board members will do when one of the staff members brings out the note they found on one of the hunters. He opens the wrapped note, and the old man is shocked to see that it reads, "See you soon." This pisses the man off, and he demands that an investigation be conducted to find out who did it. Just then, the window behind the director comes crashing down, thanks to Blue landing in the building. Cheon realizes that Blue has a short tail, which is why it wasn't able to land well, and he decides that he will have the alchemist do something about this. Once he is done with this, he looks around, demanding to know who the director of the research lab is. Some minutes before they arrived at the laboratory, Kiseok had told Cheon where they needed to go. However, Kiseok revealed his worry, telling Cheon that the lab has gotten so much media attention because they were the ones who developed Nari, making them a public hero. In addition, Kiseok is worried that they are about to commit a felony, but Cheon is not too worried about this, telling Kiseok that they are going to find out when they get there. Kiseok then decides not to pursue the issue further, believing that Cheon must have a plan. He then calls Cheon's attention to Blue's short tail, and Cheon reveals that it has been like this since the first time he saw it. Cheon believes that Blue ran away from its own kind because it was attacked, thanks to the tail disability. Cheon lets Kiseok know that he was the one who saved Blue's life, which is why it listens to him. Kiseok then asks Cheon why Blue was attacked just because of its feathers, and Cheon reveals that the parrot poison bird species are obsessed with their beautiful tail feathers. Cheon explains that it was because of this reason that Blue was picked on by its own kind. Upon hearing this, Kiseok feels bad and emotional for the bird because he can relate to what the bird is feeling. The moment they spot the lab, Cheon orders Blue to dive right ahead into the building. Kiseok is terrified when he hears this, but Cheon doesn't care. Kiseok screams out in fear as the bird dives into the building, leaving a loud explosion, rocking the building. The staff are trying to recover from the after effects of the explosion when they turn around to see a scary bird standing next to them. The staff scream out in fear, but before they can make a move, Cheon webs all of them up. Still recovering from the hard landing, Kiseok asks Cheon why he entered through the side of the building when there is a door that is working perfectly. Cheon casually answers that he did this because the director of a lab is always on the top floor. Cheon then walks up to the staff members, asking them if he had the right lab, but the only question the staff members can ask him is who he is. Cheon then replies that he is Nari's guardian, but none of them knows who Nari is. Just then, Cheon senses demonic energy in the room, and he realizes that there is a strange person in the building. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Association building, the chairman, Lee Unsu, is having a meeting with his grandson, Lee Beko, who is a C-rank hunter. The old man expects his grandson to be working really hard to make it to the top of the rankings since he awakened at a very young age. However, Beko believes that there is no need to rush since he is still in his 20s. Beko also casually tells his grandfather that he is just coming to the office after a long while, which means he deserves an allowance. This immediately tells Unsu that he has spoiled his grandson, which is why he has no sense of responsibility. The chairman reminds Beko that he is already 80 years old, and it would be nice if he had someone who could take up his position. Unsu believes that the hunters of nowadays have it easy because they are only risking their asses for the money and not for the love of the game. In addition, the whole Chimera research program was started in a bid to protect hunters on a mission. Nonetheless, hiring a Chimera hunter means paying a huge sum of money to the research labs. Because of this, poor regions that can't afford the payment are left endangered. However, Unsu doesn't blame the hunters, but at the same time, he believes that a world where life and death are decided by money is wrong. In fact, he believes that it is times like these that the Hunter Association needs to become even stronger. Instead of this, almost everyone is gunning for the chairman's position because of the influence and the money that it brings. Unsu lets his grandson know that he has been ruling as a powerless chairman because he awakened late and even with a low rank. Unsu is about to give his grandson a solid piece of advice when someone enters the office to tell him about the parrot poison bird that was spotted in the slums. Unsu is shocked when he hears this because there was no signal about any naturally occurring gate. The chairman then asks him if the hunters have responded to the sighting of the bird, but he says no, revealing that no hunter is willing to step up. The chairman is not surprised when he hears this because the sighting was in the slums, and no one really cares about the slums. The chairman then orders that all the Chimera research labs be contacted, revealing his plan to go by himself. Realizing that his grandfather is all geared up, Beko also offers to go with him. Back at the lab, Cheon has captured the director, who was the strange one that he sensed when he attacked the lab. Just then, the director transforms into liquid metal, shocking his staff members. The staff members cannot believe that the director was a chimera all along. Annoyed that Cheon came to disrupt his business, the transformed director dashes at Cheon with the intention of killing him. Cheon easily dodges his attacks with the realization that the director performed the experiments on himself too. While Cheon is engaging Myungdu, he is able to connect to him telepathically. Just then, Cheon is able to tap into Myungdu, the director's mind, and he sees him performing experiments on the kids. The moment he sees this, he loses his cool and stops toying with Myungdu. He angrily grabs him, asking him if he kidnapped young ones just to perform experiments on them. Myungdu casually replies that he was doing the young ones a favor by taking them off the street to perform the experiments on them. The director claims that he was doing them a favor, but this only pisses Cheon off, smashing him to push Myungdu to the ground. Realizing that he can't move the way he wants, Myungdu thinks of liquefying himself, but Cheon is not about to let him do that. Cheon tells him that he is about to show him what it means to be in pain, and he starts emitting a high level of mana that even Myungdu himself has not seen before. In no time, Myungdu starts screaming in pain, begging Cheon to let him go, but Cheon holds on to him until he finishes sucking him into a ball of mana. After he is done dealing with the director, Cheon turns to the staff members, telling them that he needs information, and they are going to be the ones to provide him with what he wants. Scared not to join their boss in a ball of mana, they waste no time divulging all the information that Cheon needs. With what Cheon gathered from the staff, he realizes that everything started when Myungdu stole his master's research. He ran off with the data to start his own research lab. To make it worse, he performed the experiments on himself, and this is because he wanted to look even younger. Thanks to the information he got from the staff, he is also able to destroy the tracker on Nari. While exploring further into the building, Cheon expects Kiseok to handle the cleanup, since Blue is with him. It turns out that Cheon is searching the building to make sure he destroys whatever illegal experiment Myongdu has left. Moments later, he arrives at a giant door, and when he opens it, he finds a room filled with large experimental tubes with specimens inside them. Even Gu is pissed when he sees the number of specimens that Myongdu has tucked away. Gu then asks Cheon what he wants to do with the specimens inside the tubes. Cheon fails to answer the question, and this is because he is lost in thoughts of how he also suffered in the same labs, while the scientists are stripping him apart. Cheon is checking on the specimens when he notices another presence behind him. He looks around to see a chimera fox staring at him, and judging from the smell, he realizes that the chimera was Nari's buddy. Cheon also figures out that the chimera revealed itself because it smelled Nari on them. The fox then walks up to Cheon, asking him if he has met any mechanical creature. Cheon replies, telling the fox that Nari is living well with them in the demon realm. The moment the fox hears this, it bursts out in tears, revealing that it has been waiting for any good news concerning Nari. Judging from what Nari told him in the demon realm, Cheon figures out that the fox is her best friend. Cheon then asks the fox if there are others like it, and realizing that Cheon is not a threat, the fox tells the others to show themselves. Just then, other chimeras like a tree, an ant, and even a cactus emerge from where they have been hiding. Cheon then asks if they are the only ones left in the lab, and the fox says yes, revealing that all the combat types have been killed or sold off. Since the chimeras all have demonic energy running through them, Cheon figures out that they are going to survive in the demon realm. Cheon then opens a gate for the chimeras to go through to access the demon realm. After he is done, he sets the Hanbit research lab on fire. Later on, the chairman and his grandson show up on site to find everything on fire. It immediately dawns on him that the lab was the target from the start, and not the slums. Just then, Blue appears overhead, leaving the chairman and his grandson in shock. Cheon asks Kiseok if he was able to finish the cleanup, and he assures him that everything is done. Cheon is glad that they didn't kill anybody because that could trigger something dangerous. However, Cheon made sure to feed the eyewitnesses pills that would wipe their memories. Just then, Cheon looks down, and he spots the chairman and his grandson. The chairman is shocked to see that Cheon is truly riding a poison parrot. After thinking over the whole thing for a couple of seconds, Cheon finally remembers who the chairman is. Since Cheon can trust the chairman, he picks up the mana prison ball and throws it at the chairman. The chairman is shocked when he realizes that Cheon used an old mana sealing technique, which can only be done when one's target is weaker than the caster. Moments later, the other hunters show up to assist Unsu on site, but there is nothing much for them to do. The arriving hunters then tell Cheon that there is a report about Myongdu being a chimera. This is when it dawns on Unsu what he is holding in his hands. After they are done with the lab, Cheon tells Kiseok that it is time they head to the slums to meet the man who will solve his problem. Since Cheon is trying to avoid the organization, he cooks up a standard plan. Meanwhile, Kim is sleeping in his room when he hears a weird sound in the house. He opens the door only to find Cheon and Kiseok like robbers. Kim is surprised and confused, forcing him to ask why Cheon came to his house. Cheon simply smiles and tells him that it is time he followed him to the demon realm. Meanwhile, Yubom is explaining to Jia and Nari how the quartz fence will work when the gate opens. The trio assumes that Cheon is back, but to their surprise, it is the fox and its chimera friends. The moment Nari spots them, she runs off, leaving Jia to question why she ran off. Without wasting time, Sasa runs toward the fox and its friends to let them know the chain of command. Surprisingly, one of the chimeras, the tree, just ignored Sasa and walked past it. The tree walks to the garden and it appears to have taken a liking to it. However, the owners of the garden, the Mandragoras, emerge from the ground to show the dude that they are present there. At the back, Cheon, Kiseok, and Kim also return from the human world. Kim is totally blown away when he sees the magnificent house that Cheon built in the demon realm, and the first thing he thinks of is the fact that it is going to hold immense academic value. Just then, Cheon spots Nari hiding behind a tree, and he realizes that she hasn't made up with her friends yet. Cheon then tells Kiseok and Kim to wait where they are while he talks to Nari. Cheon then walks up to Jia to hand over the mask, while telling her that it was nice to wear. Jia is glad to hear this, assuring Cheon that she is going to make one for him. Cheon then asks them what is happening in the garden, and Yubiom explains that the tree is trying to get its way into the garden, but the Mandragoras are not ready for that. Not long after this, the ant decides to join in the battle. Surprisingly, the tree and the ant employ a nice tactic in an attempt to get the Mandragoras to surrender. The tree grabs the ant and launches it like a catapult, but the metal Mandragora meets it halfway to headbutt it. The force from this causes the ant to pass out, ultimately putting the Mandragoras at the top. Yubeom is impressed by the Mandragora's teamwork, but Jia is also impressed by the tactics employed by the tree and ant. Since the Mandragoras have settled their beef, Cheon believes that the next set of people to put their past to bed is the fox and Nari. Not long after this, the fox finds Nari where she is hiding. The fox lets Nari know that she is not going anywhere until she accepts its apology. In a flashback scene, Myungdu learned that Nari was refusing to participate in rank battles. To make it worse, she was refusing orders back then, and one of the scientists believed that something was wrong with her personality. The dude reveals that Nari might have been born a combat-type chimera, but she came with a kind nature. Apparently, this is why Nari just allows the others to beat her up without putting up a fight. When Myungdu heard this, his evil sense immediately concluded on the fact that all Nari needed was a remodeling. He then orders the scientist to give Nari a bunch of weak but docile roommates. He then adds that the moment Nari has gotten comfortable with them, one of them should attack her. In the end, the fox was the one who attacked Nari because Myungdu is trying to prove to her that anyone can betray her. After Nari was attacked, Myungdu used the opportunity to tell her that there are no friends whatsoever. He tells her that they are going to kill her the next time they attack her if she refuses to kill them. However, Nari refuses to listen to Myungdu's preachings, and she resorts to escaping instead. She believes that the fox and the others are her friends, and she cannot hurt her friends. The scientist tried to stop her, but she escaped into the demon realm. Now, in the present day, Nari changes into true mechanical form before stepping out to meet the fox. The fox is surprised to see Nari crying because she believes that it should be the one crying. Nari jumps into the fox's hands, telling it that she missed it and the others. With tears in their eyes, Nari promises never to leave her friends again. Meanwhile, Cheon, Jia, and Yubiom are watching the whole thing unfold. Once Cheon sees that they have made up, he suggests that they leave because everything is already settled. Just then, Kim and Kiseok remind Cheon that they are still waiting right where he told them to wait, and they are about to pass out. Cheon is surprised that they are still there, and he lets them know that he basically told them to wait because he believed that Nari might not react well to strangers. Yubiom and Jia then ask Cheon who Kim is, and he explains to them that he is the A-rank alchemist who will help them remove their spells. With a bright smile on his face, Kim introduces himself and wastes no time asking the siblings if he can pluck a few of their feathers. Yubiom and Jia are startled to hear this, and Kim asks them if this is going to be a problem. Yubiom lets him know that he has no issues with this, but it looks pretty embarrassing to him. Meanwhile, in the slums, Bongsu is telling Park about the big blue bird that came to the slums. Apparently, Park has been inside, which is why she didn't get to know what was happening. Just as usual, Park serves Bongsu with a plate of roasted potatoes with kimchi to go with it. Bongsu thanks Park for the food and wastes no time munching on it as he talks about how nice the food is. Park assures him that he can eat as much as he wants because she still has more. Bongsu then asks her why he is the only one eating, and she explains that she has already eaten earlier. Park then notices that there is something strange about Bongsu, and she mentions this. Bongsu replies that he has been down with body aches, but he believes that he has been overworking himself. Bongsu mentions that he has taken medication, but he is still feeling a bit chilly, and it has been 10 days since the whole thing started. The moment Park hears this, she mentions the fact that Bongsu might be going through the awakening symptom already. Apparently, Bongsu is 17 years old, and the symptoms usually start in the late teens, which means the timing is just right. However, Bongsu dismisses this, saying there is no chance of him awakening because he is just a poor dude from a trash background. Park disagrees with him, telling him that the awakening doesn't care about his background. Bongsu still believes that he doesn't need to get his hopes up because even if he awakens, he is going to awaken with a useless class. Park ignores him and slams a bunch of cash on his chest, telling him to use the cash to take a bus to the city to test at the Hunter Association to confirm if he has awakened or not. Park encourages Bongsu, telling him that he might also grow into a great hunter. Bongsu is thankful for the assistance, and he thanks her as if she were an old lady, but Park quickly cuts this off. Back in the demon realm, Yubiom and the other chimeras are working their asses off, but they can't get tired thanks to their body constitution. However, Yubiom is surprised to see Kiseok working just like them, even though he is already tired. He had already told him to leave, but Kiseok remained there because he was always training. Not long after this, Cheon calls the entire house to talk to them while Kim is working on Blue's tail feather. Kiseok appears to be the most eager of them all to speak to Kim, but Cheon urges him to take a chill pill and let Kim concentrate. Cheon then tells the residents that they are all free to live at the house, but they must all be ready to be a part of the house. Everyone agrees with him, assuring him that they are going to do their best. After the general meeting, Cheon takes Nari on a small walk, claiming that there is a small fence left on the other side that they need to install. Cheon then asks her if she has made up with her friends, and she assures Cheon that she has. In return, she asks Cheon if he truly went to the Coconut Tribe's village, and Cheon assures her that he did. Cheon notices that Nari is simply worried because he figured out her true identity. Nari is about to confess that she is actually not from the Coconut Tribe when Cheon cuts her short, telling her that no one will come looking for her again. Cheon assures Nari that he has taken care of everything, and in addition, Cheon lets Nari know of his decision to name the family the Coconut Tribe. Nari is glad to hear this, and she thanks Cheon for his help and consideration. The moment they return to the house, Nari wastes no time announcing to everyone that they are now the Coconut Tribe. Yubiom is glad that the talk with Nari actually went well, but Kisiok, on the other hand, has almost fainted while assisting with the completion of the fence. Nari is blown away by how beautiful the house looks, and just like regular kids do, she celebrates with the fox. Moments later, Blue comes rushing in, and it jumps on Xion, looking all excited and happy. Xion pats the bird on the head with the realization that Blue is just a young one in a big body. Suddenly, he notices that Blue's tail has been fixed. Xion is surprised to see this, and Kim lets him know that the treatment was much faster than expected. Kim then reveals that he was able to get this done quickly thanks to the red moss that Xion gave him some time ago. Kim explains that the healing properties of the red moss are so good that it is even used in some of the highest grade potions. Xion is impressed to hear this, saying that being an A-rank alchemist speaks volumes. Kisiok is also blown away to see this, and he immediately jumps in to tell Kim his problem, which is his baldness. Kim then reveals that he has been developing a hair loss remedy for the past 10 years because it is a field that every alchemist wants to conquer. Kisiok is shocked to hear this, and Kim assures him that he is going to give him the remedy once he is done developing it. Kisiok immediately goes on his knees, telling Kim that he is ready to do whatever he wants. After he is done with Kisiok, Kim tells Yuobam and Jia that he is done examining their feathers. With what he has seen, he has figured out that the magic circle cannot be broken easily because it is an ancient magic circle that he has never seen before. Kim mentions that he might have been able to proffer a solution if only he had a large amount of mandragora fruit. The moment he mentions this, Xion asks him if he is talking about the red fruit, and Kim is surprised that he knows the mandragora fruit. Xion mentions that he knows of the fruit because he has eaten a lot of them before. Xion then points to the garden, telling Kim that the mandragoras there will soon bear fruit. Kim is shocked when he sees a bunch of mandragoras in the garden because he has been so totally occupied that he didn't know that they were there. Basically, mandragoras are monsters that grow by refining and absorbing energy into fruit, which they themselves consume, which is why the mandragora's fruit is considered to be pure energy. However, there is a slight problem with this. If one tries to forcefully take the fruit, it automatically becomes a deadly poison to humans. Basically, getting an intact mandragora fruit means the mandragora has to be ready to willingly give it out. Xion also remembers that the mandragoras usually like crevices when it is time for them to bear fruit, and he thinks of placing rocks in the garden. Kim, on the other hand, is surprised that Cheon knows so much about the mandragora, and Cheon mentions that he actually has a connection with the mandragoras, which is something that happened a long time ago. In a flashback scene, Cheon was deployed to the Alpine region when he was still under the lab's watch. He was required to survive alone in the demon realm for 10 days. The moment Cheon entered the snowy region, he thought of making it to the summit, which would be his best bet. On his way to the summit, he hears a strange noise in the bush beside him, and he decides to check it out. He gets there only to see a wounded mandragora that appears to have been attacked by a stronger monster. Cheon tries picking up the mandragora, but it immediately gets on its feet in an attempt to try and defend itself. However, this doesn't last long as it starts showing signs of weakness again. Cheon realizes that the mandragora can actually pass out at any given time, but instead of abandoning it, he actually feels some sense of pity for it. Cheon then remembers that he can help the mandragora by feeding it mana, and the moment he does this, the mandragora sleeps off. Cheon then decides that he is going to keep the mandragora with him for a couple of days. Later that evening, the mandragora wakes up to find itself safely tucked away in Cheon's pouch. Not long after this, Cheon spots a cave, and he decides to sleep there for the night. Once he settles down, the mandragora starts jumping around with excitement. Cheon whips out his bottle to drink water, and then he notices that the mandragora is staring at him too. Cheon figures out that the mandragora is thirsty, and he doesn't hesitate to pour water on its head. The mandragora starts shaking, leaving Cheon to believe that it is dancing for joy. When everything settles down, Cheon is shocked to see the mandragora holding a bunch of fruits in his hand. To his surprise, the mandragora is offering him the fruit. Cheon remembers the warning that eating a mandragora fruit might be deadly, but since he is resistant to most poisons, he doesn't hesitate to eat the fruit. To his surprise, the fruit tasted sweet and fragrant. As if this is not enough, it was also refreshing and it filled his mana hole. This is when it dawns on Cheon that the fruit might have mana in it. Shockingly, the mandragora continues producing fruits just to offer Cheon. Cheon wonders why the mandragora is doing this, and he believes that it is just trying to repay him for saving his life. However, Cheon can see that the mandragora is already exhausted from doing this. Even though Cheon understands that the mandragora is trying to be good to him, he has no choice but to stop it before it completely exhausts itself. After rejecting the fruits, Cheon is shocked to see the mandragora consuming the fruit itself. This is when it dawns on Cheon that the mandragora actually grows by eating the fruit it creates. At the same time, this tells him that he has been taking the mana that it needs to replenish itself. Cheon then decides that he is going to supply the mandragora with more mana later. When it is time for the mandragora to sleep, it jumps on Cheon's lap to sleep, even though it had found a safe spot between the rocks. Cheon is impressed by the mandragora's nature, and he concludes that there won't be a dull moment when he is still in the alpine region. Moments later, monsters show up at the entrance of the cave, and this is because they all want the mandragora's fruit, thanks to the fact that it contains condensed energy. Cheon then assures the mandragora that as long as he is there, he is going to protect it. For the next couple of days, Cheon continues protecting the mandragora while also maintaining a good relationship with it. On the 10th day, Cheon tells the mandragora that he needs to return to the lab because if he doesn't, he is going to die. At that moment, the mandragora becomes really sad, and Cheon finally realizes why he felt emotional the first time he saw the mandragora. This is basically because the mandragora was also alone in the snowy field, and it just appeared like Cheon was staring at his old self. Cheon knows that if he leaves, the mandragora might come under danger, but at the same time, he can't stay since there is a spell on his body that requires him to go back within the time limit or die. Cheon can't take the mandragora to the human world either because it is just going to end up as an experiment subject like him. To provide the mandragora a bit of safety, Cheon surrounds the cave with the threads from a silk caterpillar. To also keep the mandragora safe while it is moving, Cheon ties one of the threads around its body, urging it not to lose it. With this, Cheon says goodbye to the mandragora, and as he enters the gate, he apologizes for not being able to protect it until the very end. Now, in the present day, after Cheon finishes his story, Kiseok and Kim are left sobbing like babies. Yubyom, on the other hand, wants more, and Cheon reveals that he actually went back to the same location 2 weeks after. However, the cave was gone by then, and he believes that there was a big landslide that caused this. Cheon searched and searched, but there were no traces of the mandragora anywhere. Cheon felt bad when he couldn't see the mandragora, but Gia let him know that there was nothing he could have done. Yubyom and the others then suggest that they pick a day to go back to the snowy mountains with the hope that the mandragora is still alive somewhere. Unknown to them, the little dude is still alive, and it now has a bunch of other mandragoras under its care. After he's done with the whole story, Kim asks Cheon if he can feed the mandragoras his mana because he also likes mandragoras. Cheon agrees to this, saying the mandragoras are probably hungry, since he hasn't been able to feed them mana while building the fence. However, Cheon asks Kim if he is going to be fine, since the mandragoras are different from the ones in the human world. Kim agrees with Cheon, saying he is right, but at the same time, he would like to see for himself. Deep down, Cheon is worried because mandragoras have an incredible appetite when it comes to mana. In addition to this, the mandragoras are already used to the high amount of mana that he has been feeding them. Before Kim knows it, the mandragoras have drained him, forcing him to fall to the ground exhausted. Kiseok is the first to rush over, begging Kim not to die, but Kim assures him that he has no intention of dying. In the end, Kim gets defeated by the mandragoras, and to make it worse, the mandragoras start throwing up, which means the quality of mana that Kim fed them was actually not to their taste. Later on, the board members in charge of running the research laboratory meet to discuss the attack that happened on the research facility. Jessica, the CEO of Gold Auction, complains about her investment in the research lab and how it has gone down the drain. Violet, the vice CEO of Red Brick Gang, is also worried about the whole thing. Just like the other two, Jang of the Merchant Association, Go of the Free Hunter Association, and the Assemblyman, Park Woo-jung, are all worried. However, Park assures the rest of the group that he has everything under control. Woo-jung lets them know that an unexpected variable has appeared out of nowhere. Woo-jung then shows them the board, assuring them that he has a new source of funding. Woo-jung reveals that he has acquired information that there is an area filled with mandragora at the summit of the snowy mountain. The moment he says this, the board members all smile, believing that they have found a solution to their problem. However, they are worried about who will be willing to climb to the snowy mountain because even A-rank hunters avoid the location. Woo-jung then reveals that there is no need for anyone to climb to the mountains. Woo-jung then tells his comrades to hire as many hunters as they can to go to the mid-slope. One of the members is confused because Woo-jung just said the mandragora habitat is on the mountain. Woo-jung smiles evilly, saying that a transference ability user has appeared to help them. Woo-jung adds that the user came at just the right time. It turns out that the transference user is none other than Bongsu, who just awakened. Later on, the A-rank hunters start their journey into the mandragora habitat, and the journey has been smooth so far thanks to Bongsu's ability, which is in use. Bongsu is basically the key to the whole journey, which is why he is the most protected person on the team. One of the team members asks his colleague how Bongsu was able to cross the gate when he was just an F-rank awakened. His friend tells him that the team leader is an amplification ability user, and the moment he says this, the other dude is left stunned because using amplification on F-rank awakened will basically kill them. The dude doesn't want to believe that Bongsu agreed to this, but it turns out that they are using a puppeteering ability on Bongsu. Since Bongsu is just a kid from the slums, the higher-ups believe that he is disposable. Moments later, the team leader tells the team to halt, and he orders his puppeteer to get Bongsu to work. Bongsu is forced to use a whole lot of energy just to get them to the top of the mountain. The mandragoras are shocked when a bunch of hunters appear right in their habitat. Thanks to the high amount of energy needed to carry out the task, Bongsu passes out the moment they set foot on the top of the mountain. The team leader then orders his team members to start the mission right away. They throw a large net on the mandragoras to trap them, but fortunately, their leader, Cheon's buddy, is still active. It then orders the free mandragoras to free their comrades from the trap. The mandragoras waste no time swinging into action as they try to tear the net apart. To the rest of the team, they think the mandragoras are eating the net, but the team leader lets them know that they are actually consuming the mana to render the net useless. Just then, one of the team members, who is not a mana user, decides to take action. He goes after the mandragora king, aiming to beat it up. Just as he is about to crush the pack leader, he is sent flying with a powerful punch from Cheon, who arrives on the scene just in time. The team members are shocked to see a dude attacking them out of nowhere, leaving them to wonder if the information leaked to another guild. Cheon angrily unleashes his aura that sends the hunters to their knees. And standing behind him with a smile is the mandragora pack leader, who just saw his friend after a long while. Standing above are Jia and Yubiom, who are monitoring the situation. They are surprised that there is a bulk load of mandragoras in the area, which is probably why the hunters came there. Just then, they spot Cheon interacting with one of the mandragoras. They look closely to see a silk caterpillar thread on the mandragora, and they immediately figure out that the mandragora is the same one Cheon met when he was 15. To Cheon's surprise, the mandragora actually recognizes him even though it's been so long. The mandragora wastes no time jumping into his arms, and Cheon pats it on the head just like a puppy. Cheon looks around and realizes that the dude has become the king of a mandragora pack already. The mandragora starts tiptoeing as a sign that it has gotten bigger, and Cheon laughs at this because the mandragora has not changed from just how it was. Jia and Yubiom finally descend, and Jia reminds Cheon that he already assured him that they are going to find the mandragora. Yubiom then asks Cheon if he will be taking the mandragora to his garden. Even though Cheon would be happy to do so, he doesn't think it is right, since the mandragora has found a happy place already. Yubiom then asks Cheon what they are supposed to do about the hunters who came for the mandragora. Cheon is about to suggest that they chase them off when he notices Bongsu lying face down in the snow. Cheon rushes over to pick him up, and he starts asking questions about why Bongsu is there. Yubiom is also surprised that a young one like Bongsu is in the demon realm. Cheon then reveals that Bongsu was the one who helped him when he was in the slums. Jia then tells Cheon that she can sense the energy of a transference user in Cheon. In addition, Jia mentions that the mark on Cheon's arm shows that he is under an amplification spell, and each bar represents 1 day. However, with the way Jia is looking at it, she is convinced that Bongsu won't last 3 days. Cheon lays Bongsu on the ground and places his jacket on him. It finally dawns on Cheon that the team leader was the one who used the amplification spell on Bongsu. In addition, the puppeteer is the one next to him. Cheon is pissed that the hunters needed mandragoras, but they were not brave enough to climb the summit. To save their own skin, they had to kidnap a kid who just awakened. The team leader quickly figures out that Cheon is way above their level, and they can't even dare to fight him. He decides to try the bribery approach, telling Cheon that he is willing to give him some mandragoras if this is what he wants. This only ends up pissing Cheon off, and he smashes the dude's head into the ground. Cheon is pissed that the hunters believe that they could use Bongsu and dispose of him, since he is just a kid from the slums. As Cheon continues to talk, the hunters can feel the scary aura coming from his body, and they figure out that they are done for. Since they are willing to kill Bongsu, Cheon lets them know that there is nothing wrong with killing them too. However, he decides that he is going to beat them up first. After Cheon is done dealing with the hunters, he sits beside Bongsu, thinking about how Bongsu told him that he was training to become strong. Bongsu had told Cheon that he wanted to become as strong as Cheon because he was definitely strong enough to be able to enter the demon realm with his bare body. Moments later, Jia arrives with Kim. Kim rushes over to where Bongsu is with fear written all over his face. Cheon assures Kim that he is going to tell him the details later, and he urges Kim to find a way to treat Bongsu if he can. Kim gets down to action, but after trying for a while, he figures out that the situation is way above his level because Bongsu has used too much of his life force. Kim mentions that pouring even the highest grade potions will still not work. Cheon then cuts Kim short, telling him that there might be a way around it. Cheon then writes down an alchemy circle in the snow, shocking Kim because it is an ancient one. This is a circle that helps extract mana and then convert it into life force. However, the artificial extraction mana has been banned because of how dangerous it is. In addition, it requires a massive amount of mana, and if it fails, there is no guarantee for survival either. Cheon then cuts in, telling Kim to extract his mana instead of the hunters. Kim is worried, but Cheon assures him that there is nothing to fear because he has done it before. While Cheon was still under the lab's care, he once heard them talk about how he had an immeasurable amount of mana. It was because of this that they developed the alchemy circle to extend life, but Cheon believed that they were just messing around. After assessing the circle, Kim admits that it is well made, and he decides that it is time they start the process. As the process begins, Kim is putting his all into the whole thing to make sure that it comes out a success. Moments later, Kim manages to extract the mana into what he needs, but just as he is about to proceed with the transfer, the mandragoras jump on him, believing that he is attacking Cheon. Cheon is forced to intervene so that Kim can finish up the whole process. After Kim is done, he pours the potion into Bongsu's mouth. Not long after this, the bars on Cheon's arm start to disappear. Kim also points out that Bongsu's breathing has returned to normal, too. Kim excitedly declares that the process is a success, and Bongsu will live to see another day. On the other hand, Cheon is feeling weird because he was only able to save Bongsu's life thanks to the crazy experiments that he underwent, which is the irony of life. Kim then reveals that Bongsu still needs to rest and recover, and to help him, he is going to take him to his house to personally look after him. However, Kim is worried about how Bongsu will cross the gate since the amplification has worn off. Cheon assures him that he is going to create a protective barrier with mana to help him. In addition, since Kim said the alchemy circle is dangerous and would be bad if it falls into the wrong hands, Cheon tells Kim that he is going to erase his memories and those of the hunters to make sure that they don't remember it happened. Kim agrees to this because he doesn't want to remember the terrifying events either. Suddenly it dawns on him that Cheon mentioned his plan to extract the hunters' mana. Cheon confirms this, telling Kim that he needs to extract their mana as punishment for what they did. Since they still need to cross the gate, Cheon suggests that Kim demote them to D class. Surprisingly, Cheon tells Kim to throw away their mana after extracting it. To make it even sweeter, Cheon reveals that he is not going to erase their memories. In fact, he is going to send them back to the human realm with their memories intact. Cheon mentions that people hardly change, and he wants them to continue remembering the shameful things that they have done. Suddenly, it dawns on Cheon that it is going to be a total waste to just send the hunters back. Cheon then decides that he is going to have the hunters build a research lab in the demon world. Yubiom is surprised to hear this, and Cheon mentions that the hunters can still last a few more days, since they are D-class hunters. Cheon believes that it would be nice to have a research lab just for Kim to avoid stress. Kim jumps up in joy when he hears this, and he runs off to prepare everything. Cheon tells Yubiom that he made the decision to build the lab so that he can get Kim to work more efficiently. Cheon also tells Yubiom to keep an eye on the hunters because they are definitely not going to sit around while their mana is being extracted. Yubiom lets Cheon know that he can do this, but he asks him where he is going. Cheon reveals that he is taking the Mandragora pack leader and the entire pack back to their home. Moments later, they arrive at the summit thanks to Blue's incredible flying speed. Cheon releases the Mandragoras from the bag where he packed them, and he can see just how excited they are. After releasing all of them, Cheon believes that it is time to say goodbye, but he assures the Mandragora that he will come visit often. Just then, the Mandragora makes a signal, telling Cheon to follow him. Cheon is surprised that the Mandragora is leading him to the opposite side of the habitat. Surprisingly, the Mandragora leads him to the old cave, and everywhere has been cleaned up. With what he can see, Cheon figures out that the Mandragora usually comes to the cave. The Mandragora shows Cheon the crevice where it first made the fruit for Cheon. Not long after this, the rest of the pack enters the cave, and Cheon believes that the Mandragoras came looking for their pack leader, thinking it had disappeared. Surprisingly, the Mandragora leader walks up to one of the other Mandragoras and places the thread on it. The moment it does this, the other Mandragoras start tossing the Mandragora in the air. This is when it dawns on Cheon that his Mandragora dude just gave up its position as the leader of the pack. Cheon cannot believe that the Mandragora did this because of him. He asks the Mandragora if it is fine with this, and the Mandragora replies with a huge smile. Cheon decides not to question the Mandragora decision any further because it is fine with it. Shortly afterward, Bongsu wakes up, and he almost passes out when he sees Yubeom staring at him. To make it worse, Jia's mask almost sends Bongsu to an early grave, and she tops it off by welcoming him to the demon realm. This leaves him rattled, and Bongsu is forced to just turn his back to think about his current situation. Bongsu remembers how he went to the Hunter Association branch in Silver City to get his status checked. After getting the news that he is an awakened, he gladly leaves the branch with the hope of returning home to tell Park the great news. On his way, he runs into the puppeteer wearing a hoodie. The guy congratulates him on his success as an awakener and then gives him a can of soda to celebrate. Bongsu gladly took the soda and drank it, which led to why he fell under the puppeteer's ability. Remembering this, Bongsu is pissed because he finally realizes what it means to come from the slums. Moments later, Cheon returns, and on his way, he realizes that the hunters have started the construction of the lab already. He is surprised to see this, and Yubiom explains that the mana extraction was fast, which was why he quickly ordered them to start working on the lab. They have split into two, and one side is gathering materials, while the other team is leveling the ground. Cheon is glad that the hunters are obedient because he already assumed that they would prove stubborn. Yubiom then reveals that Jia was actually the one who educated them to make sure that they stay in the right lane. During the mana extraction process, the hunters grumble about the fact that they are about to lose the mana that they have gathered for over 20 years. The puppeteer is pissed about this too, and he asks the team leader if they are just going to sit around and take the beating. The team leader is forced to remind him that there is nothing they can do because they are up against 2 disaster-class monsters. The puppeteer actually wanted to cause an insurrection since Cheon wasn't around, but Jia kicked him in the head to put him in his place. Jia categorically tells them that there is nothing they can do, even if they team up. She mentions that she doesn't forgive those who mess with kids. With this warning, she asks them if they are going to surrender their mana quietly or die in an attempt to prove that they are strong. Realizing that Jia wasn't playing around, the hunters had no choice but to quietly surrender their mana. Cheon finally gets an idea of what happened, and he admits that Jia is scary. Yubeom then suggests that Cheon leave the construction of the lab to them so he can attend to other things. Cheon agrees to this, saying Yubeom is pretty good at building houses in the first place. Kim also shows up, telling Cheon that he has disposed of the hunter's mana. Cheon commends Kim for his great work and then asks him about Bongsu. Kim reveals that Bongsu just woke up not too long ago, and he is still recovering too. However, he lets him know that Bongsu is in shock. He then asks him if he would like to see him. Cheon then makes his way to where Bongsu is, and before Bongsu starts addressing him formally, he urges him to calm down. Just then, Cheon notices that Bongsu's hair in front has turned white, which is basically because of the near-death experience. In addition, his mana hole has gotten bigger, and Cheon assumes that it is because of the mana that he gave him. Cheon sits beside Bongsu to try to cheer him up, reminding him that he just saved his life, so he is not supposed to be moody. Bongsu then reveals that he is moody because he feels completely useless. Bongsu mentions that Park trusted him and even gave him the fare to test his status, only for him to be tricked by a total stranger. Bongsu starts sobbing, saying he has no idea how he wants to continue living. Cheon immediately figures out that Bongsu is in a tight spot in his life, and it is left to him to take action. He gets on his feet and tells Bongsu to follow him. Cheon takes Bongsu to where the hunters are working, and he grabs the puppeteer. He smashes him to the ground and asks Bongsu if he would like him to kill the dude, since he was the one who cast the spell on him. Bongsu takes a minute to think about it before telling Cheon that he doesn't want Cheon to kill the dude. Bongsu says the most important aspect is that he survived, and the dude lost his ability. However, he is pretty confident that more people like him will show up later. Because of this, Bongsu decides that he is going to become stronger so that no one will ever fall for a trash like the puppeteer again. Cheon is relieved to hear this, and he tells the dude to continue his work, telling him that Bongsu just saved his life. The dude gets on his feet and thanks Cheon for letting him live. After this, Cheon tells Bongsu that he is going to start learning mana training from Kim. Bongsu is surprised to hear this, and Kim assures him that he is going to help him because they are both from the slum. Yubeom and Jia join in the conversation, saying they are also from the slums. The sheer amount of encouragement and motivation Bongsu is getting from the group forces him to start crying like a baby. With tears in his eyes, Bongsu hugs Kim and thanks everyone for their help. Deep down, Cheon can sense that Bongsu will be better than Kiseok if he manages to raise him well. Just then, Yubeom notices that the Mandragora is with Cheon. He is surprised by this, and he asks Cheon if the Mandragora had a change of heart. Cheon reveals that the Mandragora passed the thread it was wearing to another Mandragora, which basically means the thread was a sign of monarchy. Since it didn't have an allegiance with its kind anymore, it was free to follow Cheon. Yubeom is completely surprised that a monster passed down his position as a monarch. Cheon then tells Yubeom that he will take the Mandragora home to show him around. Yubeom assures Cheon that he can leave the lab construction to him and leave. Cheon thanks Yubeom and then leaves. After he is gone, Bongsu talks about how Cheon has been helping his life since the first day he met him. Bongsu is left wondering what sort of person Cheon is, and Yubeom simply replies that Cheon is a psychopath. Jia supports this, saying Cheon had nothing from the start, which is why he had nothing to lose. Cheon has been used all of his life, but now, he is a psychopath who just wants to build a house in the demon realm and live peacefully. Shortly afterward, Cheon returns to the house only to get the bad report that Sasa and Gu have vanished. Kiseok and Nari have been searching for the two since morning, but haven't been able to find them. Cheon uses his detection skill to try to see if there were intruders, but there were none. In addition, there is no sign of an unfamiliar energy, leaving Cheon to wonder if something unusual had happened. Kiseok then reveals that Sasa had picked a fight with the Mandragoras, but lost the fight again, which makes it 4 losses in 4 fights. Apparently, Sasa is always picking fights whenever Cheon is not around, but he has never won one. He even picked a fight with the sapling, but after losing, he just slept for the rest of the day. Nari confirms this, saying Sasa has been sleeping all the time recently. When Cheon hears this, it dawns on him that Sasa might be preparing to molt. Some hours earlier, Gu found Sasa picking a fight with the Mandragoras, but as usual, he got beaten up pretty badly, and while he was sulking, Gu showed up, giving him a flower. Gu tells Sasa to eat the flower instead of getting beaten up every time he goes after the Mandragoras. Gu tells him that the flower has the demonic energy that he is craving for, and when Sasa does, he actually enjoys it. Just then, Gu notices that Sasa's skin is peeling, which is a sign that it is about to molt. Apparently, molting is as difficult as hatching, because if the temperature and humidity are not right, they can fail to molt and die. In addition, no one can help them because any unwanted contact with the outside world during molting can cause undesirable mutations. Seeing all of these, Gu figures out that the molting is going to start pretty soon. Since it is still young, Gu figures out that Sasa doesn't have the strength to shed its skin, which means he has to take him to a suitable place really quickly. Gu tries to communicate with Nari and Kiseok to help Gu, but none of them can hear him. Realizing that he doesn't even know when Cheon is coming back, Gu figures out that it is left for him to take Sasa himself. He grabs Sasa and heads to a cave. This is a cave that he has had so many death experiences getting to, but he doesn't mind, since he is trying to save Sasa. Now in the present, just as they arrive in the cave, they are attacked by bat monsters. Gu puts his body in the middle to protect Sasa, but before the bats can even get to them, Cheon shows up and blasts them off. Gu is surprised, and he asks Cheon how he knows that he is supposed to come to the cave, and Cheon reveals that he used mana detection. Gu is surprised to hear this, since the forest zone is huge and the distance is a lot. Cheon admits that the distance is a bit, but he knows Sasa and Gu's signatures. Cheon bends down to check Sasa out, and he confirms that he's about to molt. Since the area is safe, Cheon asks Sasa if he is ready to molt, and Sasa finds a spot under a small rock in the cave. To help, Cheon increases the temperature a bit so that it can be like that of the volcanic zone. However, Cheon is surprised that Sasa is already about to molt even though it is still young. Gu then reveals that it appears to be something related to rapid evolution. Gu explains that a monster's molting is an effort to survive, and the demon realm is a place where everyone fights for their survival. However, Sasa has lost countless times to the Mandragoras, and this must have caused it to rethink its life so that it can continue to go on the way it is. He is pretty sure that it was this survival instinct that triggered the rapid evolution, and it is mostly going to get stronger after it molts. However, Sasa is a rare species, and Gu says no one knows how it is going to change. Cheon tells Gu that he is excited to see what Sasa is going to become, and moments later a newly evolved Sasa emerges from under the rock, but there is not much difference except for the flower on its head. Since no one really understands why it has a flower on its head, Cheon just suggests that they head back home, saying they are going to understand everything later. The moment they return home, Nari rushes over to Gu to try to hug him because she has been so worried. Kiseok asks Cheon if Sasa will really be okay because there is a freaking flower on its head, but Cheon lets him know that they just have to wait and see. Cheon tells the group to leave Sasa to sleep because it must be tired from the stress of molting. Cheon then notices that it appears that the Mandragoras are complaining, and he walks over to them because he understands that he hasn't been paying attention to them lately. He decides to give them mana as food, while telling them that they have a new family member. He brings out the Mandragora King, safely tucked in his pocket, and the other Mandragoras look really happy with the arrival of the new dude. Cheon was worried that they might fight over the leader position, but he is relieved that there is no such thing. Cheon then tells the Mandragora King that the garden is going to be his new home, and as he places him down, the other Mandragoras are already jumping in joy. Shockingly, the new dude refuses to get off Cheon's hands because he is not ready to leave him. Cheon starts to wonder if it is high time he got a bag to start carrying it around. Kiseok shows up asking about the new Mandragora, and Cheon reveals that it was the Mandragora that he got separated from a long time ago. He reveals that he happened to meet it again when he went to the snowy mountain, and Kiseok is surprised that they met again after all these years, which means it is nothing but fate. Nari then tells Cheon that the Mandragora appears to be used to him, so it doesn't want to leave his side. Nari suggests that Cheon carries it around all the time and takes care of it because it is just like a little baby, so he should do the Dodak thing for it. Cheon asks Nari what the Dodak thing is, and she explains that it is when one pats a baby's back to put it to sleep. She grabs Gu to practice what she is saying, and Gu can only scream out his lungs to tell her to leave him, but she sadly cannot hear this. When Cheon hears this, he starts wondering if he should name the Mandragora Dodak, since it has a nice ring to it. Moments later, Jia shows up, revealing that the research facility is now complete. Kiseok bows to greet her, and she addresses him as the cook, which immediately sends a wave of urgency into his body, telling him that he has to get his chef's license. Jia tells Cheon that she is there to get Cheon because the lab is already done, and Cheon is surprised at how fast it was. Kiseok and Nari then tell Cheon that they would also like to see the research facility. Cheon then suggests that they all go together, but he lets them know that it is going to be the next day because he has to keep an eye on Sasa, who has just molted. They agree to this, and Kiseok screams out, telling the group that he is going to make a delicious dinner for everyone. That night, Sasa decided to go pick a fight with the Mandragoras again, while pretending to be a plant. However, the Mandragoras catch it really quickly, and they throw it into a hole dug perfectly for it. Sasa tries to escape the hole, but it gets really stuck, leaving it to groan in tears. Cheon and Nari later find it there, and Gu notices that Sasa is eating the flower on its head out of frustration. The next day, the group arrives at the research facility, and they are stunned at how huge and beautiful it is. Yubium boasts about how he and Jia are pros at building houses, and Cheon agrees with him, saying the building is excellent. Cheon also figures out that he can finally remove the spell on the siblings to start giving them other work in earnest. Moments later, Kim also shows up, revealing that he just went to get some supplies from the human world. Cheon is disappointed that Bong-soo has already left because he had plans to introduce him to Nari. Kim reveals that Bong-soo is back at his house to recover, and he has already started his mana training. Since everything is ready, Cheon figures out that what is left is to send the offenders back to the human world. However, he tells Kim to cast a gag order spell on them, promising to take care of the rest after this. Cheon mentions that the spell is going to activate the moment they try to mention what happened in the demon realm. Kiseok is shocked when Cheon mentions a gag order because this is a really old spell, and there are many ways to break it. Cheon assures Kiseok that he has nothing to worry about because he is just going to make it in a way that they are not going to be able to break it. Kiseok doesn't think this is possible, but Cheon assures him that it is. Later on, Woojung is surprised when he hears that a bunch of A-rank hunters return as D-rank hunters, and no one can even break the simple gag order spell that has been placed on them. Go, the president of the Free Hunters Association, reveals that it is the same as back when someone sealed the spell with mana to make it impossible to break. Apparently, he is talking about the gag spell incident from 57 years ago, and even the seal that was used in sealing the director has been confirmed to be from the old era. Woojung doesn't want to believe that there is someone from the old era, and he assumes that it is all a mistake. However, he sees this as a chance to unseat Lee Eun-soo. Woojung then tells Go to start the slum cleaning project as fast as they can. Earlier on, Cheon had set the hunters free after placing the gag spell on them and told them never to mess with kids again. Kiseok is totally stunned because he has never seen or heard of someone sealing a spell with mana. Suddenly, he remembers the gag spell incident from 50 years ago. He remembers seeing it in some files, and this was when an alchemist turned himself into the Hunter Association for illegal chimera research. However, he couldn't say anything about the lab he worked at because he was under a gag spell. Dozens of Awakeners tried to break it, but all of them failed, and in the end, the association just concluded that it was an abnormal phenomenon that occurred during gate transit. However, seeing it now in person, Kiseok realizes that Cheon's sealing technique is similar to what he read in the files. In addition to this, Kiseok remembers Cheon telling him that he was friends with Yubiom and Jia since he was young, which means he is an old-era hunter. In fact, he believes that he is a chimera hunter, leaving him to wonder just how good Cheon is because he took him in even after suffering. Deep down, Kiseok vows to continue to serve Cheon faithfully. Cheon then asks Kiseok if he is willing to go to the cave zone because Nari said she would like to. Kiseok is excited when he hears this because this is one of the 3 most avoided zones. Kiseok asks Cheon what they are going there to do, and Cheon tells him that it will soon start snowing in the forest zone. He tells the group that they have to start preparing for winter, and Kiseok realizes that Cheon is actually right. When it comes to the snow in the forest zone, it is known as the Silent Invader. Basically, on the surface, it looks no different from regular snow, but when it touches a plant, a corrosive effect occurs. When winter comes, the plants of the forest zone melt away in the snow, and when spring arrives, they grow back at an alarming speed. Nari freaks out when she hears this, saying it basically means that their house is going to get destroyed, and even Kiseok panics because he is not ready to start rebuilding all over again. Kim then tells them not to worry because the house will be fine. He mentions that there is a mushroom in the cave zone that prevents corrosion, and he believes that this is why Cheon wants to go to the cave zone. Cheon is impressed with Kim's knowledge, telling him that he knows his stuff. He reveals that the mushroom is a glowing, light green mushroom, and if they apply it to the outer walls of the house, it should be fine. Suddenly, Kiseok's nose started to bleed, and he realized that it was time for him to return to the human realm. Cheon teases him, saying his timing is always so perfect because it was the same when they went to the coastal zone. Kiseok tries to defend himself, saying it is not his fault, but Cheon tells him to hurry back to the human world to rest. Cheon then brings out 2 mandragoras, telling Kim to take a look at them because they don't look so good. Even though they are better than before, he mentions that their recovery is slower than expected, and their mana absorption is also weaker than the other 3. Kim then suggests that they admit them to the research lab to run a detailed examination. Just then, Kim brings out a bottle containing a moisturizing cream, saying it is an alchemist's essential item. Since Cheon's hands get chopped when he handles materials, Kim lets him know that the cream would be good for him. He assures him that he made it himself with good ingredients, so it is fine to use on Nari, and even on plants. In addition, the cave zone is a dry place, so he is pretty sure that it is going to be useful. Cheon thanks Kim for the cream, assuring him that he is going to put it to good use. With everything ready, Cheon tells Nari that it is time for them to leave, and Nari excitedly agrees to this. At the same time, Yubiom and Jia tell the group that they will also return home to check it out so that other things don't take over their place. Cheon and Nari then get on the Bluebird, and they ride off to the cave zone. Nari asks Cheon where the cave zone is, and Cheon lets her know that they are going to get there in no time because it is not far from the forest zone. Nari then asks Cheon why Kim said the cave is dry when it is common sense that caves are naturally damp. Cheon then reveals that it might look like a cave, but it is not a normal one, and moments later, they arrive at the cave zone. With a smile on his face, Cheon tells Nari that it is time for them to explore the cave. As they step into the cave, Nari asks him if the cave is dangerous because it looks really empty. Cheon explains that it might look that way at first, and it is even true that a B-class hunter can handle it since the density of demonic energy is lower than in other places. However, the problem is that the cave is like a maze. He shows her that there is already a fork in the road ahead of them, and it is an endless series of these. Thanks to this, one eventually loses their sense of direction. Nari asks if they can just climb up since the top is open, and Cheon admits that this is the best way to escape. But if only one can even climb in the first place. Nari asks him why this is, and he explains that the rock pillars are not easy to climb because they are about 50 meters high, and they are more slippery than they look. In addition to this, there is a strange phenomenon that reduces one's awakened abilities in the cave zone, and thanks to this, one can only use 10% of their usual power. As if this isn't worse enough, the gates don't easily open in the cave, which is why it is the place with the most missing people. Nari freaks out when she hears that people are going missing, and she asks him if they can just break the wall to get out. Cheon tells her to give it a try, and she smashes the rock with a powerful punch. However, this only leaves her with a hurting fist and a small hole in the rock. Nari then tells Cheon that it appears that she has grown weaker, and Cheon confirms this, but he lets her know that the rocks in the cave zone have a property that absorbs impact like a sponge. The more interesting part is that even ordinary rocks will change like that if they are left in the cave zone. Nari is blown away by the number of strange things that happen in the cave zone. Even Cheon himself has only been to the cave zone a few times, and when Nari asks him if he has ever been to the zone, he says yes. Cheon reveals that it was a long time ago, and apparently it was when he was still known as number 17. He had got an order from the director telling him to go to the cave zone and find an alchemist known as Kim Il-won. Il-won was Cheon's dedicated researcher, and they believe that he knows the dude well. Apparently, Il-won is selling information to outsiders, and since he went to the cave zone on his own, there is a high chance that he is going to die by himself if they leave him. But if the association finds him first, it is going to be a big problem for them. The director tells Cheon to try to bring Il-won back, but if it is difficult to do so, he should just eliminate him. Cheon made his way to the cave zone, where he found Il-won exhausted. As he prepares to kill the dude, he asks him if he has any last words, and Il-won reveals that his wife has a terrible illness. He has just managed to find the last ingredient for her cure so he can save her. Il-won asks Cheon if he could let him go or even take him to the human world. Cheon then reminds the dude that he has to follow orders. However, Il-won lets Cheon know that he is aware that orders don't work on him, reminding him that he is his dedicated researcher, so he knows things. Il-won begs Cheon to spare his life, saying he can even pretend that he didn't see him or say he was already dead when he got to the cave. In fact, he tells Cheon that he might just go back and allow him to finish the medicine before killing him. However, he is only worried about saving his wife, and Cheon is surprised at just how much the dude cares about his wife. He remembers that there are a number of kids who died because of his experiments, and he asks him why it is okay for the kids to die, but his wife can live. Il-won screams out, revealing that his wife is his family, and this sends a wave of shock through Cheon's body. Just then, a scary insect monster appears behind Cheon, and Il-won screams out to warn Cheon. The monster tries to attack Cheon, but the mana shield around him protects him. Cheon then looks through Il-won's bag and realizes that the monster's baby is inside the bag. Cheon asks him if the monster's baby is also an ingredient, but he reveals that it is something he found by chance because the mother wasn't there at the time. Il-won mentions that he doesn't need it as an ingredient, but if he sells it on the black market, he can actually get a high price. And before he finishes his statement, Cheon throws the baby back to its mother. Il-won screams at Cheon, asking him why he gave the baby back, and he replies that the mother came looking for it. He also reminded Il-won that he said family was special, but Il-won screams out, telling Cheon that the monster cannot be categorized as a family. Cheon then asks Il-won about the difference between him and the monster. In fact, Cheon believes that the monster is a far better being than Il-won because it managed to save its family. Nonetheless, Cheon is surprised that a trash person like Il-won can risk his life to save his family, and Cheon tells the dude that he is not going to kill him, but he lets him know that he is on his own. Il-won yells at Cheon, telling him that he can't leave him behind because there is no way he is going to be able to fight the monster. As Cheon walks away, the monster slaps Il-won with its tentacles, cutting his face. He falls to the ground in pain while telling Cheon to come back. He screams out, telling Cheon that he is going to do anything that he says. Now in the present day, Nari asks Cheon if the dude died, but he reveals that he saved him. However, his family had no idea what he had been doing, and Cheon made him confess to them before he finally turned himself in. However, Cheon puts a spell on him to make sure he is not able to say anything else. Deep down, Cheon is still wondering what his family thought after hearing the terrible things he has done. Just then, Dodak stares at Cheon in a funny way, and Nari lets him know that Dodak is worried about him. Cheon is surprised and confused, and Nari lets him know that while he was narrating, he had a sad expression on his face. Nari tells Cheon that she was tempted to comfort him, and she is pretty sure that Dodak feels the same way too. Cheon is surprised at how random the two are, but he cannot help but admit that he is feeling good. Shortly afterward, they find the stash of mushrooms, and Nari is blown away by how colorful they look. However, Nari is surprised by this, since mushrooms grow in damp places, and Cheon reminds her that he already said the cave zone is a bit unusual. Instead of it being a dry place, it feels more like something that is rapidly absorbing the moisture to make it dry. Since moisture briefly forms around, the dormant mushrooms do not miss the chance to bloom. The two start to gather the mushrooms, and in no time they have gathered a whole bunch of them. Just then, Nari notices that Dodak is acting weird, and Cheon immediately figures out that it has gotten dry. Thankfully, he has the right thing for it, and this is the moisture cream gifted to him by Kim. Cheon brings out the cream and applies it to Dodak's body, and it immediately lightens up. Cheon is amazed by how great the cream works because Dodak has immediately become moist. In addition, Dodak immediately likes the cream, and it forces Cheon to give it more. Seeing how much Dodak likes the cream, Cheon decides that he is going to tell Kim to make more when they get back. Nari asks Cheon for the mandragora's name, and he lets her know that he decided to name it Dodak. In the end, Cheon ends up using half of the jar's contents to get Dodak to sleep. Once he is done taking care of Dodak, Cheon suggests that they return home, and Nari reminds him that he said the whole place is a maze, which means they might get lost. Cheon then tells Nari not to worry because he left mana footprints on the ground while they were coming in. He reveals that he was planning to head upwards if the footprints disappeared, but it turns out that they worked, so they don't have to do that. As they return to the exit, Nari asks Cheon if he is not weaker in the cave zone, and Cheon reveals that he didn't really notice a difference. Nari then tells Cheon that the cave zone is a really mysterious place because one's power gets weaker and there is also a maze. Nari says it feels like someone is trying to prevent intruders. The moment Nari mentions this, he realizes that she might be right, and he decides that he is going to come back with proper preparations. Meanwhile, in Kisyok's house, he is shocked when he notices that all the demonic energy in his body has been purified in just a day and a half. Since he is back to his optimal state, he figures out that it is time for him to go back to the demon realm. Kisyok had already gone to the supermarket to buy things because he wanted to prepare something other than just groceries this time around. Kisyok excitedly returns to the demon realm, but he is left in shock when he sees Cheon and the others painting the house in green mushrooms. Nari tells him to hurry up and help crush the mushrooms and spread them on the walls so that the house won't collapse. Kisyok is disappointed at how it is done because he was expecting them to apply it thinly. Moments later, Kim also shows up, and he is blown away when he realizes that they actually brought back the mushroom from the cave zone. He knows that it can't have been easy to get the amount of mushrooms that they got, but Cheon lets him know that it was pretty easy. He then asks him about the great discovery he claimed he just made. Kim then reveals that he found the breakthrough when he was examining the liquid metal mandragora. He brings out a tiny root saying it is from the liquid metal mandragora. Even though he didn't do anything, the root dropped on its own, and it appears that the weaker ones were naturally shed. However, when he examined them, the mandragora components were gone, and only the liquid metal remained, which means it can now produce liquid metal on its own. Kim mentions that what is even more surprising about everything is the explosion spell he told him to look into. Apparently, he saw some results when he combined the liquid metal with the dismantlement formula. In other words, while it is difficult to completely remove the spell, he can temporarily restrict the spell's activation, and Cheon asks him how long he can do this. He replies that it can stay on for 72 hours, which means for 3 days a week, Yubeom and Jia would be able to stay in the human world without any issues. Yubeom and Jia are shocked and excited to hear this, so much so that Yubeom starts to shed tears of joy. Nari is surprised that Yubeom is crying, and she asks him what the problem is, but he lets her know that he is just happy. Since this is the case, Cheon suggests that they finish with their current task and head to the human realm together. Yubeom is surprised that they are going very soon, and Cheon reminds him that they don't have to wait around. Nari celebrates this, but Kim tells them that he is going to stay back because he still has some things he needs to supervise. Kim then tells Cheon to stop by and say hello to Bongsu, saying he is going to provide him with his address. Jia asks the group if it is okay for her to wander around in her weird clothes, but her brother tells her to take off her mask first. Deep down, Cheon immediately figures out that he would have to buy the siblings clothes when they return to the human realm. He wonders if the clothing store that Bongsu showed him is still operational. Shortly afterward, they make their way to the human realm, and Cheon heads over to Bongsu's place to check on him. He asks him how he is coping, and he assures Cheon that he is doing well thanks to his help and everyone's. Bongsu then turns around to take a peek at Yubeom and Jia, who are now in their human form. The two still have their weird clothes on, and they are blown away at how much things have changed. On the other hand, Kisyok has an ugly hat on his head, and when Nari asks him why he is wearing it, he asks her if she is serious or just teasing the hell out of him. Bongsu is totally blown away by the whole thing because the scene appears like he is moving around with his family in the neighborhood. Cheon then asks the siblings how it feels to be back after so long, and the two express how happy they are. Yubeom admits that the slums have always been ugly, but it has gotten worse because there is dirt everywhere and even rats have become landlords there. Jia asks why it has become dirtier, and Bongsu reveals that, a while ago, the higher-ups said they ran out of funds, so they basically pulled out all the cleaners. He mentions that there are some people who have tried to clean, but there is just so much that they can do. Just as they are about to get to Park's store, Bongsu finds her being harassed by a group of thugs. He rushes over to help her, and she urges Bongsu to run away. The leader of the squad, the big dude, tells Park that they are only going to leave after she has paid the security fee. Bongsu stands up to the dude, asking him what the hell he is doing because his territory is District 11, which means he has no business in District 12. The dude then replies that District 12 is also part of his territory, and he angrily throws a punch at Bongsu for being arrogant. However, Cheon grabs his arm before the punch can reach Bongsu. With considerable force, Cheon causes the dude immense pain. He crashes to the ground in severe pain, and his guys decide to come to his aid, but before they can react, Yubiom disarms them. Seeing how dangerous Cheon and his squad are, the thugs run off with the intention of telling their supreme boss. Kiseok asks Cheon if he should chase the thugs, but Cheon tells him to let them be. The big guy on the ground tries to scare them, telling them that they have just caused trouble for themselves. But Nari walks up to him, telling him that they are the Coconut family, and it appears that the dude needs to be taught a lesson. The dude is completely confused by this because he has no idea what Nari is saying. After taking care of the thugs, Cheon follows Park to her shop, and Park reveals that it is hard to survive in the slums by selling clothes. Apparently, she has gotten rid of kids' clothing and added basic hunter equipment and daily necessities, which means her store is now a general store. Park attributes her success to how Cheon helped her back then. In fact, she has cooking wares in her store too, and Park berates Bongsu for not calling her when he is coming over. She asks him if he has awakened, and Bongsu shows her his power, which is teleportation. Park is happy to see this, and she grabs Bongsu, patting him on the head, but Bongsu tells Park that it is all thanks to her. Moments later, Jia steps out of the changing room, and she looks really beautiful in her new dress. Park and Kiseok end up saying this at the same time, creating an awkward atmosphere. When Yubeom also steps out in a gentleman's suit, Park is blown away because he looks like a freaking celebrity. Even Cheon is impressed, and at the same time, he wonders why Yubeom is always walking around with a bird's head when he has such a nice face. Cheon then tells the two siblings that they look good together while suggesting that they pick out a few more pairs. Yubeom and Jia then tell Cheon that they are only going to wear the outfits when they go out because they are not entirely comfortable in them. Cheon then asks Park the total cost of the goods, and Park lets him know that she is giving him everything for free because he helped her out. Cheon decides not to push it since she is insisting. Cheon then walks over to the bad guy whom they captured, asking him why they are demanding a security fee. Park explains that it is still a rumor, but they said Gold City is going to level the slums for redevelopment, and they will evict everyone without compensation. After hearing this, the thugs came together to start collecting money from the people, saying that they needed it to fight against Gold City. However, Park reveals that business is bad, so they can't even afford to pay the sum that they are asking for every month. Cheon then moves closer to the thug, Baekdu, asking him where his office is. Baekdu is surprised, and he asks Cheon why he wants to know where the office is. With a scary aura and overwhelming presence, Cheon tells Baekdu that the whole area is dirty and he would like to do a bit of cleaning. Meanwhile, in the thugs' headquarters, the boss, Lee Cheol, gets word that Baekdu was defeated, and he is surprised that there are people bold or stupid enough to touch them. He then tells his boys to gather themselves immediately because he plans to go down there himself. Suddenly, one of his boys rushes into the room to tell him that they are under attack, and the people beating them up call themselves the Coconut family. Cheol steps out to find out that Kiseok has beaten up all of his men, and he dashes over to try to punch him. He swings multiple times at him, but Kiseok easily dodges his attacks because he can see how slow his movements are. Tired of toying with him, Kiseok holds back before sending the dude into the distance with a single punch. This is when it dawns on Kiseok that he has actually gotten stronger, and this is all thanks to the effect of the special training. Jia commends him, saying his movements are not bad, and he almost faints from excessive blushing. However, Cheon tells him not to let his guard down because the fight is not over yet. Cheol manages to stand back up while asking Kiseok where he learned such cheap tricks. Cheol then conjures a wind attack, telling Kiseok that he is going to blow him away. Kiseok is surprised that the dude has physical enhancement alongside a wind-based ability. Cheol cooks up a tornado, and Jia asks Cheol if Kiseok will be fine. Yubum is even interested in helping him, but Cheon assures them that Kiseok will be fine because he already taught him how to handle something like this. Before Cheol knows what is happening, Kiseok breaks through the wind attack and hits him in the chest. He knocks him to the ground while asking him if he wants more of what he just hit him with. Yubiom is surprised that Kiseok can now use Mana Shield, and Cheon lets him know that he can even combine it with his attacks, which is pretty impressive. After taking Cheol down, they ransack the building to pack out all the weapons he has stored inside. Nari also decides to change the name of the place, and she lasers the coconut name into the name tag, removing the previous name. She lets Cheol know that the whole building now belongs to them. Cheol is totally blown away because he can sense just how strong Nari is, leaving him wondering where Cheon and his people came from. Yubiom brings out the safe, asking Cheol for the password, but he refuses to say. Yubiom doesn't even argue with him as he tears the safe door apart easily. Inside the safe is cash from top to bottom, and Cheon teases him, telling him that he has saved a lot. Yubiom then asks Cheon what they are going to do to Cheol, because if they let them go, they are just going to keep doing bad things. Cheon is pissed that Cheol and his guys are extorting people under the guise of protecting them. Park had revealed a funny truth, saying that as Cheol's gang grew, serious crime actually decreased. In the past, human trafficking, robbery, and murder happened every day. But in the moment, if things like this happen, Cheol and his men hand out swift punishment, saying that they want to protect their own territory. In fact, they happen to be better than the police, who just stand by and do nothing. Cheon then asks Cheol how he plans to stop Gold City from destroying the slums. Cheol reveals that the only choice they have is to increase their strength, saying the police and politicians are all in the same boat. Cheol reveals that Go, of the Free Hunter Association, had come to him to try to bribe him to cause security problems in the slum area so they could spin public opinion to speed up the redevelopment, but he refused him. To make sure that everything goes well, he started independent patrols to maintain security in the slum area. Cheol tries to form a self-righteous man, saying there are still people like him who love the slums, but Cheon casually cuts him off, saying he is full of trash because he is acting all high and mighty while extorting money from other people. Cheon tells the dude that gangsters are still gangsters and there is no better gangster out there. However, Cheon lets him know that he is going to give him a chance since he claims that he wants to protect the slums. Since this is the case, Cheon tells Cheol that all the money will be used for the slums. Not long after this, Cheon puts the gang to work to have them clean the whole area. He tells Cheol that as of that moment forward, he is in charge of cleaning the whole district, and he tells him to change the name of his organization to Space Family because he is now under his organization. Cheon tells Cheol that if he ever stops by and the streets are dirty, Cheol will be the first to get beaten up. Some of the gang members can't believe that they have been relegated to cleaners, and Cheol tells them that they are only doing what they are told. Cheol says Cheon might look young, but he wants to listen to him and trust him. In no time, the districts start getting cleaner, and later on, Cheon gets a bag as a thank you gift from Park. This turns out to be the perfect size to put Dodak in. After they are done cleaning, the group decides that it is time to return home. Nari's friends rush over to hug her, and she tells them that they are going to go together the next time. Just then, Yubeo mentions that he is hungry, and the moment Kiseok hears this, he suggests that he make his specialty, the soy sauce egg rice. Yubeom and Jia are not entirely impressed because they believe it is something basic, but Kiseok assures them that they are not going to regret it. Cheon then suggests that he and Nari get dessert instead. They make their way into the forest, and Nari expresses her surprise that there are fruits that can be eaten in the demon realm. Cheon confirms this, saying red grapes are available to be eaten, and he is pretty sure that they are already ripe. However, they are a bit different from the ones in the human world. Moments later, they arrive at the demon realm grapevine, and Nari is blown away because she can already smell the sweetness. She is surprised at how big the tree is, and then they notice monsters at the base of the tree. Nari asks if they are there to pick grapes too, but Cheon calls her attention to the dude holding on to his dear life at the top of the tree. The dude is holding on with his last strength, hoping he doesn't fall and become monster food while begging for his grandpa to save him. The dude is thinking about how he is about to lose his life when he spots Cheon and Nari on one of the branches above him, and they are calmly collecting grapes. The dude doesn't want to believe his eyes because there is no way he would have expected a girl to be in the demon realm. Nari asks Cheon if it is fine to leave the dude hanging the way he is, and Cheon tells her that she doesn't have to worry because he doesn't look like someone who is going to fall anytime soon. Nari excitedly continues picking the grapes, and she mentions that this is the first time she is going to see a tree that is this big. Cheon lets her know that the tree is over 60 years old already. Nari is shocked to hear this, and she assumes that Cheon is exaggerating, but he lets her know that he planted the tree a long time ago. Back when he was still in the research lab, he had just finished undergoing a session when he noticed a seedling in the trash. He asks if the seedling is going to be thrown away, and the scientist tells him that it is called the Demon World Grapeseed. He mentions that they are not entirely useful because they are no longer carrying out the research on them. Cheon then asks if he is free to take the seedling, and the dude gives him the go-ahead. As he takes the seedling away, one of the staff members screams at his colleague, asking him why he allowed Cheon to take the seedling, and the dude reminds him that they are dealing with number 17. Now, in the present day, it turns out that it was that same seedling that he took from the lab that has now grown into the full-blown grape tree. Nari commends the fruit, saying it tastes really nice, and the dude hanging on to his dear life is shocked to hear this, because the grapes are considered to be hallucinogenic. Just then, he loses his grip and crashes down. Just as he is about to touch the ground where the monsters are patiently waiting to devour him, Cheon grabs him with his skill. It turns out that Cheon knows that the dude is Lee's grandson, Beko. Cheon then tells him to tell his grandfather, when he returns home, that he now owes him his life for the second time. Later on, they return to the house, and Beko is left in shock. He believes that he is still hallucinating because everything playing out in front of him doesn't look real. There is a mandragora garden, a poisonous parrot bird, and even the siblings are terrifying. As if this is not enough, he can perceive cooking ingredients because Kiseok is busy cooking. Everything looks absolutely crazy for Cheon to comprehend, and moments later, Kiseok shows up with the soy sauce egg rice that he promised. He also adds potato, soybean, and perfectly fermented sliced kimchi to it. Kiseok turns to Baeko, telling him to enjoy his food because they have clearly met before. Baeko is totally confused as he doesn't know where he has met someone as crazy as Kiseok. Nonetheless, he decides to have a taste of the dish, and to his utmost shock, everything blends so well. He finds himself in a divine state thanks to how delicious the food is. Even Yubiom and Jia, who were in doubt, finished their food in no time. Later on, the group learns that Baeko is the grandson of the association president. Jia then asks him why he was hanging off a grape tree, and Baeko reveals that he was trying to reach the top, but the hallucinations got to him. Cheon is surprised to hear this, and he asks him if he was looking for the seeds. Before he embarked on this journey, he had an argument with his grandfather about his responsibility as a hunter. Baeko had insisted that he just wanted to live freely, and the old man told him that he had to provide the seeds of a grapevine, which is located in the demon realm. He lets him know that if he can do this, he will not disturb him about anything related to the association again. Baeko reveals that since he was little, he was raised by his grandfather, and he has always wanted to live up to his expectations. However, Baeko admits that he doesn't have the confidence to become a hunter like his grandfather wanted, which is why he doesn't even know why the old man told him to get the seeds. Cheon then tells Baeko that he might not know much about family, but he has an idea of why his grandfather told him to bring the seeds. Apparently, the demon world grapevine produces seeds only once every few decades and only one at a time. Until that seed is ready to grow, the tree cares for it carefully, inside the fruit at the very top. The tree grows tall towards the sky to protect its seeds from land predators and create hallucinations through its fruit to protect it from aerial predators. Basically, the tree is living its life for one seed, just like how humans raise their children. Cheon tells Baeko to forget about everything, including the association, because in the end, his grandfather might have lived this long for him. Cheon tells the dude that he probably wants his grandson to understand that feeling. Back home, Lee is worried about his grandson, wondering if he scolded him too much while debating on whether to invite him over for dinner that night, which has not happened in a long time. In the demon realm, Baeko cries his eyes out because he finally understands the sacrifice that his grandfather was making because of him. Lee even tries to call his grandson, but his number is not going through, and he assumes that he is out with his friends. At the same time, he is worried that something might have happened. He then remembers the Institute's incident where the director gets sealed. In addition to this, a bunch of hunters returned to the human realm with their ranks degraded. They also had a gag spell on them, and one of the officials asked Lee if it was an anomaly. But Lee didn't really think it made sense because it was happening to so many people at once. Lee is pretty sure that there is no anomaly in this because he saw Cheon riding a big vulture parrot, and he is convinced that whoever is riding the vulture is responsible. He tried to track Cheon down, but before he could catch up with him in the slums, he had already vanished back into the demon realm. Lee is busy thinking about all the weird things that have happened when a staff member runs into the room, telling him that Baeko entered the demon realm in search of grapevine seeds, leaving the old man totally shocked. Back in the demon realm, almost everyone fell asleep after the delicious meal, leaving Cheon and Yubiom. Yubiom then asks about Baeko, and he reveals that he is currently doing the dishes with Kiseok. Yubiom then asks Cheon how he knows Lee, and he replies that this was also something from years back. Cheon was supposed to go to the demon dimension, but the gate malfunctioned, and he met himself in the slums where a battle had just happened. Cheon is frustrated by this because he didn't bring any other gatestones with him and he is running on a deadline. Cheon is thinking of a way out when two monsters appear above, but he easily seals them just like he sealed the director. It turns out that the destruction that happened in the slums is caused by the gang, and Cheon plans to use the sealing method on the culprit when he finally catches them. Suddenly, he hears someone from under the rubble calling for help. Cheon helps him out, and he turns out to be a younger Lee. Lee reveals that he has been trapped under there for 3 days, and he thanks Cheon for saving him. Lee gives him his card, which says he is the temporary chairman of the Hunters Association. Apparently, he just created an association for hunters even though it was not famous yet. Lee mentions that he has always wanted to help hunters like Cheon, who are there to risk their lives. He mentions that he came here to help hunters, but found himself in a dire situation. While he is busy yapping about unnecessary things, Cheon remains mute. Lee lets Cheon know that he can help him get various things that hunters need, but Cheon cannot necessarily tell the dude that he is not a hunter. Cheon tells Lee to leave him alone, since he said he doesn't have a gatestone. Lee is shocked when he realizes that Cheon doesn't mind splitting up. Cheon turns around to leave, saying Lee wouldn't have been trapped if he had a gatestone. Lee rushes after him, telling him that he has gatestones and he can give him one. He suggests that they move to the next sector to get it. Cheon is relieved to hear this, and Lee decides to offer him a potato, which was the last one in his bag. Cheon cannot believe just how optimistic Lee was, even though he has been trapped for days. Nonetheless, Cheon turns around to leave so that they can find the stones while Lee walks from behind. After he is done narrating, Yubiom asks Cheon if he kept in touch after this, but Cheon says no, revealing that this was the last time. In addition, Lee never knew he was a chimera. Yubiom then roasts a fruit in the fire, and while enjoying the delicious taste, he lets Cheon know that they can't do this in their place because of the snow. Cheon then asks him if they should make an underground storage space, saying they should gather wood first and store it. Yubiom agrees with him, saying snow won't touch it, which means it is safe. At the same time, Dodak emerges from its pouch because it wants the moisturizing cream. Cheon reminds it that the cream is finished, while urging it to wait till Kim shows up with more. He hasn't finished saying this when a gate opens and Kim emerges from it. Cheon is surprised because he just mentioned his name, and he appeared. Kiseok is the first person Kim asks for, and Cheon informs him that he is currently doing the dishes. Since this is the case, Kim suggests that they leave the news for later. However, he has another piece of information, and he tells Cheon that he has successfully developed a cure for the Mandragora. However, there is one problem because to administer the medicine, they have to give the Mandragora's IV injection. The issue is that even after making the needle smaller, and Yubiom asks if there is any other way to do this, Cheon takes a look at the Mandragoras and realizes that they appear to be scared. Kim mentions that the drug needs to be infused slowly into the body to be effective. Cheon then asks Kim if he has the moisturizing cream with him. Cheon collects the cream and he starts to massage one of the Mandragoras with it. To their surprise, the Mandragora likes it just the same way Dodak did. Moments later, the Mandragora falls asleep, shocking Yubiom and Kim because this is the first time they have seen something like this. Once the Mandragora is asleep, Cheon gets the chance to push the needle into its body. The Mandragora feels this and it jerks awake, but it immediately sleeps back. Once they are done with the first one, they move over to the liquid metal Mandragora and it already knows what's coming for him. In no time, they are able to successfully pass the IV into both Mandragoras. Kim tells Cheon that they just have to wait to monitor the progress. Cheon cannot believe that he just helped pass an IV into a Mandragora, revealing that he would have preferred to fight monsters instead. Yubiom teases him, saying people are already asleep so they didn't get to see this. Moments later, Kiseok shows up, and Kim breaks the shocking news that he wanted to, which is the fact that he has successfully developed a hair loss serum. Kiseok hears this, and the pot he is holding falls from his hand in shock. Tears fall from his eyes as he asks Kim if he is serious about what he is saying. After breaking the news about the hair serum, Kim presents 2 vials of colored liquid to Kiseok. He explains that the blue vial contains medicine to revive dead pores, while the yellow vial contains medicine that promotes hair growth. Kiseok is emotional and can't believe that his years of shame are about to be over. He happily waits for Kim to apply the cure while holding a small mirror to watch the moment when his hair finally grows back. Kim proudly reveals that he made the cure by combining red moss and liquid metal. He also produces another bottle containing an active ingredient to mix with the yellow medicine for adjusting the length of the hair growth. Kiseok is amazed to see that Kim has thought of everything just to help him achieve his dream. Kim then asks Kiseok if he has a specific hairstyle in mind, and Kiseok stares at himself in the mirror before making a decision. After thinking about it for a moment, he decides that he wants something to impress his crush, Gia. Deciding that the best style to impress a girl is long hair, Kiseok decisively tells Kim to make his hair as long and voluminous as possible, and better than that of the girls from shampoo ads. With Kiseok's choice in mind, Kim decides they would need about 3 to 4 boosters to get the required effect. Like some mad scientist, Kim immediately begins the process while Cheon and the others wait in the yard. Cheon wonders why Kiseok wanted Kim to do the experiment in their backyard. Yubiom explains that it's because he doesn't want Gia to catch him looking unfresh during the process. Apparently, Kiseok only wants Gia to see the finished look, and Yubiom is supposed to stand guard to stop her in case she wakes up early. Just then, Cheon notices Baeko looking too serious, as if the purpose of his life is to stand guard for Kiseok. When he's asked why he looks that desperate, Baeko explains that it's because Kiseok told him about his pathetic life story while they were doing the dishes together. He heard all about Kiseok's desperate wish and hopes that it can be fulfilled today. Before Baeko can finish talking, an explosion erupts from the backyard, leaving them puzzled. Meanwhile, in the backyard, Kiseok's hair is growing rapidly out of control to the point where the weight is almost crushing down on his skull. Even Kim has been thrown off, almost getting himself crushed underneath the hair. While struggling for his life, he realizes that there may have been a problem with the ratio of the combination. Unfortunately, Kim is soon completely sucked into the hair, making it impossible for him to breathe. Luckily, Cheon swoops in to save him, and as he prepares to slice off the excess hair, Cheon orders Kiseok not to move, or his neck might get sliced in the process. Before Kiseok can react, Cheon gives him a swift haircut while he screams in disappointment, watching his precious hair fall apart again. After the haircut, Kiseok bawls his eyes out, mourning the end of his lifelong dream. But Yubiom lets him know that it's not the end, and asks how he likes the new cut. Hearing this, Kiseok stops wailing and checks out his hair, only to realize it was cut to the perfect length. He immediately begins to cry tears of joy while thanking his overpowered barber for giving him the perfect length. Kiseok doesn't forget to thank Kim, whom he says will save the world from baldness. Meanwhile, Kim is just glad not to have been suffocated by his own creation. Suddenly, Jia arrives, still sleepy-eyed and wondering why it's so noisy. As usual, Kiseok is mesmerized by her beauty, and as she walks up to him, he holds his breath, expecting her to compliment his new hair. However, after observing him closely, Jia asks what he is. Her question leaves Kiseok thinking he's about to get the biggest praise of his life from his crush. Jia then touches his face while Cheon and others watch intently, expecting some kind of soap opera love at first sight. But to their horror, Jia loses interest when she realizes that Kiseok is just their chef. To make matters worse, she even says she thought he was a new species of monster. It turns out she was planning to attack him if he were a monster. Kiseok is emotionally damaged when he hears this, and Jia completely ignores him as she heads back inside to continue sleeping. Watching her leave, Kiseok's world immediately collapses as all the colors leave his body. Cheon and Yubiom can't believe that Jia mistook Kiseok for a new species of monster, while Kim and Baeko, who were rooting for Kiseok's love story, comfort him. The following day, while cleaning the yard, the chimeras are surprised to find a ton of hair lying around, and the fox even wonders what type of new fur it is. Later on, Gu supervises Baeko's work despite their being unable to communicate with each other. Meanwhile, Kiseok has yet to recover from last night's emotional damage, making Nari worried about him. Cheon tells her to let Kiseok be since he probably wants to be alone to lick his wounds. Kiseok, on the other hand, hasn't gotten over being mistaken for a new species of monster. Shortly after, Nari notices that Kim is missing, and Cheon lets her know that he returned to his research lab in the demon realm. Apparently, Kim wants to research the hair loss medicine properly before releasing it as a finished product to prevent another disaster. Nari tells Cheon that Kim is quite amazing for being such a great alchemist. Elsewhere, Yubeom is digging a hole with his bare hands under Jia's supervision. The plan is to build an underground storage facility. After digging the hole, he uses his bare hands to handle the inner walls, while Jia uses wood to build the outer walls. In just a short time, they finish building the underground storage and cover it with glowy mushroom sap just like they did with the house. After completing the project, Yubeom hopes it will live up to Cheon's expectations, and Nari assures him that Cheon will definitely approve of it. Just like the house, the underground storage looks terrifying on the outside. Nari even points out that it looks like a demon's cave, but she wonders if it's too small for a storage room. Yubeom explains that it's more spacious inside, and he even added glowstones to light it up. As for Baeko, after a whole day of getting grilled by Gu, he gathers enough firewood according to Cheon's orders. Cheon commends him for gathering enough to last them until winter. However, now they have to move the firewood to storage. Seeing that Baeko is tired, the chimeras offer to move the firewood instead. Meanwhile, Gu tells Cheon that Baeko is quite useful for a C-class. Even though Baeko's talent is average, Gu commends him for being diligent. After Gu's assessment, Cheon hands Baeko a gate stone as payment for gathering firewood. He then tells him to head back before the demon miasma harms him since he's still C-class. Baeko refuses to accept the stone and begs Cheon to let him join the coconut family. He promises to be obedient, but when Cheon asks why he wants to join them, Baeko admits that it's because he wants to get stronger. After learning that Kiseok got stronger by training with Cheon, Baeko wants to try to live up to his grandfather's expectations. He boldly begs Cheon to take him in while Jia and the others watch. Jia is just glad they are about to get a new worker. Cheon then tells Baeko to get his grandfather's permission first, and since Baeko is heading back, Cheon decides to go with him. He says he has something to discuss with Baeko's grandfather, Lee, as he breaks the stone, activating a gate to Baeko's house. The instant Lee hears that his grandson is outside, he rushes out barefoot and pulls Baeko into a tight embrace. Ever since Baeko disappeared, Lee has been consumed with worry, and the sudden hug catches Baeko completely off guard. Yet, like a prodigal son finally returning home, he slowly wraps his arms around his grandfather and hugs him back. When the emotional reunion ends, Lee immediately begins fussing over him, anxiously checking for injuries and asking if he's hurt. His face is etched with concern as he admits that he has been searching everywhere for Baeko. Before he can say anything more, however, his gaze shifts to the man standing beside him. Wondering who the stranger is, Lee opens his mouth to ask, but Cheon greets him as though they are old acquaintances. Lee's eyes widen in shock as recognition dawns on him. Meanwhile, Cheon casually teases him about how much he has aged. Tossing a potato in his hand, he flashes a familiar grin asking if Lee still likes potatoes. Later on, Cheon and Lee sit outside catching up while Baeko watches them from inside. He carefully observes Cheon as he wonders how a young guy like him could be an acquaintance of an old guy like Lee. Even though Cheon isn't awakened, Baeko can't seem to wrap his head around how Cheon looks like a guy in his 20s. He also wonders if Cheon is the hero from the old era that his grandfather used to talk about. Outside the house, Cheon and Lee catch up about the first time they met each other. Cheon is surprised that Lee still remembers everything, even though it happened a long time ago. However, Lee says he can never forget because Cheon saved his life. Back then, a huge, naturally occurring gate appeared, and every hunter there was either killed or badly injured. But Cheon suddenly appeared and saved Lee by defeating every single monster in the area. Lee recounts that after he returned, no one believed him, no matter how much he told the story. Everyone thought he was hallucinating since there couldn't be an S-rank hunter as young Lee described. Lee then asks Cheon where he lives now, and he's utterly shocked when Cheon casually replies that he lives in the demon realm. Lee finds this ridiculous, but Cheon further explains that he recently died and was resurrected in the demon realm, after which he decided to settle there. Cheon admits that he likes living there, but Lee refuses to believe such an absurd tale. To prove it to him, Cheon transforms one of his arms into his monster form, revealing that he's a chimera and not some ordinary awakened. He explains that when he was young, he was kidnapped from the slums and used as a lab rat. After his explanation, Cheon asks whether Lee now believes everything he said about living in the demon realm. Lee sympathizes with Cheon for what he went through, and as they continue to talk about it, Cheon reveals that his memory was fried after his resurrection. He explains that some parts of his memories related to the TDA lab were erased. Cheon also says that his transformation to a monster began in his early 20s. In the end, he couldn't even remember where he was or who he was because he was a monster. However, after his resurrection, even memories of the lab before his transformation are missing. Cheon feels that the mad scientist from the illegal lab must have erased them on purpose. The only thing he recalls is that the lab's name is coined from the initials of the 3 co-founders. One of them was the lab director, and he was the one who supervised the research on Cheon. The other was the chief instructor, and he was the one in charge of recruiting and training instructors. As for the third guy, he was a nameless sponsor who never showed up at the lab and only funded it from behind the scenes. Cheon tells Lee that he couldn't talk about the laboratory at first because of a spell placed on him. This spell prevented them from revealing any information about the lab, but it didn't affect his memories. But after Cheon was resurrected, the spell vanished. But so did his memories about the important details concerning the lab. Cheon recalls that he must have clashed with the director and chief instructor many times, but he can't recall what they looked like. Since the location of the lab is unknown, Lee asks Cheon how he can help with the investigation. Cheon tells him to search for any traces of the TDA and start with An, the director of the Alchemy Association and Bokdeok's grandson. Bokdeok is the crazy dude in charge of Cheon's chimera experiment. Lee agrees to Cheon's request and realizes that Cheon is probably responsible for the incidents at Hanbit Lab and the Snowy Mountains. He wonders whether Cheon is planning revenge for what the lab did to him. Cheon doesn't know how to respond to this, and his mind drifts to how he made the thug clean up the slums. After putting them in charge of protecting the slums, Cheon warned the thug boss, Cheol, never to allow another kidnapping to happen in the slums. He even threatened to take Cheol's head if any young ones were taken from the slums. Just then, Lee's dog, Puri, walks in, interrupting Cheon's thoughts. But Cheon already has the answer to Lee's question. He tells Lee that he's not seeking revenge and all he wants is to protect the life he has now. Because this is the first time in his life he feels like he has truly become human. Cheon also admits that he's doing all this to prevent anyone else from suffering what he went through. Suddenly, Cheon's Mandragora Dodak growls at Lee's dog, causing it to flee. Cheon tells Dodak to calm down, explaining that it's only a harmless dog. Since Cheon was just looking fondly at the dog earlier, he wonders if Dodak is just jealous. At the same time, Lee is stunned when he realizes that Cheon is raising a Mandragora as a pet. He's even more curious why Dodak looks so healthy compared to other Mandragoras that he has seen. What he doesn't know is that Dodak is so robust thanks to Cheon's limitless mana supply. Lee then remembers that he also has a weird pet that might need Cheon's help. A few minutes later, he brings out a small box with an egg, asking Cheon to help him identify the creature inside. After checking it out, Cheon reveals that it's a silk thread caterpillar cocoon and asks how Lee got his hands on it. Lee explains that he got it at an auction a while ago, and Cheon is surprised to hear that the president of the Hunters Association is raising a monster in his house. However, the monster's box has protective spells, so it's not dangerous to keep. Lee then admits that he might have developed some kind of affection for monsters after fighting against them for over a decade. He is even starting to believe that monsters might not be coming to the human world of their own free will, which would explain why cocoons like this and baby monsters somehow keep slipping through. Cheon thinks it over and feels that Lee might actually have a point. Putting that aside, Lee enthusiastically tells Cheon to take the cocoon with him to the demon realm. Lee has been doing his best to take care of it, but since it hasn't awakened, he feels it might fare better in the demon realm than the human world. Cheon can't believe that the president of the Hunters Association is asking him to care for an S-rank monster. To check what's wrong with the monster cocoon, Cheon feeds it mana, startling Lee and leaving him puzzled. When asked what he was doing, Cheon explained that the cocoon looked sick, so he fed it a little mana. Once the mana hits the cocoon, Cheon hears a voice coming from it, so he wonders if it can talk. Just as he suspected, the cocoon can talk as it glows, saying it is full. Cheon realizes that just like Gu, this monster has also awakened intelligence. Later that evening, Cheon prepares to leave with the cocoon while Lee and Beko see him off. He thanks Lee for giving him a gatestone since his stash was about to run out, and Lee tells him to call if he needs anything. Cheon then notices Beiko looking like a sad puppy and promises to let him join the coconut family once he reaches B rank. Even though Beiko can't stay long in the demon realm because of his low class, Cheon tells him he can still visit anytime he wants. Beiko immediately lights up upon hearing this and happily thanks him. Watching him so happy, Cheon is relieved. But he's a bit worried that Beiko and his grandfather are too weak. He plans to find a carrier pigeon to keep in touch with them from the demon realm in case they run into any trouble. Meanwhile, Beiko continues to jump around happily while Lee stares at him. Cheon interrupts Beiko's celebration, announcing that he's leaving. Lee tells Cheon to take care and thanks him for everything, especially what Cheon told him about the cocoon. After finding out that it can talk, Lee was surprised and asked Cheon what the cocoon said. It could only say a few broken words because it was young and weak, but it expressed its gratitude to Lee for taking care of it. Lee was moved to tears when Cheon told him this, and the cocoon also said it would never forget that Lee saved it. While watching the gate to the demon realm vanish, Lee continues to think about Cheon and believes they will meet again soon. Back in the demon realm, Cheon returns home but finds it empty. Gu tells him that Kiseok is training for his upcoming test while the others are playing tag. He reveals that Yubium and Jia are even the most enthusiastic ones playing the game, as if their lives depend on it. Gu then notices the cocoon, and when he asks about it, Cheon tells him that it's a silk caterpillar cocoon. Cheon hopes that the caterpillar can get along with Gu when it hatches since it's an intelligent monster like Gu. He wants Gu to take care of it, but Gu doesn't think it's possible. But when he suddenly starts feeling weird all over because of the cocoon, Gu changes his mind. Just as Cheon is about to figure out where to place the cocoon, an explosion erupts in the distance. Apparently, explosions have become a frequent thing there, thanks to someone. Just then, that said someone, Kiseok, rushes over like a madman, screaming that something is wrong with his body. Seeing how disheveled and crazy he looks, Gu admits that Kiseok really looks like some new species of monster, as Jia said. As Kiseok stumbles on the ground in front of them, he also admits that Gu is right. But before they can get into the problem with his appearance, Cheon congratulates him for rebuilding his mana hole. Speaking about this, it basically is a sign that appears when an awakened person surpasses their limit. Kiseok is excited to hear this and wonders whether he can finally pass the promotion test. Unfortunately, Cheon destroys his hope, telling him that he will probably fail again. Although Kiseok's limit has increased, his control is still trash. The explosion just now was because he couldn't control his flames. Cheon then asks when he's taking the test, and Kiseok replies that the test is in a week. With so little time left, Cheon lets him know that the only way forward is to refine himself through real combat. Kiseok immediately rejects the suggestion since failing the test again is better than fighting with a beast like Cheon. But just then, Jia offers to handle Kiseok's training. However, this suggestion sounds even worse for Kiseok, and just the terrifying look on Jia's face as she tells him to trust her scares the crap out of him. On the day of the A-rank promotion exam a week later, the trial hall buzzes with activity as hunters troop in to register. Soon it gets to Kiseok's turn, and the receptionist is completely mesmerized when she sees the beautiful Jia, Cheon, Yubiom, and the cute Nari. Their superior face card makes her wonder whether some entertainment company is filming a beauty commercial nearby. Excited, she asks them if they're there to register for the test, but Cheon turns around, telling her that Kiseok is the one taking the test. The next moment, some ugly, creepy-looking new type of monster steps forward and introduces himself as a B-rank hunter, Kiseok. Seeing Kiseok's face, all the excitement immediately vanishes from the clerk who was all hyped up earlier. She even begins to consider reporting the suspicious-looking Kiseok to the authorities. But what she doesn't know is that Kiseok has had a hellish training week in the demon realm, leaving him almost lifeless. After finally completing his registration, Kiseok thanks the Coconut family for coming to cheer him on. However, he can't stop feeling extremely nervous, despite having worked harder than he ever has in the past. Nari hands him a lucky bracelet, reassuring him that he'll definitely pass this time. This makes Kiseok so emotional, and after he thanks, Nari tells Yubiom to encourage Kiseok next. Kiseok happily anticipates this, while Yubiom feels awkward because he didn't know they had to prepare anything. Kiseok tells him not to worry about the gift and just says a few words of encouragement. However, Yubiom is terrible when it comes to soapy words, so he suggests that Jia should do it instead, especially since she's been training Kiseok for a whole week. Annoyed, Jia knocks Yubiom out before advising Kiseok to cut his hair before the training begins. She explains that his hair will be grabbed during a fight, putting him at a disadvantage. Kiseok is disappointed because he was expecting more from Jia, but even though he knows she's right, he can't afford to lose his precious hair, so he wonders whether he can simply tie it up. Afterwards, Nari tells Cheon that it's his turn to say something to Kiseok. After thinking about what to say, Cheon asks Kiseok what he plans to do after passing the test. Kiseok is surprised to hear this because he's never really thought about it. But Cheon tells him to aim to become an S-rank hunter. He explains that A-rank shouldn't be Kiseok's goal because it's basically a trash class. Cheon explains that the A-rank guys on the snowy mountains who kidnapped Bongsu were all weird trash, so Kiseok should aim for something higher, like S-rank. Cheon says he doesn't want Kiseok to be on the same level as those guys. Kiseok wonders whether Cheon is out of his mind because S rank isn't something he can casually buy from a grocery store. Meanwhile, Lee walks into the registration hall and is surprised to see Cheon there. Cheon continues to encourage Kiseok, commending him for coming this far. Cheon's words immediately put Kiseok at ease as Cheon praises him for being the best worker in their camp. Shortly after, Cheon and the others go to Lee's office while Kiseok is taking his test. Lee expresses surprise that Kiseok is Cheon's disciple. He praises Kiseok for being persistent and reveals that he has always been cheering for him to pass the test. Cheon asks how long the promotion test lasts, and Lee explains that it consists of 3 rounds, so Kiseok might take a while to finish. Cheon didn't expect it to take that long, and just then, he notices that Nari has dozed off. Yubeom says it's because Nari stayed up all night to choose Kiseok's present, which disrupted her sleeping pattern. Cheon then checks on Dodak and discovers that he's also sleeping. Cheon is glad that everything around him seems so peaceful. Lee then offers them a pretty platter of traditional snacks to keep them entertained while they wait. While Yubeom and Jia curiously stare at the platter, Lee asks Cheon about them. He wonders if they're also S-rank class like Cheon, but Cheon casually reveals that they're his lab mates. Lee is stunned to hear this, and Cheon goes on to tell him that Nari is at least A rank. This revelation almost blows Lee's mind, especially since Nari is so young. After regaining his composure, Lee suggests they all register as hunters with the Hunter Association. He explains that they don't need to go through the test, and he can just automatically sign them up with his authority. Since their levels are very high, Lee fears that they might injure the examiners in the process. He further adds that they need some type of identification in the human world, and having the status of a hunter is more convenient. Cheon feels it's a good idea because even though he doesn't need Lee's help, having an identification can help them avoid unwanted situations. Sensing hesitation from Cheon, Lee reassures him that they won't be bothered to do anything. He tells Cheon to do it on his behalf as an old friend from the old era. After weighing his options, Cheon agrees, but lets Lee know that they will only act as hunters whenever they want. Lee agrees to his terms, and Yubeom and Jia also agree to register because being a hunter sounds like fun. Lee is glad that Cheon agreed because it makes him feel like he was able to repay a small part of the life-saving debt he owes Cheon. Just as he's about to brief them on the registration process, Go Hyok, the president of the Free Hunters Association, barges into the office. A guard tries to stop him, but Hyok brushes him off, saying he's there to see his father. He suddenly stops in his tracks when Lee angrily questions why he came. Hyok's arrogance even increases when he sees that Lee is entertaining guests. Elsewhere, Kiseok is about to begin his first test, but the examiner starts trashing him for failing 6 times. The dude is even more emboldened because Kiseok looks terrified and nervous. While flexing his rocky hand, he mocks Kiseok for wearing a wig, but Kiseok is too scared to respond. This dude is the same examiner Kiseok faced last year and lost in only 10 seconds. As the examiner keeps mocking him, all Kiseok can think about is how to deal with him, especially since the dude's Earth attribute puts him at a disadvantage. The examiner suddenly charges at him, saying that Kiseok is holding on to false hope because false hope is worse than despair. He then lands a punch while continuing to crush Kiseok's spirit with harsh words. Furious, Kiseok releases a burst of flames to push him back, knowing that fighting this guy at close range is a terrible idea. Unfortunately, before he can come up with a proper plan, the examiner rushes forward again and throws another punch, telling him to give up. He slams Kiseok into the ground, leaving him battered. As he lies there, Kiseok remembers his training with Jia and how she always pushed him to keep moving forward. She told him to stop hesitating when it matters most and to keep his eyes open. Remembering her words, Kiseok opens his eyes just as the examiner is about to kick him in the face. Jia's advice echoes through his mind, and even though the kick lands, Kiseok refuses to give in. He grabs the examiner's leg, which only makes the man even angrier, and another brutal kick follows. But while taking the beating, Kiseok finally realizes why he has been holding back. All this time, he has been afraid that his current B-rank class would become his graveyard. But now he has decided he can't keep running from that fear. With renewed determination, Kiseok resolves to fight back and refuses to be a coward any longer. As the examiner continues talking trash, Kiseok tells him to stay in A rank for the rest of his life before blasting him away with a powerful flaming punch. And just like that, Kiseok passed the first round after 6 failed trials. After his win, he pulls off Nari's lucky bracelet, which he uses to tie his hair up. He then confidently asks about the next test since this is his first time passing the first round. Back in Lee's office, Hyok is still thinking that Cheon and the others are Beko's friends. Wondering why a young girl like Nari is among them, he teases Lee, asking if he's planning to open a kindergarten after retirement. Lee ignores the jab and sternly tells him to state his business. Hyok then pulls out a black S-rank clam monster from the demon realm. He plans to give it to Lee to enter as an auction item for the upcoming gold auction. Hyok claims that he's doing Lee a favor because Lee hasn't found a suitable auction item. He even boasts that he can get as many as he wants. Jia and Yubeom are confused watching Hyok treat the measly black clam like some treasure. Meanwhile, Lee rejects Hyok's offer because the clam might have been smuggled illegally. Even though it wasn't smuggled, Lee refuses to accept any help from Hyok. Hyok then tells Lee to release his guys who were arrested after Bongsu's kidnapping. He claims that Lee has no evidence that they kidnapped someone from the slums. To intimidate Lee, Hyok unleashes his weird aura, warning Lee that he's not the same scrawny guy who used to work under him. He warns Lee not to touch his guys and even threatens Lee. Before long, Hyok's weird mana disturbs Dodak's sleep, making him grumpy, and Nari also awakens, asking what is going on. Cheon figures that both of them must have woken up after sensing Hyok's unfamiliar mana. Just then, Hyok notices Dodak and decides to get his hands on it, but Cheon grabs his wrist. While twisting his arm, Cheon asks whether Hyok is the same dude who approached Cheol to cause trouble in the slums in exchange for a lot of money. After thinking about what he heard from Cheol and how Hyok wants to speed up the redevelopment of the slums, Cheon gets really pissed and unleashes his mana, almost crushing Hyok under the pressure. Cheon is about to go full-on monster mode on him, realizing that Hyok is also the one who kidnapped Bongsu and forced him to the snowy mountains. Fortunately, before the situation escalates, Lee yells for Cheon to calm down, but Cheon refuses to back down until Lee begs him to do it for his sake. After Cheon lets him go, Hyok crumbles to the ground, panting for his dear life. Hyok is pissed that he was subdued despite being on the verge of breaking through to S-rank. He figures that Cheon must be at least an S-rank hunter and can't believe Lee has a powerhouse backing him. He wonders what Cheon's true identity is, but with his life on the line, Hyok scurries off like a scared little mouse while Lee quietly watches him. After the crazy situation with Hyok, Lee asks Cheon about Bongsu's health. Cheon assures him that Bongsu is being well taken care of. Lee feels bad that he created an insatiable monster like Hyok. He reveals that Hyok was one of the kids he sponsored from the slums. They were tight like father and son, and Hyok was so smart he got into a prestigious university at the top of his class. After graduation, he started working with Lee at the Hunter Association and helped with their work for 20 years. However, Hyok suddenly changed and his ideas started clashing with Lee's. They couldn't see eye to eye on anything because Hyok wanted to use the association for profit purposes. In the end, he quit, and a few years ago, he created the Free Hunter Association. However, there was nothing free about it, and it was turned into a glorified business. After hunters received permission for the Hunter Association to use their awakened abilities, they declared that they would not follow the association's orders. Since most of them are now after profit, they moved to the free side to use their abilities to make money. Lee says he can't force anyone to make sacrifices since they didn't choose to be awakened in the first place. Watching Yubaum play with the black clam from Hyok, Cheon asks Lee about the auction. Lee explains that an auction is held in Gold City every year, and it is hosted by Gold Auction House. The auction started purely as a charity drive, and the proceeds from the auction were donated. However, at some point, it turned into a glorified power event where power players in the city gathered to show off their power and greed. Lee says he doesn't want to go, but as the chairman, he can't avoid attending the auction. Just then, Lee's aide knocks on the door, informing him that Kisiok is done with his promotion test. Lee is surprised to hear this, and the aide explains that it's because they let him pass after the second round. He also reveals that the first round took Kisiok only 7 minutes, and he passed the second one in 1 minute, which is shocking. Apparently, the examiners deemed it unnecessary for him to take the third test, so they skipped it and gave him the A-rank title. Outside the hall, Kisiok is dealing with an unfamiliar scene as a bunch of reporters ambush him for an interview. They congratulate him on passing his 7th trial and bombard him with numerous questions at the same time. Kisiok freezes on the spot, unable to do anything because this is the first time in a long time anyone has given him this much attention. A bald reporter and a kindred spirit in the fight against hairlessness is emotional as he asks whether Kisiok's wig played a role in helping him overcome his trauma. Kisiok is pissed because of the question, knowing his hair is not a wig. Unfortunately, he can't reveal the truth about his hair until Kim is ready to release the hair growth product. Since he can't tell the truth, Kisiok decides to play along, saying the wig helped restore his confidence. Hearing this, the reporters go wild, asking where he bought it and the cost of the wig. Kisiok is shocked and can't believe he shot himself in the foot again. Thankfully, Nari steps in just in time to pull him away from the crazy reporters. Shortly after, the group leaves the testing center in Chairman Lee's comfortable limo. Inside the car, Yubiom asks Kisiok again to confirm whether he truly passed the test. Kisiok chuckles as he shows off his new A-rank identification card, thanking the Coconut family for helping him achieve his dreams. Nari commends him for doing a good job while Gia quietly nods in approval. However, Kisiok's excitement vanishes when Nari shows him her own A-rank identification. Kisiok can't believe that a dream that took him 7 years to achieve was achieved by a little brat in a day. To make matters worse, Nari proudly reveals that even Dodak, a frigging plant, was given an S-rank license. Kisiok finds it hard to believe that such a cute thing was that strong. Looking at Dodak's license, he notices that the picture was taken while the Mandragora was asleep. After checking it out, Cheon decides to hold onto it and get it reissued later. Hearing this, Kisiok gets the idea to also retake his photo. Since he can't reveal that his hair is not a wig, Kiseok had to use his old photo for the license. He can't wait to retake it with his beautiful long hair once Kim's hair research is done. Kiseok then asks Cheon where they're heading, and Cheon tells him to wait till they get there. Back in Lee's office after they got their license, Lee gave Cheon his personal black card, telling him to use it freely. When Cheon asked why, Lee said it's for the group to buy new clothes. According to Lee, it's a tradition for the association to buy new clothes for anyone who becomes an A-rank hunter. Lee told Cheon to go to his old friend, the best tailor in Gold City, but he warned that the guy was a bit cuckoo. A few moments later, the group arrives at the tailor shop, disappointed to see the tiny, run-down place. Yubiom suggests that they check out other better places, but before they can move, some scrawny old dude chases someone out of the store, throwing things at him. The old man refuses to make the kind of clothes the man is asking for. After chasing the customer away, he fumes, complaining that a lot of ill-mannered brats have been coming to his store lately. Just then, Lee's aide greets him, and the old man, Jong, recognizes him as Lee's guy. But he immediately tells the aide that he no longer makes clothes for hunters anymore. The aide then tells Jong that Lee wants him to make an exception for this group. Seeing how cranky Jong is, Yubiom agrees that Lee was right about the old man's personality. Jong immediately tags the group as rude and is about to refuse when Dodak catches his attention. Seeing Dodak so excited, Nari tells Jong that Dodak is looking forward to getting his clothes made. Realizing that Dodak is a mandragora, Jong is completely mesmerized. Turns out the old man has a thing for cute things. He quickly regains his composure and agrees to make an exception, claiming he's only doing it for Lee's sake while clearly blushing because of Dodak. Inside the shop, Jong measures Cheon while Nari goofs around with a tape, entangling herself. Kiseok, as usual, is obsessed with himself while Yubiom and Jia try on a few clothes. They're impressed with the fit and commend the store for being better than it looks on the outside. Shortly after, Jong finishes taking all the measurements and asks whether they have any specific style in mind. Cheon considers it for a moment and tells Jong to make something that would make them look like a family. Nari is happy with this idea, and Kiseok, Jia, and Yubiom also love the idea. Jong then agrees to make something similar for them while bringing out their individual charms. Wondering why he changed his mind about making clothes for hunters, Cheon asks why Jong suddenly accepted the offer. Jong is about to respond when Dodak pops out of Cheon's hair. Jong then points out that Dodak is quite attached to Cheon, meaning Cheon must have taken good care of it. He tries to maintain a straight face, but deep down all Jong can think about is the cute little thing. He then reveals that he's the esteemed president of the Creature Freedom Association, a small organization that loves and protects the rights of chimeras. Jong believes that anyone who protects small creatures is not a bad person, which is why he agreed to make clothes for them. Hearing this, Cheon guesses that Lee is also similar to Jong when it comes to their love for small creatures. Afterwards, Jong drops the stoic look as he suggests making some clothes for Dodak. Cheon is surprised that they can also make clothes for something that tiny, but Jong assures him that custom clothes for pet chimeras are actually in season. As he shows off some of his latest models, Kiseok can't believe a plant is supposed to fit into those, but Nari thinks it's quite cute. Meanwhile, Cheon begins to imagine Dodak in hiking clothes and cute overalls. He also imagines Dodak in a suit as a business genius, the Stock King. Cheon is satisfied with the look as he imagined them and places Dodak on the table to pick one. Dodak stares at the clothes for a while, making Cheon believe he's quite interested in them. Unbeknownst to them, Dodak is seeing the plant mannequins as his old comrades because mandragoras have poor eyesight. Thinking they're his former colony, he marches forward expecting them to follow him as usual. However, when the figurines don't move, Dodak is disappointed as it dawns on him that he was mistaken. Nari then realizes that Dodak is disappointed, and Cheon figures it must be because he mistook the figurines for his subordinates. To cheer him up, Jong brings out his most precious pet chimera outfit. Apparently, he made it for his future pet, but now he wants Dodak to have it. Kiseok praises the outfit but fears that Dodak might not like it, and just as he thought, Dodak turns around, clearly rejecting the clothes. But Jong insists he tries it and promises it's a great fit since the fabric is special. Cheon then takes the tiny outfit and realizes it's quite soft. To make it more comfortable and familiar for Dodak, Cheon infuses the outfit with mana. The moment Dodak sees this, he immediately lights up, showing his approval for the clothes. Cheon is glad he likes it and immediately helps him put on the outfit. Dodak is over the moon as Cheon's familiar mana hits him, making him feel fuzzy all over. Cheon can't help but wonder whether Dodak likes the outfit or the mana infused into it. Shortly after, they prepare to leave the shop, and Cheon learns that they need to return in 1 week to collect their clothes. Meanwhile, Jong can't take his eyes off Dodak, and he wishes he could add a few more accessories to the clothes, but Dodak refuses to take them off. Jong's expression suddenly darkens as Jessica and her guard arrive at his store. Jessica tells Jong to make her a dress for an upcoming event, but Jong instantly rejects her. He then sternly lets her know that he's not going to sell his shop to anyone. Jessica tries to convince him and offers to give him a good price for the land. She's about to threaten him when she notices Cheon and his friends. Her eyes widen in shock as the realization hits her that she might recognize Cheon. She tells him that he looks familiar and asks whether it's Cheon's first time in Gold City. Cheon wonders why she's asking, but Jessica ignores him and turns her attention to Nari. She acts friendly with Nari and asks whether Nari has been to Dodoland. When Nari asks what Dodoland means, Jessica explains that it's an amusement park she owns. She also tells Nari that the amusement park has a ton of delicious food and other fun things. Nari immediately lights up when she hears this, and Jessica pulls out an invitation. But before she can give it to Nari, Cheon stops her, asking why she's meddling with someone else's kid. Realizing she's overstepped her boundary, Jessica apologizes, saying she just adores kids. After giving Nari a ticket, Jessica hands a VIP ticket to Cheon, introducing herself properly. She tells him that the amusement park is holding a parade and begs him to bring Nari to watch it. Although a bit weirded out by her aura, Cheon and his friends still go to the amusement park since Nari is looking forward to the parade. She excitedly tells Cheon that she wants to see the parade, but Cheon has no idea what a parade is. Nari hasn't witnessed one either and only watched it in a video during her time as a test subject. She happily tells Cheon all about it, especially how she saw a happy family holding hands while watching the parade. Nari says it looked really fun and begs Cheon to watch the parade with her the same way. Seeing how happy she is, Cheon is glad they came, and he agrees to watch the parade with her. Just then, Kiseok's nose starts twitching as the aroma of food fills the air. Like a dog, he scans the area until he sees a food stall and immediately rushes towards it, with Nari following closely beside him. Cheon is pleased that they're having fun, but Yubeom seriously points out that there's something strange about Jessica. Gia also notices Jessica's guard, Joy, lurking in the corner, watching them. Yubeom and Gia suggest taking the guard out to keep him from keeping tabs on them. Cheon agrees that Jessica was definitely strange because he sensed a weird aura from her. He could tell she has a concealment type ability, and her aura is different from that of a normal awakened person. However, he doesn't want to make a fuss and escalate things to avoid ruining Nari's fun. Deciding to handle the situation quietly, Cheon sets his sights on a haunted house and comes up with an idea on how to quietly handle Jessica's guard without ruining Nari's day. A few moments later, the guard, Joy, waits eagerly outside the haunted house for Cheon and his group. He calls them weird for choosing a haunted house as their first stop at an amusement park. After waiting a while, he begins to worry that they're still not coming out. Nevertheless, he decides to wait patiently since the entrance and exit to the haunted house are the same. Suddenly, a loud scream erupts from inside, and the extras that are supposed to be scaring the guests rush outside, terrified that a real ghost has appeared. They scream for help as they run past Joy, and when someone mentions that the surveillance cameras are down, Joy suspects that Cheon and his group might have made their move. A few hours earlier, after Jessica left the tailor store, she was in her car, worried about her meeting with Cheon. Someone from Cheon's group was bugging her, and she didn't want to believe that the person was still alive since it had been decades. To be sure that her guess is wrong, she ordered Joy to investigate them. Joy agreed to her request, but this was the first time he had seen Jessica so anxious. After dropping her off, he followed Cheon and his group all the way to the haunted house. After the commotion, Joy heads inside, hoping that things have settled down. Everyone had already come out of the haunted house except his targets, so he had no choice but to search for them. Upon entering, Joy remains confident that the ghost claim was just a fluke. He continues down the corridor, carefully scanning the room. He had even turned off the special effects to make sure there was no disturbance. This was Joy's first time inside the haunted house, and before long he began to regret that he hadn't turned on the lights. Suddenly, a sound spooks him from behind, and Joy turns around, wondering whether it's an animal or just the wind. To be on the safer side, he decides to hide and instantly uses his awakened ability to make himself invisible. Shortly after, the strange sound also stops, but Joy is spooked because he has never heard it before. While still invisible, he continues walking forward as he wonders what kind of weirdos Jessica asked him to keep an eye on. To make matters worse, he hears a strange sound with every step he takes. A few minutes in, Joy suddenly stops in his tracks, suspecting that someone is watching him from the shadows, but when he turns around, all he sees is darkness. He soon senses someone coming towards him, but Joy is puzzled because no one should be able to see him. Suddenly, several strange footsteps appear to be coming towards him, leaving him even more spooked than before. Joy quickly blocks whatever is trying to attack him, and his spirit almost vacates his body at the thought that there are actual ghosts in the haunted house. Just as he fears, several strange beings appear around him, followed by an eerie voice. Joy can't wrap his head around the whole thing, and before he can figure out what to do, a death scythe almost chops him in half. Fortunately, he dodges it in time, but starts trembling at the near-death experience. Spooked out of his mind, Joy immediately tries to run out of the haunted house while the ghosts chase after him. But halfway through the race, he stops in his tracks as long hair pours in front of his face. Lifting his head up, Joy is met with the scariest, freakiest thing he's ever seen, an actual virgin ghost. Joy is so terrified that his invisibility instantly wears off, and he collapses out of fear. The ghost also becomes visible as he checks on Joy, disappointed that he passed out too soon. The crazy ghost turns out to be Kiseok, and he's not happy that Joy mistook him for a virgin ghost, so he decides it might be time to change his hairstyle. The other two ghosts also remove their disguise, revealing their Gia and Yubeom. Gia then tells Kiseok that he needs to do more mana training because his transformation wore off too fast. At the same time, Yubiom scolds Gia for almost hitting him with the scythe earlier, but Gia lets him know that it's her revenge because he teased her first. Just then, Cheon, dressed like a Korean Grim Reaper, arrives, commending Kiseok for playing his role well. Nari floats beside him, transformed into a shape that makes her look like a floating basic ghost. Kiseok basks in Cheon's compliment, saying it's because he's an A-rank hunter. Yubeom then praises Dodak for providing the scary soundtrack and being the best among them. It turns out Nari gave him a voice-changing microphone to help him voice the evil background sound. Afterwards, Cheon asks if everyone has collected all the required stamps. Moments before they entered the haunted house, Cheon suggested it to Nari without telling her his plan. At first she was too scared to go, but Cheon told her that they would all be together. To convince her further, he explained that they could get a gift for collecting all the stamps in the haunted house. The moment Nari heard presents, she instantly forgot her fear and agreed to go, even though the ghost extras had the stamps. After Nari agreed, Cheon told her that he would make them transparent for the ghost game. Now that the fun is over, Cheon is satisfied with the effect. Apparently, he picked this game specifically because Joy is a stealth awakened, and Cheon thought his ability is perfect for their ghost game. Nari soon realizes that the spooked dude is the same one she saw at Zhang's store, but Cheon somehow convinces her that Joy is actually a staff member at the haunted house and was role-playing as a ghost. Nari immediately believed it without question and suggested they call an ambulance for Joy. Cheon is impressed that Nari is so kind and suggests they simply call an amusement park staff member on their way out. While Nari tries to wake the so-called ghost worker, Cheon is certain that Joy will probably not report the incident to Jessica out of embarrassment. Even though he's still curious about Jessica's identity, Cheon decides to put it aside to make sure Nari has the best time of her life. With that settled, they head out to watch the parade and stop by the gift store to redeem their prize. Nari is excited to receive a fox plushie, and she happily plans to give it to her chimera fox friend. That evening, on their way to watch the parade, Yubeom notices that the amusement park is more crowded than it was when they first arrived. Kiseok says it's probably because the parade is about to start. Since he has attended one before, he proudly decides to be their guide as he explains that finding a good spot is key to enjoying the parade. Suddenly, all hell breaks loose as a red, naturally occurring gate opens right in the center of the amusement park. Chaos follows as everyone begins to run for safety, except for Cheon and his group. Cheon shields Nari from the commotion as he wonders why a gate will suddenly appear at an amusement park. Suddenly, a cute bunny emerges from the gate, but panic sets in when they realize it's a flying squirrel from the demon realm. Soon, a group of A-rank and B-rank hunters arrives to handle the situation. One of the hunters confidently prepares to handle what he thinks is one puny monster. He even complains that naturally occurring gates no longer produce any special monsters. He then fires an arrow at the squirrel, but the creature shockingly deflects it. Infuriated, the monster's horn begins to crackle, and with a bolt of powerful lightning, it strikes back at the hunters, sending them to La La Land. Watching the hunters fly into oblivion, Kiseok points out that the monster is too strong for a normal flying squirrel. Nari then calls their attention back to the carousel, where the cute, tiny monster has now transformed into a gigantic monster. Seeing that it seems to be getting bigger, Cheon realizes that it's actually a disaster-class monster. Everyone is shocked to hear this, and what is even stranger is that the monster is alone. Apparently, it's rare for disaster-class monsters to appear alone, and this one seems to be a lone wolf, which is very strange. Cheon tries to figure out what's going on because disaster-class monsters usually have lower-class minions following them. Seeing this one alone makes him wonder if there's a specific reason for its sudden appearance. At the same time, the monster scans the amusement park until its eye stops at the haunted house. It immediately leaps towards the haunted house, leaving only Kiseok and Nari stunned. Realizing it's coming their way, Kiseok pulls Nari down with him, thinking it's trying to grab them. But to their surprise, the monster jumps right over them and activates an invisibility ability as Nari and Kiseok scan the surroundings for it. The monster soon breaks through several signboards while jumping from place to place, and as it heads towards the haunted house, the monster leaves a trail of lightning and demonic energy behind. Gia wonders where it's headed while Yubeom points out that the monster has pretty good stealth skills since it is scattering demonic energy to keep anyone from tracking it. Gia notes that the amusement park is out of power, meaning the monster also possesses electric-type powers. Nari is only concerned that the playground is about to be destroyed, so Cheon decides to step in. Using his silk threads, Cheon casts a net in the monster's direction and traps it despite its impressive stealth skills. Before the monster can reach its destination, it is instantly caught in Cheon's web and dragged to the ground. Cheon and his group walk towards the monster, and as it struggles inside the thread, the flying squirrel begins to shrink back to its original size. When they finally surround it, Kiseok is amazed because it's his first time seeing a disaster-class monster. Yubeom notes that Cheon's web has made the monster unable to use demonic energy, so it shrank to its original size, and its invisibility also wore off. Kiseok and Nari notice that the monster looks cuter and harmless. So Nari doesn't want anyone to eliminate the monster, but Cheon lets her know that the hunters won't spare it if they find it. However, Cheon doesn't think that the squirrel wanted to cause trouble because it hid itself while leaping to the haunted house. He also recalls that the bunny didn't attack until the hunter struck first. It looked like it was only fighting back, so Nari tells Cheon that the monster has a good heart. She begs him to let it live, but Cheon had no intention of hurting it in the first place because he's curious about why the little guy showed up without any minions. He then announces that they will take it to the demon realm, and Nari is over the moon when she hears this. Just then, the naturally occurring gate begins to close on its own and vanishes almost immediately. Yubiom says the gate closed way too fast for a naturally occurring gate. With the chaos over, Nari scans the empty amusement park and realizes that her precious parade might no longer be possible. Everyone ran away during the chaos, leaving the place deserted. Realizing she can't watch the parade, Nari buries her head into the cute monster, disappointed. Though she says it's okay, everyone can tell that she was really looking forward to the parade. The next moment she begins to sob, saying they can see it next time. Seeing her so emotional, Kiseok and the others almost start bawling their eyes out. However, Kiseok suddenly gets a bright idea to cheer her up, so he confidently tells everyone to follow him. A few moments later, he leads them to an observatory to show them the incredible view below. Unfortunately, they're all disappointed as Jia complains that he made them climb all the way there just for a boring view. Kiseok awkwardly tells them to wait a little as he quietly prays for his plan to work. As if on cue, the night sky lights up with beautiful fireworks, making the wait worth it. Everyone is stunned, especially Cheon and his lab buddies, who have only heard about fireworks but never seen them before. Kiseok explains that the fireworks are automatically set to go off at the end of the parade. He was worried that the blackout at the amusement park would affect it, but luckily the system was connected to an emergency power supply. Jia and Yubiom are glad they came as they happily enjoy the pretty fireworks display. Even Dodak seems to like it, while Cheon is happy that Nari no longer looks disappointed. While mesmerized by the beautiful sight in front of her, Nari tells Cheon that she'll never forget this day. Back in the demon realm, Gu is struggling to care for the cocoon. It seems to be sick, but Gu can't figure out why. Even though Cheon infused its little house with mana, the creature's condition is getting worse. Meanwhile, the tiny monster complains that it's suffocating. Before leaving, Cheon entrusted the little guy to Gu, telling him that the creature had also awakened its intelligence. Gu was happy to hear this because Cheon also said that the monster could speak a little. But after spending time with it, Gu is frustrated that it only knows a few broken words, and since the monster's rank seems to be higher than his own, Gu cannot use telepathy. Just as he's about to start complaining again, a gate opens and Cheon and the group troop out of it. Without even welcoming them, Gu immediately orders Cheon to quickly check on the cocoon. A few minutes later, Cheon learns that the monster is struggling to breathe, so he places his hand on the house to check the mana supply. After checking it, the mana supply is still intact, leaving Cheon wondering what the problem might be. Suddenly, the flying squirrel tries to wriggle out of Nari's arms, startling her. Nari wonders what is wrong with it while the cocoon calls it a friend. The squirrel continues to wriggle until it breaks free from Nari's hand and Cheon's silk threads. After breaking free, it rushes over to the cocoon while Gu wonders why the cocoon called the monster a friend. Gu is shocked when he learns that the squirrel is a disaster-class monster, but before anyone can do anything, the monster grabs the cocoon in its mouth and bolts. Nari is about to chase after it, but Cheon tells everyone to rest up while he follows the squirrel. He doesn't know what is going on, but Cheon isn't bothered because he believes that the two creatures must be friends. Monsters are usually influenced by their environments, so suddenly changing to a different region greatly affects them. When their system is not accustomed to the new region, their condition worsens, preventing them from using their full abilities. What these monsters need in a situation like this is homing instinct. While following the squirrel, Cheon finds himself in the familiar ice zone where he hasn't been for a long time. The moment they arrive, the flying squirrel hurriedly digs up a patch in the ice. Cheon guesses the monster might be making a cocoon nest, but he finds this puzzling because insect-type monsters usually thrive in warm climates. After digging the patch, the monster carefully plants the cocoon and secures it with ice, while Cheon and Dodak watch to see what happens next. Suddenly, the monster growls at Cheon as if telling him to back off. Cheon tells the little guy to keep going and reassures him that he'll not be disturbed. A few moments later, nothing happens, and the cocoon doesn't say anything. Cheon figures it might be because it's focusing all its energy on recovery. Since the silk thread caterpillar is a disaster-class monster, its recovery is super fast, so Cheon guesses the caterpillar will be fully recovered in half a day. Before long, the cocoon begins to emit mana, drawing Dodak's attention. Thinking it's an invitation to fatten up, Dodak leaps off Cheon's shoulder, and before Cheon can stop him, he begins to suck the energy from the cocoon. Cheon hurriedly shuts Dodak's mouth, telling him that he can't eat the cocoon's energy. Dodak tries to wriggle out of Cheon's hand while the flying squirrel is pissed. Cheon then explains to Dodak that the cocoon needs that energy to survive, so it's not for some insatiable glutton to consume. Hearing this, Dodak begins to sob, and Cheon figures he must be hungry after their journey. Deciding to feed the glutton, Cheon plants him next to the cocoon as he places his hand on the ground in front of them, feeding them both mana. The moment the mana hits him, Dodak begins to munch happily, feeling all warm and fuzzy. Meanwhile, the flying squirrel waits anxiously as the cocoon begins showing signs of life. It gradually floats into the midair, glowing as the monster inside begins to emerge. Cheon is not surprised that it started emerging immediately after waking up because it reminds him of the demonic grapevine he planted. Back in the human world, the vine was already dying until Cheon planted it in the demon realm, and it immediately sprouted. He figures that just like the demonic grapevine, the cocoon must have been unable to bloom because of its environment. Cheon has never seen an adult silk caterpillar before, so he's excited to watch this one emerge from its cocoon. As the cocoon vanishes, Cheon is left stunned when a cute giant butterfly emerges from inside. At the same time, the squirrel monster is emotional as the butterfly monster descends to greet his long-lost friend. Cheon notes that the butterfly is speaking more clearly than when it was in the cocoon. After the emotional reunion, it shrinks in size and flies closer to the squirrel monster. Watching the emotional moment between the two creatures, Cheon wonders how they even became friends in the first place. It turns out they just met next to a tree when some mid-looking ugly bird captured the little caterpillar as an afternoon snack. The squirrel desperately chased after it while the caterpillar was helplessly trapped in the bird's foot. After chasing it for a while, the bird flies into a higher altitude, leaving the squirrel helpless. But just when the bird thought his snack was a sure deal, another apex predator snatched the mid-bird along with the caterpillar. Refusing to back down, the flying squirrel chased after the big bird. Fortunately, the ugly bird, already choked out of consciousness, released the caterpillar, finally reuniting the two friends. But after the fall, the caterpillar wrapped itself into a cocoon to protect itself, slipping into a deep slumber. And ever since then, the flying squirrel has been protecting it until it somehow got sold into the human world. After an emotional night, Cheon returns home with the squirrel and Dodak, enjoying a ride from the giant butterfly monster. Cheon praises his new ride for being faster and more comfortable than the blue poison parrot. Cheon is glad that he got 2 new housemates and decides it is time to expand his tiny house. On the ride home, they fly over the Rock Mountain Zone, the same place Cheon met his end. This was his first time there since his revival, and while scanning the area, he sees Baeko struggling to defeat a powerful King Skull slime. As his life flashes before his eyes, Baeko regrets coming to the demon realm alone. But just as he's about to give up, Cheon swoops in like some cool hero and with a single strike, annihilates the King Skull slime. After handling the situation, he sternly calls Baeko by his full name, asking what he's doing there. A few minutes later, Baeko thanks Cheon for saving him yet again, and explains that he came to the demon realm to find a rare auction item for his grandfather. He reveals that Hyuk, Lee's ex-disciple, pulled some strings behind the scenes to block Lee from getting any legal trade items for the auction. Baeko was only trying to help because he didn't want his grandfather to be embarrassed by the high society scoundrels. Cheon doesn't know whether to call the guy dumb or courageous for coming into the demon realm alone for treasure hunting despite his lame C rank. He wonders if he should help Baeko get some treasures, at least for Lee's sake. Cheon then asks if he got anything useful, but Baeko replies that he couldn't find any major items. However, he found some unidentified objects and asked Cheon to help him identify them. Cheon immediately recognizes the items as his eyes widen the moment he sees them. Baeko is curious because although it looks just like a pebble, the item contains a large amount of demonic energy. With the energy levels off the chart, he feels it might be some kind of unidentified mineral, but when Cheon suddenly demands that he hand them over, Baeko is confused until Cheon declares that those so-called pebbles are his bones. After returning home, Gu names the silk caterpillar Sanabi and tries to teach him how to pronounce it and develop his language by repetition. Cheon watches them from the side, relieved that they're blending into the new family despite being crazy strong. Yubiom points out that the family has grown a lot and they need to figure out the housing issue, or those sleeping outside might catch a cold at night. Cheon agrees with this, but he doesn't know how to go about expanding the house. Yubeom and Jia are also worried about the material to use for the expansion. Cheon is also concerned that using wood might not be a good idea because they have to apply glowing mushrooms again. He decides to put that aside for now and figure it out later. Cheon then tells the Yu siblings that he met Baeko, but sent him home because he looked terrible. He also shows them the bone fragments from the Rocky Mountain Zone, explaining that Baeko found them. Jia and Yubiom immediately recognize that the energy from the fragments is similar to Cheon's energy signature. Cheon lets them know that the fragments are from his remains. He couldn't recover them after his revival, but Baeko somehow excavated them. Cheon then announces that he's planning to enter the upcoming gold auction contest, happening in 3 days. Grinning as if he just came up with one of his brilliant games, Cheon explains that he has a good idea to help Lee turn things around. Speaking about the auction, Cheon had asked Jong about Jessica after their encounter at the tailor shop. Cheon thought she didn't seem like a normal awakened person. But Jong told him that he had never heard about Jessica being awakened. However, all he knows is that she's obsessed with money, and besides owning Dodo Land, Jessica runs the gold auction house. This auction house is more of a money laundering route for the filthy rich, and it also doubles as a real estate firm that engages in illegal speculation. Cheon learned from Zhang that several people are backing Jessica up behind the scenes. One of them is Assemblyman Park Woo-jung, the chairman of a national institution known as the Awakened Integration Association. There are several others, but Woo-jung is the core of the Gold City cartel. Apparently, this cartel runs the auction contest held at the end of every year, and every rich person in Gold City attends the auction just for the opportunity to connect with that cartel. Cheon also learned from Zhang that Chairman Lee has been trying his best to checkmate the cartel, but he doesn't have any power. And besides, the Hunter Association is just a private institution, so they look down on him. Back in the present, Cheon continues to discuss his plans with the Yu siblings. He knows that directly questioning Jessica to find out what she knows about the TDA lab is the fastest way to get information. However, approaching her recklessly might make them cut their losses and disappear. So he plans to set a trap during the auction using the fragment to see who bites. Anyone who does is definitely someone connected to the TDA experiment. Since the auction is in 3 days, the Yu siblings enthusiastically prepare to gather the treasure for the auction submission. Yubeom says it's shameful to go to such an event empty-handed, while Jia just wants an opportunity to show off her skills during the treasure hunt. 3 days later, at the gold auction house, the crazy rich guys gather to show off their wealth. Assemblyman Woo-jung is seen in the VIP lounge overlooking those below as if they are pests beneath him. Woo-jung is impressed as he remarks that this year's auction is grander than the previous years. Although Woo-jung holds a seat in the assembly, he's still not satisfied because people are no longer interested in state affairs. Now they mostly rely on giant organizations that are powerhouses, and Woo-jung can only be satisfied by being the godfather. To maintain his superiority, he's constantly looking for ways to maintain the social structure of this messed up city. He proudly presents his latest scheme to continue the clear social divide to his cabinet members, Hyuk, Jessica, and a creepy old dude named Jang Gibong. Since the cities have been divided according to status, namely diamond, gold, and silver. His philosophy is that the shiny side should stay that way while the shadows should stay in the shadows. Woo-jung plans to completely wipe out the slums to create Bronze City. Woo-jung feels that the slums don't even qualify to be classified as shadows, but this is just the beginning, he says. Hearing this, Jiang cheers him on to the next step, which is getting an invite from the higher-ups and climbing the ranks to Diamond City. Jiang tells Woo-jung that they need to redevelop the slums quickly to hasten their path to glory. Jessica points out that the backlash from the slums has recently been getting stronger. A few days ago, Lee even visited the slum to encourage Cheol and his gang for opposing the redevelopment of the slums. Jiang suspects that Lee must be planning something since he hasn't submitted an item for the auction yet. However, Hyuk tells Jiang that Lee is too dumb to come up with any brilliant plans. He also assures them that Lee won't be able to submit any rare items for the auction. Jiang is surprised to hear this as he wonders what Hyuk means. Hyuk refuses to explain as he wants everyone to see his rise to the spotlight and Lee's downfall firsthand. Watching Lee from below, Hyuk can't wait for people to see who rules the world. He grins wickedly as he continues to mock Lee for being an old geezer about to be pushed into the sewers for not going with the tide. A few moments later, the host takes the stage as he announces the start of the long-awaited Gold City auction contest hosted by Gold Auction House. The first item is submitted by Jang Gibong, the chairman of the Gold City Merchant Association, who has been participating in the auction for 10 years. The item is a giant black-blue stone from the Demon Realm, and the starting bid is 20 billion. Everyone is shocked to see such a huge black demon stone, and once the price is announced, several buyers raise their paddles to bid. While some raise the bid because the black stone has been in short supply lately, others raise it just to build a connection with Jung. In no time, the stone sells for 30 billion, and Woo-jung is pleased with this starting outcome. Meanwhile, Jessica congratulates Jang as he boasts about how tough it was to get the stone. Jang then asks what Hyuk prepared, but Hyuk prefers keeping everyone in suspense. The host then presents the next item, a giant living geoduck from the Demon Realm, submitted by Hyuk, president of the Free Hunter Association, and the starting bid is a whopping 50 billion. Jang wonders how Hyuk managed to get such a gigantic geoduck, and Hyuk proudly boasts that he currently controls the coastal areas. Next, the host is about to announce the next item from Jessica when Cheon's voice draws Lee's attention. Lee is surprised and happy at the same time to see them as Cheon, Kiseok, and Nari strut in their newly tailored coconut family uniform. Cheon explains that they arrived late because they had to stop at the tailor shop and Jang took his sweet time styling them. Kiseok praises Jang's tailoring skills and Nari admits she also likes the clothes. Jessica soon notices them as she wonders what they're doing at the auction, while Hyuk feels uneasy seeing Cheon. Cheon and Nari sit together while Kiseok joins Lee's table. The moment they settle down, the host announces that he has just received Lee's auction item list. Turning around to check out the items, the host notes that these are by far the best items of the night. He then announces that the first item is 6 red diamonds from a red diamond ladybug, and the starting bid is 60 billion won. Seeing the item on the stage, Nari excitedly points to it, saying it's the same one they found. Speaking about the red diamond ladybug, it is a monster that lives in the forest zone of the Demon Realm. They only appear when demonic grapevine seeds germinate. Since the grapevine seeds are rare and the germination rate is low, the red diamonds are as rare as liquid metals. Qian and Nari found one right next to the grapevine Qian planted in the demon realm. Wuzheng is completely enraged that such a precious item was submitted under Li's name. Next, the host announces the next item from Li, a giant demon realm aquarium containing various rare items from the coastal areas. The aquarium consists of yellow quartz, which is only found in the deep sea of the demon realm. The others are several living demon realm seahorses and a red moss, which is an ingredient for the highest grade potions. There is also a giant pearl oyster, which is 1,000,000 times rarer than a geoduck. Every single item in the aquarium is rare and precious, so the starting bid is set at a whopping 300 billion. Even with such a huge price, everyone agrees that the value of everything inside the aquarium far surpasses that price. However, no one bids on it because they know the item is not actually for sale, but a simple means for showing off power. At this point, Wuzheng is fuming with anger and jealousy, demanding an explanation from Hyuk. After all, he did guarantee that Li would be disgraced at the auction for failing to acquire any rare items. However, Hyuk is unable to answer because he's just as shocked as everyone else. A few minutes later, the host presents Li's final item, but he's at a loss for how to explain it. It turns out to be Cheon's bone fragment, and the host announces that it's the remains of subject number 17, the crazy psycho of the TDA lab. Even more shocking is when the starting bid is set at 999 billion. Everyone is shocked to hear this while Cheon calmly waits for the fish to bite his bait. While everyone questions what the hell TDA is, the Yu siblings scan the room waiting for the fish to bite. And just then, Jia spots the target, a young girl who is trembling as she recognizes the number, subject 17. The girl tries to make a call, but since she can't get a signal, she rushes out of the hall to find a secluded place. Outside the auction house, she finally gets a signal on her phone and is about to call her master to inform him of her discovery when Jia snatches the girl and flies into the sky. In the process, she drops her phone without calling her so-called master. The girl frantically asks who Jia is, but Jia simply confirms if the girl is an awakened one that can cross gates. Jia then tells her that she needs to come to the demon realm for a bit. Meanwhile, back at the gold auction house, the auction finally ends as Cheon, Li, and others drop out of the building. Nari happily stretches her body while expressing how much she enjoyed the auction. Suddenly, a couple of wealthy people approach Li to suck up to him. Thanks to the items submitted to the auction under his name, Li's reputation in society has skyrocketed, and everyone suddenly wants to sit for a cup of tea with him. Li can't believe that the same people who used to look down on him are suddenly bowing to him. Cheon says it was worth it to show off those items at the auction. Li is so grateful that he doesn't know how to repay Cheon for helping him. Cheon explains that he didn't do it out of kindness, and the items weren't even sold. Now that they are done, he wonders what they should do with the items, and decides to let Li use them at the Hunter Association. Li quickly rejects the offer because those items are insanely rare and cost a fortune. But Nari sternly says they can't take it back and tells Li to consider it payment for the Hunter licenses. Kisiuk agrees that Li should take it since they're technically part of the Hunter Association. Cheon confidently tells Li that he trusts him to put the items to good use. Li is deeply moved by their trust and promises to use them for a good cause. After the emotional roller coaster, Dodak starts wiggling in Cheon's waist pack, signaling that it's time for his mana food. However, Cheon tells him to hold on till they get home. Just then, a couple of hostesses notice Dodak and immediately recognize him. They also recognize Kisiok, the famous 6-time failure who passed the promotion test on his 7th trial. Cheon and the others are confused, while Kisiok seems to be enjoying the attention. Cheon wonders how strangers suddenly know Dodak, and Nari points out that they also recognize Kisiok. Since Cheon has been in the demon realm and out of touch with the news, Li explains it to him. He explains that during the A-rank promotion test, Kisiok became a hot topic. As for Dodak, who was registered on the same day, the association is required to disclose him to the public. When registering hunters, ordinary people are not required to be revealed for privacy purposes. However, chimeras are required to be announced on the news as a way to protect their rights. Shortly after confirming that Cheon is holding Dodak, the hostesses beg Cheon to let them take a photo with Dodak. They explain that they're his fans and find him extremely cute. Cheon takes permission from Dodak, who seems to be enjoying the extra attention. Meanwhile, a few meters away, Wuzheng quietly observes Cheon. Hyuk had told him about Cheon and confirmed that he's the same dude he met at Li's office. He tells Wuzheng that Cheon is at least at S rank. Wuzheng stares intently at Cheon, noting his rank must be why there's a strange aura around him. He grins wickedly as he suddenly gets a new idea and announces that it's time to change their target. Back in the demon realm, the pink-haired girl snatched by Jia is mesmerized by the sight of the Mandragora patch. She finds it hard to wrap her head around a Mandragora farm cultivated naturally. She keeps squeaking continuously, making the Yu siblings wonder what type of weirdo they just kidnapped. It was as if she had totally forgotten that she might be in danger, so Jia reminded her that she had been abducted. Yubeom points out that the girl is so obsessed with the Mandragora that she's completely forgotten about their existence. The girl continues to observe the Mandragora, especially the healthy one in the front row. Suddenly, the mandragora begins humming a soft tune that they only make when they're in a good mood. The girl figures it's because they're enjoying the demonic, energy-rich soil. She soon notices the two in the back row receiving IV drips and wonders if the drips contain nutritional supplements. At this point, she finally asks the Yu siblings for an explanation, but Jia tells her to wait for their resident alchemist, Kim. Just then, a gate opens as Cheon, Nari, and Kiseok return home. The new girl immediately rushes towards them, asking who Kim is. A few moments later, Cheon and the girl discuss why she was brought there while the others watch them from a distance. Nari is guarded as she asks Jia about the new girl, and Jia explains that the girl is just some weird person. Meanwhile, Cheon learns from the girl that she came to the auction for research and was trying to call her master about the bone fragments when Jia snatched her. Cheon asks what she was trying to tell her master, but to explain it properly, the pink-haired girl introduces herself properly as Kim Hyul. Apparently, she researches plant monsters at a private lab in Gold City. Hyul explains that whenever their research hit a block, her master would wish that he had Psycho number 17. He kept muttering that number 17's fragments can help him complete his research. However, when Hyul asked about it, her master never answered, so she investigated it herself, but couldn't find anything until she heard that familiar number at the auction. She wanted to inform her master as soon as possible because his research was not going well. Cheon asks about her master's name, but Hyul refuses to disclose it and vows never to do so, even at the cost of her life. She claims it's because she respects her master, making Cheon wonder what's with the sudden switch in her attitude. He considers asking Gu to read her mind, but Cheon drops the idea since he already knows who her master, a mandragora researcher, might be. Cheon suddenly gets serious as he tells Hyul to listen to him carefully. He reveals that he's about to tell her about TDA and the real identity of Subject 17. Elsewhere in Hyul's private lab, her master Joseph is seen performing another experiment. He wishes the next test could succeed, but the next moment it explodes in his face. Once the dust settles, Joseph wonders what he did wrong to make the experiment fail again. Suddenly, Hyul arrives, and Joseph scolds her for wandering around instead of doing research. He doesn't pay her any attention as he continues to wonder where his experiment went wrong. He then scolds Hyul again for not organizing the lab, but Hyul ignores him, telling him that she has a question to ask him. She begs him to answer honestly since she's served him for 7 years. Joseph agrees to answer and tells Hyul to speak quickly. Hyul bluntly asks him what kind of place the TDA lab was. Joseph immediately freezes when he hears this and explains that it was a small, insignificant lab that researched the lifestyle of the old era. Refusing to believe him, Hyul asks if the lab was an illegal operation that experimented on young people. Joseph immediately flies into a rage when he hears this, but fear suddenly fills his eyes when he hears Cheon's voice. The moment he sees the terrifying look on Cheon's face, Joseph immediately recognizes him, and Cheon confirms that he is TDA's Psycho number 17. Joseph immediately starts trembling in fear because he was the one who transplanted mandragora cells into Cheon's body. After the chaotic reunion, Hyul tells Cheon to wait his turn while she talks to her master. She reminds him how he taught her that research only has meaning when it benefits the world. Back then, Joseph told Hyul that a researcher can be ambitious, but never greedy. 7 years ago, everyone mocked him for being a broke failure obsessed with research, but Hyul never looked down on him. She respected him because he was pure-hearted. But after everything she heard from Cheon, she couldn't believe Joseph was the same person from Cheon's story. Hyul then sternly asks him if Cheon is telling the truth. When he replies that everything Cheon said is the truth, Hyul immediately turns to leave, and while bawling her eyes out, she thanks him for everything he has done for her. A few moments later, Cheon gets his chance to chat with Joseph, who points out that Cheon hasn't changed a bit. Cheon teases him for getting old because it has been 60 years since they last saw each other, and if it wasn't for the tattoo on Joseph's hand, Cheon says he might not have recognized him. Joseph then asks if Cheon came to get revenge on him. Cheon explains that he set a trap, but didn't expect Joseph to be caught in it. Apparently, Joseph was kicked out of the lab, and Cheon thought he had died the same day. Joseph then begins reminiscing about the day he first saw Cheon. Back then, Cheon was only 13, and it was 66 years ago in the TDA laboratory. Joseph was a newcomer team leader, and on his first day, Cheon caught his eye. He wondered why a kid was in the lab, but everyone told him to be careful and called Cheon a total freak. But despite their warnings, Joseph still approached Cheon asking why he was in the lab. Cheon replied that he was playing with the mandragoras, and Joseph was surprised because the creatures were not screaming. It was even as if they were enjoying spending time with Cheon. One of the lab guys warned Joseph to leave Cheon alone, explaining that he has a special constitution that shows no side effects even after several monster transplants. Joseph was shocked to hear this and couldn't believe that the lab was transplanting monster cells into a kid's body. The other dude also warned Joseph that Cheon is a special subject, so no one could interfere carelessly, or the director might get angry. After that encounter, Joseph immediately called the director to complain about the illegal experiment. Bokdeok was the one who recommended him, and he was informed that the lab was for researching mandragoras, so no one mentioned such an experiment. Despite Joseph's complaints, the director told him not to worry about anything and sternly warned him to focus on his research. Joseph demanded to meet him, but he refused and even declared that they would never meet face to face. He then explained that the lab command had been placed on Joseph as the new team leader. Joseph began to tremble when he heard this, and later, after checking Cheon's file, he realized that Cheon was truly as strange as everyone said. From the file, he discovered that Cheon had never been transplanted with plant-type monster cells. But he couldn't figure out why there was a faint reaction from plant-type cells. After reading through the file, Joseph tells Cheon to come to his office every week for a checkup. Cheon ignores the instruction as he puts on a warm cardigan and asks Joseph to let him have it. He explains that he needs it because the dorms are too cold. Joseph is a bit taken aback by the request, but lets him have the warm coat. 1 week later, Cheon managed to scam Joseph out of his watch, and by the second week, his cozy duvet. By the third week, he had carried off more things, and this continued for a while. 6 years later, Joseph had fallen from grace, and people gossiped about him, calling him a failure. He dedicated every waking day to researching plant-type monsters on Cheon without any good results, so he was demoted. He became a cautionary tale, and everyone avoided him like the plague. They whispered behind his back, saying the director only kept him on the team for his skills, but Joseph hadn't shared his research results with anyone for some time. One day, Cheon was expecting to scam something from Joseph as usual, but Joseph warned him that he would start suffering from side effects in 5 years' time. He reveals this shocking revelation from Cheon's latest checkup. Joseph then offers to help him escape the lab and promises to break the binding spell on Cheon. Before Joseph can finish, the security team rushes in to capture him on orders from the director. While struggling to break free from them, Joseph warns Cheon to stay close to the earth when the side effects start showing. He explains that the symptoms will reduce and slow down the progression a bit. That was the last time Cheon and Joseph ever saw each other. Joseph says he survived by sheer luck after he was kicked out, but he made up his mind to find a way to stop the experiments on Cheon. After many years, he managed to break the silence command that was placed on him and tried searching for Cheon. Unfortunately, no one knew anything about the TDA lab. Joseph even tracked down former researchers who quit the lab, but that was also a dead end. And just like that, years flew by, and Joseph lived with a constant sense of guilt. Back in the present, Joseph says he wants to atone for his sins and tells Cheon to finish him. He reveals that he has no drive to live anymore, and he only clung to research because he couldn't die with the guilt. But Cheon lets Joseph know that he has no intention of taking his life. Even though he was young, Cheon knew that Joseph was a pretty good guy. Back then in the TDA lab, Cheon overheard him and his mother talking on the phone. His mother was sick, and Joseph was mainly researching for a cure to treat her. While talking to her on the phone, he begged his mother to stay alive a little longer and promised he was close to developing a good treatment for her. Joseph would also worry about the sick kids in the lab because no one else cared. Even when he was transplanting the mandragora cells on Cheon, he would secretly test them on himself first. Joseph knew that Cheon didn't have side effects, but he still tested it on himself just in case. Cheon reveals that it's because of those secret tests that Joseph ended up becoming a chimera, and he got that tattoo to remind himself. Cheon then asks how Joseph knew that the side effects would start showing in 5 years. Joseph seems relieved to hear this question, as if he has been waiting just to tell Cheon the truth. According to Joseph, he wanted to cure the side effects on other test subjects, so he researched Cheon, who had none, alongside the regenerative abilities of plant-type monsters. His years of research led him to one conclusion, and that is the fact that Cheon's body contains cells from the world tree. Thanks to those cells balancing everything, Cheon didn't experience any side effects. It was a mind-blowing discovery for Joseph, as he couldn't believe that world tree cells could naturally exist in a human body. However, after reviewing 6 years of research, he discovered that the world tree cells in Cheon's body were growing weaker due to the experiments. Joseph slams his hands on the table, angry with himself for failing to save Cheon. After the long story, Cheon casually responds, leaving Joseph disappointed by the mid-reaction. Cheon explains that he's not shocked since he has had so much random crap stuffed into his body, so nothing surprises him anymore. Just then, Dodak pops out of his carriage bag, surprising Joseph. Cheon ignores his reaction and asks about Joseph's unpublished research on potions that can boost mandragora abilities. Apparently, he heard about the research from Yahello. Cheon then orders Joseph to put aside the soapy sob story and immediately hand over the research. Back in the demon realm, Kisiok is busy whipping up his usual delicacies while Nari and Gu watch him. Meanwhile, at the dining table, Cheon and the others were also eager for the food. Cheon notes that the atmosphere in their little community is getting weird because of the cold weather. Yubeom then asks Cheon about the researcher, and Cheon tells them about Joseph. He mentions that the Yu siblings must have probably seen Joseph at the TDA lab, but he also lets them know that he didn't beat the guy up. Cheon wanted to hear Jia and Yubeom's opinion first, since it also concerns them. Yubeom doesn't know what to say and turns to Gia, expecting her to say something, but Gia doesn't even seem concerned with whoever this Joseph guy is. Cheon then tells them that Joseph will join them soon and he will be put to work immediately. Yubeom is about to find out what type of work Cheon is making Joseph do when the smell of Kiseok's food interrupts his line of thought. Meanwhile, Kiseok has finished cooking, and like a classic restaurant chef, he happily reads out the menu for his small audience. Cheon and Yubeom's siblings have also cut their discussion short and joined the feast. Cheon wonders how to eat the strange delicacy, while Gia can't decide which one to eat first. Kiseok shyly helps her make a decision as he hands her a specially baked one. Gia thanks him for the special treatment, after which she bites into the snack, and as the different tastes explode on her taste buds, Gia lights up like the 4th of July. She expresses how delicious the fish-shaped bread tastes and proceeds to try other snacks. After their delicious lunch, they settle down to drink a beverage while talking about Joseph. Yubeom is disappointed that their trap didn't catch one of the TDA higher-ups. Cheon then informs them that, according to Joseph, he has world tree cells implanted in his body. Kiseok is so shocked to hear this that he spits out his drink while Nari asks him what a world tree is. Kiseok explains that a world tree is a plant-type monster considered the source of all life energy. Apparently, it's insanely rare, and the last time it was spotted was 60 years ago. Kiseok soon turns the story into a horror moment as he further adds that the world tree is a glowing tree with fruit hanging from every branch. According to Kiseok, the tree moves slowly through mist and vanishes instantly into the light like smoke. After the tale, he stares at Cheon like a delicious meal, amazed that Cheon's body contains a legendary plant-type monster cell. Cheon ignores Kiseok as he thinks about the story and realizes that he has never seen the world tree either. Suddenly, Dodak cries out and pops out from his carriage, looking like a shriveled old potato. Cheon is confused because he just fed the little glutton a ton of mana an hour ago, but now he looks like he hasn't had mana for 1,000 years. Cheon then begins feeding him while asking Kiseok if the world tree has any special abilities. Kiseok replies that the world tree is most famous for its purification abilities. The tree also absorbs all the tainted energy in the surroundings and purifies it into clean energy before releasing it. Hearing this, Nari points out that that description fits Dodak perfectly, but Kiseok doesn't want them to jump to any conclusion since they don't even know the habitat of the world tree. Nari suggests that Dodak might turn into a world tree when it grows up, but Cheon doubts that the cutest guy in the world can turn into the world tree. Meanwhile, Joseph paid a visit to Hayul at her house. Hayul obviously doesn't give him a warm welcome, and the first thing Joseph does is apologize for what happened. However, Hayul urges him not to worry too much about what happened. She admits that she was initially disappointed, but then she heard everything that happened from Cheon. Joseph wonders what Cheon has said to her this time around, and she reveals that Cheon told her that he has been stealing a lot of stuff from him during their 6 years together. Joseph admits that Cheon did a lot because there was a time when he even took his meal coupons, which left him starving. The two make a joke about what Cheon was called back then, and after this, Hayul gets into the serious conversation of the day. She asks Joseph if he is there for the Mandragora project. Previously, Joseph had informed Cheon that he had no intention of publishing his research results at first, but since it is Cheon, Joseph is going to show him. Cheon asked him if he could make it quickly, which is why Joseph made the trip to Hayul's place. Joseph tells Hayul that they need her because one of the potions specifically requires her skills, and just as he is about to start telling Hayul that she is free to refuse, Hayul cuts in, telling him that she's going to do it. Joseph lights up in excitement when he hears this, but Hayul lets him know that there is one condition to it. She has one simple condition, and it is all about conducting research on Mandragoras in the demon realm. When Cheon is informed of this, he agrees to it, and he tells Hayul that he is going to introduce her to Kim, who is working in their lab located in the Snowy Mountains. Hayul thanks Cheon for this, but Joseph is more concerned about the lab in the Snowy Mountains, and he asks Cheon if he can go too. Cheon lets him know that he would have to apologize to his friends first before he can go. Moments later, Joseph meets Yubeom and Gia, and his heart almost jumps out of his chest because he remembers them from his time in the TDA. Joseph falls on his knees, bowing to the two and apologizing for what happened, saying they had no business being in such a shitty place in the first place. Yubeom is surprised that Joseph isn't denying what happened, but Gia is more stubborn-headed, and she mentions that Joseph's apology doesn't mean they are going to just forget what he did. However, she tells him that they are going to put forgiving him into consideration. Cheon then asks the two what they have brought, and Hayul excitedly opens their pack. She reveals that the red and green potions boost the subject's vision and stamina, while the gold is for communication. Hayul explains that the gold potion translates the subject's thoughts and emotions into text, and even though the subject won't understand them, they will understand the subject pretty clearly. Cheon is excited to try this out because he has always wondered what is going on in Dodak's mind. Cheon tells Hayul that he wants to use the gold potion first, and Hayul suggests that they prepare immediately. Hyul then prepares a bathtub, which leaves Cheon surprised. He wonders why a bathtub is needed, and before he knows it, Hyul dumps Dodak in the bathtub. Cheon asks her why she is dumping Dodak in the bathtub, and Hyul reveals that for humans and monsters, a comfortable body also helps to get a calm mind. Hyul then proceeds to pour the potion on Dodak while chanting the activation spell. This unleashes a bright golden light, and by the time it settles down, everyone is left in complete shock because Dodak's words are appearing in texts. By the way Dodak is moving and the sounds he is making, they could see how happy he is. They also realize that his usual sounds are appearing as text because the whole process was a success. Joseph then tells Cheon that they have to wait a bit to see other reactions, and Cheon asks him why. Joseph replies that once a mandragora starts humming, they don't stop easily. He mentions that as a mandragora researcher that he has done countless experiments, but when the mandragora starts humming, nothing can distract them. He has basically done a whole lot, from playing musical instruments to shaking rattles, but none have ever worked. To put it simply, mandragoras love humming, so they just have to wait until Dodak stops on his own. Just then, Cheon walks up to Dodak to talk to him, asking him how he is feeling. In a surprising turn of events, Dodak stops humming, which leaves Joseph and Hyul completely blown away. The words soon become clearer, and it turns out that Dodak is addressing Cheon as his savior. Before they know it, Dodak leaps out of the bathtub with a smile on his face, saying he is going to answer his savior's call. With Dodak having the time of his life, Cheon decides to give him even more to enjoy by moisturizing him. Seeing how Dodak is carrying himself, Hyul finally understands why Dodak is a monarch. Dodak completely loses himself in the massage he is receiving from Cheon, and even though Cheon likes the whole scenario, he is not completely happy that the effect is only going to last for 10 minutes. Hyul is blown away by the whole moisturizing thing that she promises to make more once she gets back. Joseph is also impressed by how the moisturizer works, and he picks it up to check it out, but this gets Dodak mad. The scary aura and side-eye from Dodak immediately tell Joseph that he shouldn't be touching the moisturizer, and he quickly drops it. Cheon scolds him for touching what belongs to Dodak, and he turns around in disappointment. Standing in the distance, Jia and her brother can see how much fun Cheon is having. Suddenly, they notice snow falling from the sky, and this gets Cheon's attention, as it is the first snowfall he has seen in the forest zone since his resurrection. Dodak excitedly reminds Cheon that the first time he met him, it was raining back then. Later on, the snow has fully descended, and Cheon gets up to walk around that night after everyone has fallen asleep. He understands why they must have all slept because they are suffering from exhaustion from rushing the greenhouse work for the mandragoras. They also made a shelter for Blue. Cheon is not worried about the mandragoras because he is pretty sure that they are warm as it stands, but the only creature he is worried about is Blue. However, after checking on Blue's condition, he heaves a sigh of relief because he is sleeping pretty well. At the same time, Sanabi is having a good time, and Cheon predicts that he is going to wake up in 12 hours. On the other hand, the plants that are not resistant to the snow are already melting, and because he hates it when everything looks so desolate, Cheon figures out that he has to expand the house. However, he is torn between how he should build the house. Suddenly, he spots Nari in the distance, and he is surprised that she is still awake. He walks up to her, asking her if there is any problem, and she mentions that the other mandragoras are fine, but it appears that the liquid metal mandragora is having a hard time. Because he was feeling cold, Nari decided to keep him warm, and Cheon understands why the mandragora is not comfortable just like the others. It is basically because he is from the human world and must have felt left out. Cheon then points out the fact that Nari also looks really cold, even though she is busy keeping the mandragora warm. Cheon sets up a fire and then makes cocoa tea for them to drink. After taking a sip, Nari is left in complete awe about how nice the drink is, and she mentions how warm it makes her feel. Just then, Nari tells Cheon that she has something to say to him. Apparently, it is about the conversation they had earlier concerning the world tree. She then asks him if he is a chimera just like her, and the moment Cheon hears the question, he realizes that the little girl has finally noticed. Cheon then tells her that she is right, and she asks if Jia and Yubeom are also chimeras. Cheon says yes, and she proceeds to ask about Kiseok. They both laugh at this, and Cheon makes a joke about Kiseok's head, saying he might just be a chimera only in his head. Deep down, Cheon is worried about Nari, and he wonders if she is going to be okay. Nari then speaks up, talking to Cheon about how the liquid metal mandragora is not a native of the demon realm, but ended up living there after meeting friends like her. In a surprising turn of events, Nari thanks Cheon for giving her a family, and when Cheon hears this, he realizes that Nari has just solved what he was worried about. Cheon then decides to ask Nari what kind of house she would like to live in, because he is planning to expand their house, since they now have more family members. Cheon lets Nari know that her opinion matters a whole lot, and after hearing this, Nari mentions that she would like a house like the castle they went to in the amusement park, where they were able to see the fireworks. She talks about how huge the second floor was and the fact that it was so bright that she wasn't scared of the dark. Cheon hears this and admits that it is a good pick, but he knows that he is going to need sturdy materials to build the second floor. Suddenly, it dawns on him where he can get this, and he mentions that there is a place called the Bone Graveyard. Nari asks him about the Bone Graveyard, and he mentions that it is a place one reaches after passing the Rocky Mountain Zone. Basically, one can find bones from all kinds of monsters there, and even though it sounds really scary, Nari is still interested in tagging along. Deep down, Cheon contemplates leaving Sanabi behind because there is something at the graveyard that he is worried about. Nonetheless, Cheon still had Sanabi transport them to the Bone Graveyard the next morning. Upon arriving at their location, Nari talks coolly about Sanabi, saying he makes the ride so smooth that it feels like a theme park ride. Just then, Nari notices that they are standing on a cliff, and the deeper part looks really scary. She also adds that she can detect a thick acidic substance that is brewing down the cliff. Cheon confirms this, revealing that it is an acid fog that only exists in the area and it melts any living thing. However, Cheon is basically a walking cheat code, so he is immune. Cheon ties a rope around his body and he tells Nari and the others to pull the rope once he gives the signal. Nari and company assure him that they can do just that. Cheon figures out that he doesn't need to worry about them since they are pretty strong, and after convincing himself that everything is fine, he leaps down the cliff. Upon arriving at the bottom, he is met with a ton of bones lying around. He also realizes that the fog gets thicker the further he descends, but his main concern is to find something useful in there. He soon finds a monster bone that appears really sturdy, but he discards it since he needs something bigger. Suddenly, he turns around to spot a ribcage from what appears to be a giant snake-type monster. Cheon lets out a comforting smile because this is just what he wanted, and he is preparing to string it to the rope to be pulled up when he gets hit with a mental strain. Memories from his past start flashing through his head, and these are memories from when he was working for the TDA to take on missions. Surprisingly, one of the memories includes the one where he was given the command not to return after he was done with the mission. Seeing how gory everything is, Cheon starts to realize that he is getting the memory of his death. Back on the surface, Nari wonders why Cheon is taking so long to come back, but just then, she gets the signal to pull. She informs Sanabi and the squirrel, and together they get into the right position to pull. However, they soon realize that whatever it is that they are pulling is way heavier than they expected. Since it has come to this, Sanabi decides to show his strength by becoming even bigger, and as he floats into the air, pulling the bone gets much easier. Moments later, they could see the bone emerging from the cliffside, and standing on it was Cheon himself. He emerges with a smile on his face, asking the group if they are all doing okay. Cheon finally gets to see Sanabi in an even scarier form, but he is not entirely surprised since he is a disaster-class monster. Cheon suggests that they head home, and Sanabi quickly agrees to this, admitting that he really loves home. Upon arriving home, Nari wastes no time initiating a game of tag under the giant monster bone, and she makes life difficult for Kiseok by chasing him with a laser. On the other hand, Yubiom is completely surprised that the bone came from the Bone Graveyard, and Cheon mentions that he needed materials to expand the house. Apparently, Cheon also got an unexpected bonus inside the Bone Graveyard, but he plans to discuss this with Kim when he gets back. Cheon suggests that they get down to building the house, but Yubiom lets him know that he has to check on Dodak first. Cheon quickly rushes off to Dodak's place, and he is surprised when he sees his eyes completely swollen. Yubiom reveals that Dodak has been crying since he woke up and couldn't find Cheon. In fact, Yubiom and Jia had a tough time trying to calm him down. Cheon cackles when he hears this since he understands just how much they must have gone through. Just then, Cheon notices that Dodak appears to have grown even more because he now has 7 leaves. In addition, his body looks bigger, and Cheon wonders if this is a natural growth or if it is because of Joseph's potion. Suddenly, Cheon feels something totally different, and he realizes that it is a phenomenon called vision sharing. Moments later, everything becomes clearer, and Cheon asks him if he can now see clearly. Dodak answers this by leaping into Cheon's arms with a bright smile on his face. Yubiom is left in complete shock because Dodak's mood just took an entire turnaround, which is completely weird since they have been trying everything they could since morning. Cheon then informs them that Dodak can now share his vision, leaving the two dropping their jaws on the floor. Cheon lets them know that one of the potions Joseph brought shares health, and this is the red one, but the green one shares vision with him. Basically, the trigger condition for this is being in close proximity, and Cheon can finally understand that Dodak's physical growth is natural because he can't sense any traces of drugs in him. Cheon also understands that Dodak is seeing his face for the first time, and he wonders what he feels about his new eyesight. Cheon then pours more potion on him, and Dodak enjoys every moment of this. Just then, he asks Cheon why his leaves are so withered, revealing that this is the first time he's seen this. Cheon is completely confused by this, and Dodak rushes into his home. He soon returns with a lot of red berries, which he tells Cheon to eat. When Kim returns that day, he is left in complete shock when he learns that Dodak gave Cheon all the red fruits for free. Cheon scratches his head nervously, asking Kim if he looks pathetic because his hair is long. However, Cheon changes the topic, asking him if the availability of the red berries now means that they can finally remove the spells on Jia and Yubiom. Kim confirms this, revealing that everything is ready, and Dodak just lent them a hand. Kim asks if they should get started, and Cheon says yes because there is no point in wasting time. The siblings hold each other's hands, nervously hoping that everything turns out well. Kim reveals that the first thing he's going to do is extract the explosion spells from their bodies and then use a new annihilation spell to destroy them. Since the process can be dangerous, Kim tells them to keep their mana circulating to protect themselves. The two talk about how nervous they feel about the whole thing, and Kim informs them that it is time to begin. He creates a mana circle for them to stand on, and Kim does his thing. In a few minutes, Kim had successfully extracted the spells, but before he could annihilate them, the whole thing set off a big explosion that released a massive wave of energy. Cheon freaks out, asking Kim what had just happened, and Kim reveals that he successfully extracted the explosion spell, but for some reason, the annihilation spell isn't working. Kim expresses his confusion, saying he used a spell that was meant to work even on S-Class. However, the realization that the two might have actually gone past the S-Class dawns on him. Kim realizes that if this is the case, the explosion spell is going to trigger right there, and he scolds himself for not being careful about the whole thing. He blames himself for not predicting such an outcome when he is clearly an experienced alchemist, and because of this, he prepares to sacrifice himself just to get the job done. Suddenly, he sees Cheon walking to the raging energy source, and Kim asks him what the hell he is doing. Kim urges Cheon to get back because it is an alchemist's task to handle the situation, since Cheon being there will put the three of them in danger. Cheon assures Kim that he is aware of this, but he lets Kim know that he is aware of how irritable the spells are. Cheon pulls together a huge punch and he pulls in his power as he prepares to manually annihilate the spells.